No matter how we fight We're at Gamescom this week and we're playing the wildcard tournament.
I feel hyped. I'm a bit excited about all this stuff going on around, people screaming.
We won the Turkish Championship, but it's not success for us. Real success for us is to win the wildcard tournament and go to Worlds.
We would be the first team to actually make Worlds for OC if that did happen, so that would be huge.
We are going to show our skills on a big stage. We are very excited about that.
We're here to win, of course. Wildcards and get a Worlds, that's the dream.
I'm really ambitious about this and I really want to win the Gamescom.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the League of Legends International Wildcard Qualifier, coming to you live from Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. I'm Evie Supporter, joined here by Joe Miller and Martin de Fischolunge, where it's a special press day, so while the show is not open to the public yet, we have a lot of action for you as 3 of the top teams from around the world will face off against each other, and one of them will head to Worlds to represent their region. Now let's take a quick look at what this week has in store. First up, it's the International Wildcard Qualifier today and tomorrow, and then on Thursday, the European LCS Summer Playoffs continue with a 5th place match between the Super Hot Crew and Millennium. On Friday, our 2 semi-final matches have Fnatic facing Roccat and Alliance taking on SK Gaming. The losing teams will then face off for the 3rd spot at Worlds on Saturday. And on Sunday, it's finals day as we crown the European champion and the #1 seed heading into the 2014 World Championship. Now remember, all LCS playoff series are best of 5, so a lot of action.
Yeah, and it's pretty scary to realize every single moment that happened in the last year simply comes down now to this week at Gamescom here. Qualify for Worlds or secure your spot in the LCS if you're playing for the 5th place. And it's been a fantastic season. Fail to qualify now, and you just have to work even harder next year to qualify.
And what a fantastic place to do it as well. Gamescom's always mega packed here, as you mentioned, press day today. So tomorrow we're going to start filling this place out completely, and a really amazing stage, I think, for the playoffs.
Yeah, great stuff. And that brings us to today's International Wildcard Qualifier between Dark Passage from Turkey, Oceania's Legacy Esports, and a Russian force from the Commonwealth of Independent States. We'll begin the tournament with a round robin where each team will face both of their opponents twice. The top 2 highest ranked teams will then play a best of 5 to decide which team will make the trip to the 2014 World Championship. Now let's take a look at the teams who are competing. First up, it's Russian Force, formerly Hard Random, from the Commonwealth of Independent States. And, well, they've come here with a slightly altered roster. Only their bottom lane is intact, so we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, some exciting news out of them, though. Darker said on Twitter he's playing mid lane here. You might remember him for his time as a support in Gambit. He's going to be playing mid lane instead. He's going to pick some cool champions today in that mid lane. So we might be in for a little bit of a surprise there. Next up is Australia's Legacy Esports, of course, representing Oceania. And now, they were the surprise qualifiers, really, out of their region. Obviously, qualified as Avant-Garde Ascension. They beat Immunity, who were here on this stage last year to try and qualify for Worlds. They didn't manage it. We'll see if they can this time around.
So at least from watching also Legacy's games, they are insanely aggressive and they seem very confident as well going into the tournament here. So maybe they can surprise a team like Dark Passage, who is our last team, of course. The Turkish champions, they've won every single event in Turkey the last year, and they are the #1 team in the region by far, like 100% the #1 team. They have a new support now, but he already has some synergy with Holy Phoenix. They will speak English instead of Turkish because he's from Norway, but still, I believe they are the strongest team here.
All right, we'll see what they can do. Now, for more information about these teams and players, head over to lolesports.com and be sure to vote on the teams that you think will win before each of today's matches by visiting the schedule. Also, head over to Twitter and let us know which international wildcard team do you think will win the spot for Worlds and why. And Martin, you sticking with Dark Passage?
100%. I was actually checking their solo queue games here before we went on air, and they've been completely destroying solo queue in Diamond 1, EU West, rank 5 as well. They've met teams like Sparta, who's the #1 rank 5 team in Europe at the moment, destroyed them on 25 minutes. So they are my clear favorites for this tournament.
I think the outside favorite here, though, is Russian Force, because no one's really expecting them with these substitute players effectively to do so amazingly well. But if you actually look at their profiles, these are all Diamond 1 Challenger level players that could be a surprise package this tournament.
Yeah, we hope they show us something surprising as well. Be sure to send your answers to @LLEsports, and we'll share some of your responses on air later today. Now, and with all of the cross-regional action in today's games, be sure to highlight your favorite plays and send those to us on Twitter as well with the hashtag #BigPlays. We'll highlight those as the teams battle it out. Now it's nearly time to kick things off, so let's send things over to the caster desk for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Shox, and welcome everybody. I am Lee D-Man Smith along with Trevor Quickshot Henry, and it is time to get the international wildcard started with Oceania's Legacy Esports versus Turkey's Dark Passage. Now, coming from a smaller esports scene, Legacy is here to put Oceania on and their aggressive teams fight-oriented meta on the map.
We're at Gamescom this week and we're playing the wildcard tournament.
Our team's called Legacy Esports, and we got here by playing in a big tournament in Australia.
They're going to represent the Oceanic region in Cologne, Germany.
So we're representing Oceania, which involves Australia, New Zealand, and Pacific Islands surrounding them.
I think our region is very underrated. There isn't a lot of exposure as well, so getting us on the map would be very good.
We're looked down upon, I think, by other regions tremendously, and we're trying to change that.
So this will be our first international event, and I'm so stoked. It's so good.
As soon as we landed, we were ready to play, and so yeah, I don't think jet lag was a problem for us.
We'd like to play really well. I think that's the biggest thing for us. We just like to put on a good showing. I don't want to say we would play like the Koreans because that's a bit of a stretch, but I suppose we play in a similar style, a little bit messier.
I feel like the OS meta is actually quite a bit different to Europe. Like in particular, they're really passive and we just want to fight all the time.
I like to sit back at top and then teleport in to help team fights and help win the game through objective control, and I always like to just jump in, like kill stuff.
Yeah, we're just really excited to play and show the world what we have.
Every video gamer sits at home, like this is what they want to do. They want to make something of it, have an opportunity for a career, just like, go overseas and make something of what they're putting hours and hours into.
Realizing that you can travel overseas is insane. It's so much fun.
For me, I think we can win. And if we don't win, I'll be disappointed.
I think there's no reason that we can't win.
If we win this and then we qualify for Worlds, like getting hosts out there would be really good for such a small region.
And that is what it's all about, trying to qualify for the Worlds. And it's great to see a team like Legacy over here. Obviously, they weren't the big favorites. They're walking around with gigantic smiles. And as soon as I saw them, they came up to me, stereotypically, "Good day, mate."
I definitely think the team wants to represent their region the best. Something that you take away from that video, every single one of the players is just like, we want to do Oceania proud. We want our region to climb the ranks. And, some strong words saying every other region looks down on Oceania. We'll see if they can step it up here this weekend.
Well, they've never been represented yet. Let's see if they can be. Legacy Esports, of course, are the surprise qualifiers coming from the Oceania region. They qualified under the name Avant-Garde Ascension, you just saw in that video, beating out last year's international wildcard team and heavy favorites, Team Immunity, in a very close run finals 3-2.
Yeah, so that final, actually, no one expected Legacy to come out victorious because their opponents, Team Immunity, were the clear favorites. The games were played a while ago. It was back on June 22nd. So I'm interested to see how much the team has prepared for Gamescom, considering they've had over a month to train, research, practice, and look into their opponents. So we'll see if they can adapt here on the Gamescom stage.
So let's check out the team. Starting out in the top lane, it is Minky Whale. He was pivotal in helping Legacy qualify, going huge on Shyvana in that 5th and final game that got them here.
Yeah, he played a lot of Jax back then as well. Little less Jax being seen these days. In the jungle, it is Carbon. He does favor Elise. He is one of the shot callers for the team, especially during the early stages of the game and that laning phase. We'll see if he can get his hands on Elise.
Gave us a wink as well. In the mid lane, it is Choo Choo's. He's played a variety of champions. Check it out, 10 in 12 games throughout the qualifiers. That's going to make him really hard to ban out. now.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. The AD carry is Cardred. I actually feel like he's an overly aggressive AD carry sometimes, so he's going to need to make sure he has proper positioning to avoid giving up unnecessary deaths. No arcane shifts into the enemy team early on. I promise I've never seen him do that before.
Yeah, we heard Nif do that, talking about rocket jumps into the enemy. Make sure they don't do that. Of course, finally, it is their support. It is EJim, who, of course, tries his best to keep up with his AD carry, Cardred. He picked up 150 assists along the way, though, so he manages to do well.
Yeah, I agree. So just very quickly, last year's Oceanic squad, they put up a good fight. They pulled up some off-meta picks, which didn't work out for them. And I want to see what level of preparation Legacy brings to this match, because they themselves have said the Australian, the Oceania meta is different to EU and the other regions. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, we'll see how they compare, because, of course, their opposition is Dark Passage, and they are the reigning champions of Turkey, winning every single event in 2014. They won the winter, they won the spring and the summer leagues this year, as well as taking down their rivals Team Turquality 3-1 in the Turkish Grand Finals, which played out in front of a packed Ulka Sports Arena with over 9,000 fans cheering them on. They will not be fazed by the crowd here. Of course, they tied for third place last year here at Gamescom in the International Wildcard Tournament, but they've had a couple of roster changes since then.
Yeah, very small ones, but you know, Dark Passage, they are one of the more established teams taking part in this year's wildcard tournament, and their local scene is showing very strong growth as well. The players themselves just moved into a gaming house, and that roster swap you were talking about is Touch. He's the team's new support player, and his Nordic roots mean that the team now speaks English, but he's been playing with Holy Phoenix for over a year in duo queue, so he'll be very familiar with his partner's decision-making.
So let's check out those teams, of course. So starting out in the top lane, it is the man that scored a pentakill here at Gamescom last year. It is Fabulous.
That's good. They don't want to fully commit. They're forcing Pain to come at them.
And we do see the Cataclysm is down. Certi and Venom doing the best they can. Crescendo's going to lock up the back line of Pain Gaming as Dark Passage. Pick up one, pick up two. Fab's trying to find more kills as he gets bubbled in the air. That is a triple kill. He's looking for number 4. Cell Division is going to be available. That's the quadra kill. Are we on for the pentakill? The blobs are there. Are they going to time it? This may be the second pentakill as Fab's looking for it. Pentakill! I think I'm going to have to rename to Pentakill Fairy, because every time I get a chance to do play-by-play, it manages to happen. Great Pentakill.
You get a lot of them.
We'll see if we can do it again. Moving on, in the jungle, it will be Crystal M. He's got some fantastic early ganks. He tends to focus on the team's duo lane to get Holy Phoenix rolling. And after doing some research and speaking to the teams and players, it's been brought to our attention that this man never smiles. So please keep an eye on those player cams. We have to put this myth to a test.
Yeah, see if he stays serious throughout. Of course, in the mid lane alongside him is Naru, who also makes his second appearance here as he played last year. He's played incredibly well throughout the playoffs. Let's see if he can deliver on his big stage. Of course, check out those stats. Pretty impressive. 59, 17, 65.
Very impressive. Even more impressive is their AD carry and star of the team, Holy Phoenix. He couldn't attend last year because he was under the age of 17, so he's got something to prove this time around. 88 kills in 9 games. That's just showing off.
Yeah, he's absolutely been demolished in solo queue as well. We just checked him out before we came on, as Deficio said. Alongside him on support is Touch. As we mentioned, he is the new man to the team and has been duo partnering with Holy Phoenix for the last year. He replaces Trail Banran, and of course, who is currently serving military service for his country.
Yeah, so just very quickly on the team, they've got some of the most experienced players of all 3 teams taking part of this event. They attended the International Wildcard Tournament last year, as well as having competed at several other LAN tournaments, including DreamHack. So they're going to need to draw from that experience if they want to win the berth to the 2014 World Championships.
So before we get things underway, let's check out your votes over on lolesports.com, where you've picked Dark Passage as the favorite. It is only 66% though, and then see if they can start this tournament out with a win. It is a big start. A lot of nerves, I think, for both of these teams, honestly, coming into this one. Legacy, you know, they were talking about Dark Passage, and actually they've been watching each other. They haven't practice against each other. None of these teams have scrimmed against each other. They've been here for, I think, over a week now, just practicing here in Europe, playing 5v5s in the duo queue. You guys at home maybe have come up against them at some point, but as far as we've heard, Dark Passage have been wrecking people.
Yeah, and it's great to know that the teams have been obviously hitting the rank 5s. They've also taken on the challenger teams, the LCS squads. For me, the biggest question on Legacy is what champions are going to run. Because when they were winning the tournaments back in Australia, the champions that they were using were the likes of Ziggs, the likes of Nidalee, long-range poke. Jax in the top lane was a massive favorite of Minky Whale, and the champions are slowly falling out of favor. I mean, Ziggs is still there, but the meta has shifted a little bit, and we haven't seen them since the 22nd of June. So that unknown factor of what are they going to play. Shyvana top lane has to be a consideration. Either ban or early pick if you're Legacy.
Yeah, we'll see how the bans work out. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of the International Wildcard about to get underway. Pick and bans immediately. Holy Phoenix targeted. Tristana was a champion. He has played heavily in solo queue. They go towards Rengar now, taking that away from Carbon. Nidalee is a ban out. So, of course, that's been played more in the top lane these days. We'll see if Fabulous has been maybe picking that one up. We'll consider it, well, no surprises on that one. That's a standard ban now. Maokai, we expect to see that either ban or first pick right now.
The one thing I do want to note, if you contrast the picks and bans, or the banning phase rather, from Legacy and Dark Passage in comparison to the likes of LCS bans, a lot of the LCS bans are focused around the mid lane. Here we're looking at top laners, jungler, AD carry. Holy Phoenix is far and away the carry for Dark Passage. So I like the fact that they've taken Tristana off the table. But the question is, what do Legacy want to first pick? Elise is available, Rengar's taken off the table, Lee Sin's taken off the table. So it might be a jungle first pick if they want to get something comfortable for Carbon.
Well, with Lee Sin taken away, as you mentioned, it may well be a first jungle. Dark Passage taking their full allotted time to decide on this final ban. It is going to be casted in. He's not going to sneak through, of course. We'll be having a few changes in 4.14. We're not there yet, though. We're still on 4.13 for this tournament. And the first pick is Alistair. Will that be a top lane? We expect it will be. We've seen it in the top. Impact's been playing it. Of course, we saw it in EU West quarterfinals last week and all the Challenger games. So could also be picked as a support. We saw that a few times, but expecting the top lane.
Yeah, we'll see where Legacy decides to put that particular champion. And, you know, the Cassidy ban is somewhat default, is somewhat standard. Choo Choo's actually got his hand on Cassidy in game 1 of their regional qualifiers for Oceania. But we still don't know enough, because my gut is actually leaning more towards the support role, primarily because Shyvana is still up and available. Legacy banned away Nidalee, who could make his life very difficult, and Minky Whale, well, he's a huge dragon. He carried hard in game 5 of that series. So we need to see how the rest of it plays out. But both of these teams really taking their time in this first game of the International Wildcard.
Oh, it's going to be the duo queue partnership getting their comfy picks, it seems. So Morgana, Lucian will be the first choices for Dark Passage.
And of course, Lucian didn't feature at all last week. When we were looking at the Challenger series and the LCS quarterfinals, the one time Lucian was played by Millennium, it didn't work. Creatine really struggled. Everybody else has been training towards Kog'Maw and Tristana as your go-to AD carries. So we've got to keep a very close eye on Holy Phoenix and how he handles himself on this Lucian.
Well, you just mentioned it. Kog'Maw has been the other go-to champion. Straight away gets locked in. That's going to be countered on that one. If Zilean gets locked in here, it seems it has been. And that will be possibly, yeah, it's got to be Choo Choo's. It has to be.
I think so too. Now, with seeing a Zilean lock-in, as well as Kog'Maw and Alistair, I still feel like this is going to be support Alistair for Kog'Maw, along with Zilean there in the mid lane. You've already got some very good peel and protection and revive for your Kog'Maw, so if Legacy are going to go for a protect the AD carry type of composition, they're pretty well set up for it at the time being. But they need to lock in a few more champions before we're 100% certain where Legacy are putting their champions.
Yeah, Naru very confident in his pick. Locked that Xerath in instantly. Has some very good stats again in solo queue while he's been in EU West. We saw some of those out. Jarvan may well be the next fallback. Crystal M has been playing a lot of Jarvan. So it's a champion that honestly is almost becoming the default in the jungle these days.
Yeah, you know, with the changes to Lee Sin and some of the hits that the sort of trifecta champion of junglers that Lee Sin and Elise Evelyn have been taking over the last few patches, Jarvan is rising to prominence, and it is something that we're seeing, especially in Europe, more and more LCS teams picking up, because the challenger scene here in Europe has been running him for a very long time. You know, we've been seeing Jarvan dominate the challenger level for several months. But look at Ejim at the moment, very serious, lots of talks going on, and there's still those flex picks on the side of Legacy. They could completely throw us off the loop and put a Zilean support, Alistair top lane, or something similar, but it's not going to be the case.
Well, it is going to be a Alistair support, because obviously Aurelia will be going in towards that top lane. It does mean Elise will be in the jungle, so that cow is going to be a support this time around.
So if you look at the Legacy composition, you've got two champions that can be the front line, in that Irelia, in the Alistar. And when you combine the utility that Zilean brings to the table with the bombs, the speed up, and the revive, anybody that gets a little caught out of position can obviously come back. The one thing that I think Legacy needs to be very careful of is a Jarvan can dive quite deep. You've got great range on Xerath. So if Legacy are put in a position where they're somewhat clumped up, Cataclysm can be very, very impactful, and they can't afford to take a poke. The poke damage from Legacy is very reliant on short-range bombs from Zilean and not a lot of damage from that living artillery. Contrast that to Dark Passage, and Xerath can run amok with those Arcano Pulses.
And looks like it's going to be Renekton for Fabulous in that top lane. So going with the old lane bully up against Irelia, not a bad line matchup.
No, it's really not. And I think Dark Passage's team composition is a little more well-rounded. They've got strong engage, they've got a strong front line, they've got good protection for either Lucian or Xerath, and the mobility of most of their champions is very, very strong. The one thing that Dark Passage needs to be aware of is that mid-game sort of power spike that Legacy are going to be looking at. If and when Kog'Maw gets his Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruined King, and you see Zilean getting maybe a death cap fairly early on, plus the power of Irelia and Elise in that mid-game, I think Legacy are going to play super aggressive immediately as that laning phase ends to take advantage of their compositional strengths.
Yeah, it's something we talked to them about, and he was like, we heard you, you're really aggressive. And he's like, yeah, it's actually, we never realized it until we got here in Europe, and you guys seem to play really passive, so we'll see if their aggressive style works out this time around. Which team do you guys think has come out ahead in Champ Select? Tweet us hashtag LGC win for Legacy or hashtag DP win for Dark Passage. At LOL Esports, and of course we'll check throughout the game.
The aggressive playstyle from Legacy can be both positive and negative. If you get ahead while playing aggressive, yes, that's how you can close a game out. But the problem is, if you miscalculate or you don't have proper vision and warding, that instantly backfires on you. And something that I've noticed from all three of the teams in the wildcard tournament, in terms of the VODs that I've been watching leading up, the vision is sometimes lacking. So for Crystal M on Dark Passage, especially on Jarvan, he tends to go mega ham, mega early. So he's got to make sure he's got the vision to justify and back up those decision-making.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one getting underway in the International Wildcard Tournament live from Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. If you guys are at home watching, can get to Cologne, well, maybe you had to try and sneak in today of all days. It's sold out every other day, so unfortunately, you could get in if you're press. I use the term loosely because every year more and more press seem to get in, but nevertheless, maybe it just means Gamescom is getting more popular. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Is there going to be any level 1 engagements? EGM just sees Dark Passage straight away in that river, so they know they have company and immediately ward out the tri-bush to make sure they do not get close enough.
Yeah, got to be very careful if you're on the side of Dark Passage. You never want to walk into a multi-man knock-up from Alistar, but on the same token, the long range of Morgana Dark Bindings can be beneficial. For the time being, it doesn't look like either team is setting themselves up for an invade. Legacy appear to be playing defensively. They might go for a red buff trade themselves as we get closer to that sort of 1 minute 40, 1 minute 50 mark.
Yeah, we can see Neru obviously at the side, but he is in between two wards, so they have full vision of him. And it seems that Legacy do really want to go for the invade. It seems that Dark Passage are looking to do the exact same as well down that bottom half. You can see Crystal M just waiting off at the side, so expecting a double invade, both the red buffs here.
Yeah, we'll see if they just end up trading. When you've got the lane swap in favor of Legacy, obviously it reduces the risk of the swap because you're going to be able to pull Kadra towards you if you need him. So no movement on the side of Dark Passage yet, but I do still anticipate that this will be a result in just an end-up trade because, again, you're not going to see Legacy unless they really bootleg it down to their red buff, being able to defend their own buff.
Yeah, there's no one down there at the moment, so red buff start for Carbon in the opposite jungle. Blue buff start for Crystal M, and as you mentioned, he's going to switch around. We'll see, though, whether they fancy having a little poke towards Naru, who has got flash heal. Fabulous will get spotted, actually. He's going to come straight around, face checking in towards them. They didn't go aggressive. They managed to delay there. Cocoon was not fired off from Carbon.
So already there's a difference in play style. If you look at Legacy, they've got the buddy system going on. Minky Wells hanging out with Carbon. He's moving around the jungle, much like the LCS teams that we're seeing when you go for those lane swaps. Sharing the experience, getting in the jungle and getting your champion a little relevant. Fabulous is trying to jungle by himself. He's currently at the Wolf camp, and Crystal M had the support of Touch.
Ooh.
They're going into the mid lane. Binding and knock-up. Those are the only ways to kill Choose. If Naru can get a stun, it'll make it much easier.
Well, he's going to try and get away from this one. Touch not going to fire off the Dark Binding. He's quite safe. He's going to go the long way around back to his tower. So first game didn't draw out any summoner spells.
No, nothing this time round. It was a fairly weak attempt, to be fair. There was a lot of minions in that mid lane, and Choo-Choo's did have his flash available. So we're going to see some more of this buddy system in action. Who's going to smite the big Wraith? It does go to Crystal M, so small advantage, and he gets out cleanly as well.
Slides out swank points for that one, of course. Jim has been waiting a while in this bush to see if he can get something. There is no ward coverage, but they do, of course, realize that Kadrid is all on his own there, so they know that a roaming Alistair is something you have to be careful about.
Yeah, and something that you need to keep your eye on as well. It doesn't look like Kadrid is pushing that lane. He's currently frozen it around about the river. We'll get our eyes in a second or two, but you can see that Holy Phoenix and Touch, they're playing much more aggressively in their lane. They've pushed it all the way to the tower. They're already getting auto attacks down on Oceana's bottom outer turret. Whereas Kadrid is trying to freeze the lane in his side of the river. So if Fabulous ever returns to lane, he's going to be a little further behind. And Fab is already 11 CS down and 2 levels. So Dark Passage's early game, for their strategies not working out in favor of their top laner.
This is a very risky dive. If Dark Passage go for it, they do manage to land the Dark Binding on Carbon. Minky Well, don't think any of them are fancying pushing out. Maybe they're just going to reset the lane. Of course, minions will come back in there, but it does seem that Crystal M will back off. Fabulous manages to clear out the Wraith camp. He's going to have to back off. Still only level 2. Meanwhile, Minky Well is up to level 3, so gaining an advantage in that. Now we do see the buddy system continue very long, actually, approaching the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, very, very late into the day. We'll see if Fabulous sticks around with Crystal M, because it appears to be the case. But I just think that's a mistake. I just think that on the side of Dark Passage, they may have overestimated Renekton's ability to clear and sustain in the jungle, and it has put him behind. He's got a CS disadvantage, and he's still a level down. He's just hit level 3, whereas Minky Well is level 4, and I'm going to double check his experience. He's halfway to level 5, so quite a big difference between those two top laners.
They're going for Touch. They managed to get the headbutt on him. Doesn't quickly put the Black Shield down. Is going to get pulverized. Black Cocoon will go down towards him. Can he get away from this one? Pulverize will be back off cooldown shortly. They're going to try and force out a flash. He doesn't bite. Instead, they're going to turn it back around. Minky Well flashes across, goes up towards Holy Phoenix, and does manage to lock on towards him. Teleport coming in from Fabulous. Cocoon will get fired off. Fabulous just coming from base. Meanwhile, down the river, we see Naru coming across as well. Minky Well goes in. Pulverize on towards him. Naru gonna get on towards him. Minky Well will go down now. Jim gonna get focused on. The ultimate comes out. He gets himself a double kill. Naru picking up big, and that is a serious, serious problem. As 3-0 for Dark Passage.
That is a massive swing. The gold was even going into that fight, and now there's 1,500 separating the teams. We talked about Legacy's aggression. We talked about how they want to pick fights, and they want to get in your face, and they simply overcommitted. Carbon and Ejim didn't have the damage to kill Touch, and Touch, he's still at his flash. He saved it. He was waiting for Holy Phoenix to come and back him up. All of the work that was done to keep Fabulous down is just completely counterbalanced because he jumps in here, helps his team secure 3 kills. And while all this fight was going on, the 2 mid laners got into a juke in the river, which Naru came out ahead as well. So 3 kills in favor of Dark Passage, and a very, very strong start, punishing Legacy for their over-aggressive moves.
Crazy stuff, and Naru returns with almost an Athenes and Holy Grail already complete. He's just got the 900 gold completion to go, and he'll be done on that one. Meanwhile, we do see a Tear of the Goddess coming out as first item for Choo-Choo's. That's going to set him behind a long time.
It really will. He needs to get some support of his teammates. He's going to delay that mid-game power spike we talked about in picks and bans. Another item that we see picked up from Carbon, he's gone for the Quill Coat on Elise, and it's not exactly unusual, but it's not what we're used to seeing at this level of play. So that Quill Coach is going to give Carbon some more tanky stats and allow him to be on the front line a little longer, but we need to see how they make use of it Invade from Legacy. The last time they picked the fight in Dark Passage's jungle, it didn't work out. But their numbers are still in their advantage. I mean, every single member of Legacy is here, as opposed to 3 members of Dark Passage.
Yeah, 4 coming in. Choo-Choo's just off at the side, so they could go 5-man. While this is all happening, they're leaving Holy Phoenix completely untouched in the top there, and he's going to push on towards it. It will be Carbon that gets the blue buff taken away. And it does mean, of course, Holy Phoenix and Touch are going to get some free time hitting this one. Minky Whale's going to teleport up towards the top lane. Should be able to clear out Blade Surge around those minions and quickly clear out as much as he can. Good dart binding from Touch there to catch him during that Blade Surge. He knew exactly where he's going. Fabulous going to get caught out here. He's in trouble. Carbon comes in and gets the kill.
It's not often you see a cow and a spider killing a crocodile, but that was just very well executed. Legacy landed the crowd control and instantly killed Fabulous. This may lead to a tower as well because there is a very big minion wave with them, but bringing it back.
I don't know, man. I've seen some of them spiders in Australia. They're pretty big. I wouldn't mess with those things.
I'm pretty sure Customs wouldn't allow it into Germany, to be fair, if they brought one of their pets along with them. So yeah, first tower was secured.
First tower secured, and top tower defended by Minky Whale as well. Here, Choo-Choo's going on towards Naru. Will get the bomb down. So a fairly even trade between those two for now. Choo-Choo's getting a little more poke. That will be the top tower going down, so it's going to be 1-for-1 so far. And a 1,000 gold advantage to Dark Passage. Choo-Choo's just going to get
this might hurt.
Simple bomb, a slide. Not sure if he's going to get the rewind close enough. No. Oh, he does. No, not quite.
But look at the damage on that bomb. Even with the 150 shield, we'll get to that in a second. Naru, here comes the cow from the side.
Manages to get the slowdown on towards him. Flash burn from Naru. That was all they needed.
So Legacy have found some more aggressive plays that are working for them. The blue buff invade with 5-man ended up securing them the buff. Now they are also punishing Dark Passage for being a little out of position because of the lane swap that Dark Passage initiated. It allowed Fabulous to get tower dove, and he is still 20 CS behind. You have this lane bully in Renekton. If he had gone toe-to-toe with Aurelia, could have made his life difficult, but Legacy initiated the lane swap early on, and Fabulous fell behind. But look at the swing in the votes. Dark Passage losing some of the strength of their initial support.
Yeah, a couple of the Aussies are all awake right now watching the Strayers perform. We'll see if it works out for Legacy. They are currently behind in kills and gold, and Dark Passage have themselves an advantage. We'll see if they can stick with it though. CS-wise, between these two AD carries, Cadred has fell behind, but not too far. He's got 1 assist, where opposed to Holy Phoenix's 2. And of course, he's going towards the Blade of the Rune King versus the Trinity Force. So we'll see whether that plays into Holy Phoenix's advantage, because he should complete that item first.
In theory, the question is, how does he deal with the mobility of Lucian and the dive threat that Jarvan and Renekton offer? Because for the time being, Legacy have had a few aggressive plays, but they have been punished in their strength. Holy Phoenix has been jumped on by Minky Whale.
Yeah, Minky Whale going aggressive on this one. Has got his ultimate available. Has his Holy Phoenix. He's going to pop it. Get the culling down on towards him. The minions blocking just a mount. Minky Whale should be able to sustain and lifesteal off the minion wave that was there. Meanwhile, down in this bottom half of the map, everyone is all over the place right now. Fabulous has managed to get the ward down, but Choo-Choo's got to be careful.
Yeah, Choo-Choo's was trying to surround Fabulous after moving through his own jungle, but Fab gets out alive. The warding from Dark Passage, I think that was mostly just a warding trail or safari, but massive damage onto Touch despite having very little ability power. Choo-Choo's with a tier and an Athene's is completely proving me wrong, because in picks and bans I thought his item build might have led the team to go towards this mid-game power spike, but with the Chalice of Harmony and tier, Choo-Choo's is really looking for the mid to late game power spike and trying to get a huge amount of utility down.
You know, we talked about the difference, of course. Fabulous, he's now 2 levels behind still, because while this has all been happening, Minky Whale's just been off soloing up against Holy Phoenix for a long period of time, and it's actually put him behind. That could be a big problem if we to move into this team fight. Remember, teleport not available for Minky Whale right now, so if Dark Passage were to go for it, repel range not enough for Carbon. Remember, that got changed ever so slightly.
Yeah.
And Legacy looking to try and create a play. Crystal Lamb going to catch on towards E-Jim. Dashes out of the side of that one, sidesteps it well, should be safe. Hasn't got level 6 yet, remember, so hasn't got that 70% ulti. Instead, he's trying to bait them all in while the rest of the team gather.
Well, we'll see what Legacy can do. They're trying to turn the aggression around on Dark Passage, but Naru has arrived and he's got a very, very long range. Teleport's available for both top laners, and I want to see how Legacy play. There's a knock-up.
A lot of damage on Carbon. That's the jungler low on hit points, and I think Dark Passage have done enough to maybe secure the dragon here. Legacy are going to back away. It looked like it could well just be the mid lane instead.
I'm really happy you mentioned the Dragon, because I feel like Legacy, with the numbers advantage they've had in the bottom lane, and the fact that they've been roaming a few times, with Elise, may actually have had an option to go for that Dragon earlier on. But because Carbon went tank with Quill Coat as opposed to Spirit of the Spectral Wraith, didn't have that additional damage, and neither of these teams have put much focus on the Dragon at all. They've been roaming around. Dark Passage has been responding to Legacy's blue buff invades, and that has been the central focus for Legacy. They're trying to keep Naru shut down. And Naru may find himself a spider to squash. That's a lot of damage onto Carbon. He's going all in.
Well, it repels away. He's going to get caught. Oh, decides that the final hit. That may well have been just enough to catch on towards him instead. It does force them away. Now Dark Passage are moving towards the river. They are going towards that Dragon. Of course, Fabulous has got teleport available, is just a level behind, but he's got to keep Minky Whale busy in that top lane.
Important to note, Rite of the Arcane from Naru is not available. Cataclysm is also on cooldown, so the longer this Dragon takes, the riskier it might be for Dark Passage. It looks like Legacy are trying to respond, but I think they're going to be too late. They simply didn't move quickly enough, and this has allowed Dark Passage to secure the Dragon relatively uncontested.
Yeah, they were just trying a bit of a lucky shot, I think, to try and see if they could snipe something away. Crystal M taken pretty low on that one. Looks like blue buff will also be picked up by Naru this time. Remember, it was stolen away by Legacy last time around. So, Holy Phoenix going aggressive on Kadrid here. Quickly turning this around. Kadrid all on his own. He's got to be careful. Dark Blinded has to flash away from it there. Nice play from Holy Phoenix.
Very well played between Holy Phoenix and Touch, actually. If it wasn't for Kadrid flashing the Dark Binding, he would have been taken out by the culling. And that's the type of Lucian play that we wanted to see from Creatine last week, but didn't. Have to play aggressive, have to make use of the mobility in Lucian to get in your opponent's face, and obviously punish Legacy when they don't have the support with their AD carry.
Naru takes a bomb. He's got his Athenes completed though, so shouldn't be too worried about that. Choo-Choo's meanwhile almost got it ready to go. Just the final items to complete, along with that tier stacking out for him right now. Holy Phoenix hasn't been back to base for some while, actually. He's got 1,800 gold on him around about now, so waiting to get that Blade of the Rune King complete. Meanwhile, Trinity Force has now been picked up by Kadrid, so he's completed the item first, only down to the fact that Holy Phoenix is yet to back.
Yeah, Holy Phoenix is going to complete his Blade of the Rune King the moment he recalls. But if you just compare items between the mid laners again, the makings of Athenes and Holy Grail for Choo-Choo's, he's gone for such a power ramp-up build that it looks like Legacy are going to be happy to try push this to the late game. Kog'Maw's obviously going to scale fantastically. The support of Zilean makes Elise and Irelia even more powerful. And they just need to be very careful with how they play team fights, because the dive power of Renekton and Jarvan is very high. So 2v2, top laners and junglers. Carbon's about to find Crystal M. Let's see who comes out on top.
Naru coming close as well. Bright the Arcane should be just about in range. Instead flashes away quickly. Carbon realizing the danger and steps away. Choo-Choo's was making his way towards the top lane. So Dark Passage, they are starting to invade, they're starting to push.
They're going to go for Minky Whale.
Aggressive ward placement, they're going in for Minky Whale. Crystal M does slide through, gets the slowdown on him, a good cocoon threading through from Carbon. He finds himself locked up in the Cataclysm, repels away just in time. Is it enough? No! Remember, he just burned that flash, he will not be able to get down and towards it. Fabulous takes a couple of tower hits there. Minky Whale may well be in trouble. The mid laner Naru coming across, he could fire off on towards Minky Whale. Could land the stun here, just through the trees, doesn't quite go for it though. Instead will manage to step away. Now Choo-Choo's is there, it should force them back.
Yeah, we'll see what damage Choo-Choo's can put down. It was all on Crystal M if they wanted to tower dive, but he was very low on mana. So flag and grab opportunities not really available to him, and Dark Passage continue to accelerate ahead. Over 3,000 gold in the lead. They've got 3 kill advantage. They've got a tower advantage. They've got a dragon advantage. So all of the objectives and metrics are in favor of Dark Passage. We do see Touch and Holy Phoenix going aggressive. Egypt, he's looking for a play. He's got the knockup.
Manages to get the pulverized headbutt in towards the tower. Touch is in trouble. He goes down. Teleport though. Fabulous is going to join the fight. He's going to go towards Kadrid. Will catch him out there. Headbutt pulverized will be back off cooldown very, very soon. Fabulous in trouble. Flashes away. Will they follow? Repel not quite close enough. And Fabulous gets away just about a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1, and that's an 80 carry for support. So again, Dark Passage coming out somewhat ahead. Fabulous, who was controlled very early on, has now got himself 3 kills and assist and that Sunfire cap. Choo-Choo's is going to take some pain, but he's got his ultimate available, so Smart play from Naru not to go all in.
Just straight aggressive from Naru there. He literally neither had vision, but straight aggressive play. Choosing to go passive while Naru went full on aggression and came out with half the hit point advantage.
And I think if you just keep looking at Dark Passage's playstyle, they are putting emphasis on objectives. They have got a 2v3, but it's still going to be an advantage of Dark Passage for the time being, because Legacy are starting to fall behind. They haven't made very big pushes on the towers. And I want to go all the way back to the initial lane swap. When Kardred was alone in that top lane, he opted to freeze. He opted to hold the minions on his side of the river, as opposed to trying to push. What if he had gone more aggressive? What if he had tried to take that tower down? Maybe Legacy wouldn't be 5,000 gold behind, which is where they find themselves right now.
This actually goes back to something we talked about way back at Worlds when Gambit refused to push the lane while everybody else was doing that. We'll see whether it turns around to backfire on Kardred, tries to get a shot down on Touch. Dark Binding lands on Ejim. Not going to work.
Everybody's coming to the party, D-Man. This is going to be a massive fight.
And Holy Phoenix is the starter. He's in trouble. A great pulverize from Ejim there. Manages to catch on towards him. Fabulous. He's locked up. Not going to be able to get out of this one. Or is he? Slices and dices his way. Crystal M, he's in trouble. Bomb will go off. Now on towards the next target, which will be Touch. Fabulous with the Dominus running. Will try and get away. Touch flashes through. The bomb will not be enough to take him down. And actually, Legacy, they're not going to get any objectives from this one. But will they find the mid lane? And Naru getting chosen on here. You can see Fabulous. He's already taken down pretty low on this one. Ejim, good stun control on towards him. Does pop off that ultimate though. That will give him a 70% reduction. Naru still running, catching eyes on towards him. Kardred, that will give them vision. He's going to speed himself up, gets that heal down, and will be safe. Looks like Legacy, they want to go for the mid turret.
Ejim flexes his muscles and gets a 3-man knock-up onto Dark Passage before Naru could get in range. And that was a very, very good play. If it wasn't for Ejim's knock-up, it may not have been enough time to focus Holy Phoenix. But look at how overextended Holy Phoenix was. The rest of Dark Passage were backing away. The rest of the team were in full retreat, and your AD carry was on the front line. So very, very strong initiation for Legacy to grab themselves a couple of kills. I think it ended up being 2-3 towards the end of it. And as we jump back to live, Choo-Choo's has been taken down.
Yeah, Choo-Choo's been taken down, and that opens up the Dragon for Dark Passage. Legacy are moving in. Remember, the AD carry, Holy Phoenix, is in the top lane. No way to get involved in this one. So risky move by Dark Passage. They knew they got themselves a kill, but they do want to back away. It's going to be a 4v4 as Naru gets involved. Starts putting damage down. Good hit on Carbon once again, but Pinks are getting clear, but they're leaving themselves exposed. Holy Phoenix will take this tower down before anyone reacts.
Yeah, he's got a massive minion wave behind him. It looks like Legacy have prioritized the Dragon over the tower. As the game is progressing, Dragon will be worth more gold. And truthfully, Legacy are keeping themselves in it, but they are still 4,000-5,000 gold down, as they have been for a while. This was the kill that Naru managed to get on Choo-Choo's. 2v1, and they're going to get it through Chrono Shift. 3v1, actually. Choo-Choo all aboard the Dark Passage hype train.
Yeah, just showing the crowd control they have there as well. So well worked for them. Legacy now back in the mid lane. See if they can take this tower down, but it's going to be very hard to push against the Xerath. Minky Well coming around. He's found Holy Phoenix. He's going to be able to dash across into the golems and give up that red buff. Will he come around for another bite? It seems that he will not. Happy to just take the golems.
Yeah, we need to see how Minky Well decides to itemize from here on out. He's got that Trinity Force, but I do expect him to go more tank.
See that Sheen proc there on Kardred on Naru shows just how weak he is if he gets caught out at the side there. Legacy, they've got a lot of damage. They've got themselves a split push going on again in that top lane. We also have ourselves a pause. So, not too sure exactly on the reason for that one. We'll find out in just a moment. It's certainly not Dark Passage, so it looks like it is Dark Passage, actually. I just saw the referee coming in, so it seems that it is on the side of Touch. Maybe it's just a touch too much.
We're about to find out, I'm sure. I do want to talk about the item builder we are seeing from Carbon on that jungle Elise. He's got himself a Sight Stone, as well as defend the Spirit of the Ancient Golem. So going tank, utility, vision-oriented Elise, it is very different to what we used to seeing.
Yeah, it seems that it was indeed a touch too much, because he's got a keyboard issue. So
yeah, your smug grin, D-Man.
I know, right?
Wait, what we heard from production. So we'll see if we can fix that keyboard for Touch in a moment.
I just want to talk about while actually this is all going on. You can see, of course, Naru has been in and around that mid lane. He's still there. He's got 2,500 gold on him.
Yeah.
He's waiting to go straight back and get that Rabadon's Death Cap.
So this is actually a trend that Dark Passage have been doing all game long. They do sit on a large amount of gold while moving around, and that could also have been part of the reason they didn't pick that big fight at Dragon a moment or two ago, because they had a large amount of unspent gold. But the biggest thing, if you look at this pause screen, 1 tower for Legacy in 20 minutes, in contrast to 4 towers from Dark Passage. It really feels like Legacy are chasing the buffs and the kills more than they are chasing the objectives. And if you go further back in competitive metas, it reminds me of like old Season 2 days, where it was about controlling the buffs, it was about containing your opponents, as opposed to playing the map.
Well, we are about to get back into the game, ladies and gentlemen, so here we go, and pause.
You jinxed it.
Rebind it. Rebind it. That's what he's going to do. He just went, oh, sorry, didn't mean to do it. Let's unpause again. And away we go again.
That was a touch too much.
That was a little bit. Ejim actually popped his ultimate there. He got focused and targeted, so that ultimate is down. That's a pretty important one when you see Dark Passage. They want to go aggressive here. Minkyuel is on his own. He's been left to take down that turret, so that'll be the second one of the game for Legacy. So if Legacy can actually hold them in this mid lane, which they have done, they're doing a good job.
Yeah, very well played, actually, because Legacy have decided to go aggressive when they had the top laner pushing, as well as a very large minion wave in the bottom lane. The problem is, the wave clear from Naru is so strong, they can't get on the tower.
I say it so often. The AD carries, then he needs to hit the goddamn tower. He didn't. He actually went for kills instead, gets tower aggro, trying to get some damage on Naru, and instead just getting a couple of shots on towards that tower. You've got to do that. That is your job. We'll see how it works out and see if it backfires on them right now, because Carbon's taking a hell of a beating right now. Cadred in trouble as well. They are going to try and drive this one forward again. Minkyuel looking to flank, going to go around the side this time. Dark Passage got to realize it's a potential for a 3-on-5 situation. Holy Phoenix using the Cullen, just massaging the back of that cow's shoulders, but they are forcing Legacy back.
Yeah, Carbon got so low from the poke and the damage Dark Passage were putting out, he needed to back away. So Legacy, they do get 1 tower out of that extended siege in the mid lane, but they don't get much damage on the mid-outer turret, nor the bottom inner turret, because Holy Phoenix was able to roam around and clear that wave out very, very quickly.
Just look at that, the gold, it just shows Dark Passage clawing more and more away. It's been held fairly even for the last sort of 2-3 minutes, but they have been the ones dictating the pace of this game. Legacy, have they got this mid-game spike? Is it going to work out in their favor? Are they going to be able to force Dark Passage into something they don't want to do? Because I feel right now they are happy to just hold the defense. They've got a Zera. They can clear those waves for days.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, Legacy's itemization did not go the way I was anticipating. With that tank, Elise, and with Choo Choo's going for the very, you know, sort of scaling, expensive, late game oriented items with Athenes, with the makings of the Rod of Ages, potentially Deathcap, we'll see what that, not Rod of Ages, rather Archangels, or potentially Deathcap, depending on what the blasting one becomes. Legacy, they need to get some more control in these team fights, because as it stands, they have been punished more for their decisions than Dark Passage have. Very big minion wave working on the bottom and top lanes in favor of Dark Passage. So we need to see who handles those from the Legacy squad.
At the moment, they're just holding strong in this mid lane. Not really pushing each other back, just clearing waves back and forth. Again, Minkyuel off the side. He's got a wave that's going to push in Legacy's advantage as he rejoins the fight back in this mid lane, because Dark Passage are slowly but surely clawing their way in towards his tower. Something they have had a couple of hits on. Remember, they got a lot of hits on that bottom tower as well. So with that gigantic wave, I'm wondering if Dark Passage is just biding their time just to quickly rotate straight down to that bottom and join that big wave as it pushes in.
Yeah, I think that has to be the game plan if you're on the side of Dark Passage. The question is, do they want to tower dive? You do have very powerful divers with Jarvan, with Renekton, and the potential safety of that Black Shield. But they haven't been in a position where they've really been able to tower dive excessively. Touch gets caught, and it's Ejim that's going to start things off. No real aggression, it's just looking for wave clear.
That may well be enough, though, just to hold it off there. Ejim comes back in. Oh, Crystal Met goes in towards it. Can he go towards him? Cadred will get away with this one. The Ignite running. Cadred should be able to get one more hit. The Ignite is not quite enough to take him down. Minkyuel chasing on this one. Will be able to play surge in there. The bomb on towards Fabulous has to pop the Dominant to try and get out of this one. Ejim continues to chase. Head for Pulverize, of course. cooldown, but that black shield will stop him in his tracks. Choo speeds himself up. He can get a bomb out towards Fabulous. No, a great stun comes out from Naru. Now it's going to be Holy Phoenix just dodging him out the side. He will be able to dash away. Flame Surge gets on towards him. The slow from Minky Well. They try and turn it around. A great pulverize gets into Holy Phoenix. So low, but he manages to pick off one. Can he pick off the second? Ejim trying to kite him around there. Nobody else is with him. Ejim's in all sorts of trouble. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it is going to be a kill for Carbon on towards Touch to support. They're going to try and lock him off. Choo-Choo's is going to come around the side there. Ejim is still alive, keeping himself healed up, but they are backing away in the top lane. They're going to try and take advantage and push the top turret.
Very well played from Holy Phoenix, and this is why we keep talking about the fact that he is the hard carry for Dark Passage. Take a look. Kadrid pushing middle lane. We see Choo-Choo's on the retreat. He manages to sidestep all of the rights of the Arcane, and that team fight really just went awry for Dark Passage. They tried to force a tower dive, and it did not work out for them. On the side of Crystal M, he got melted, and actually, if Kadrid had landed the Living Artillery, the Ignite Tick would have killed him. So this was the second half of the fight that we didn't catch, and it was Carbon and Choo-Choo's just chasing Touch and Naru down. I just feel like that is a fairly simple repel. Actually quite smart from Carbon. Gonna get that last auto attack down, and then looks to cocoon up Naru on the side.
But you gotta wonder, if they'd have stuck together, they may well have benefited more from that one. The split off may well have hampered them. Dragon is back up, and everybody is looking to fight. They are all looking to brawl. Let's have a look across ultimates. Well, Soul Shackles is down, but that is about it. Right there, Arcane also not available, so it's actually Legacy with the advantage coming into this one. Oh, Holy Phoenix caught out again. Quick headbutt pulverize comes out from Ejim. Pops his ultimate. Quick 70% reduction. Holy Phoenix getting dived on by Minky Well, but look at this. They're calling massacring Legacy on towards them. They will manage to get one kill. Kadrid just over the side. He is free hitting right now. Fabulous in trouble. Choo-Choo's will use the ultimate on himself. Fabulous goes down. It's a double for Kadrid. Choo-Choo's gets across towards him. Kadrid's got to be careful. He doesn't get picked off by Naru, and he will escape. It's a 2-for-1. Both junglers down, so nobody wants his Dragon.
And so crucially, Kadrid's the one that got those double kills. He's 3-1-3 after the fight. Choo-Choo's was trying to pull aggro from Dark Passage north of the fight and forced himself to use Chrono Shift just to stay alive. It ended up working in the advantage of Legacy, but simply put, Legacy was split up. They were in this like 3v2 scenario, and Holy Phoenix in a near perfect spot to get all of the stacks of the culling off. The problem is, because of the short attack range and Lucian, he's not able to continue over auto-attacking from over the wall. So that allowed Legacy to actually come away with a victorious team fight in front of the Dragon Pits.
And if right, the Arcane was up and he could have picked off 2 more there as well. You saw that Ejim got away with nothing and Choo-Choo, so they could have both been focused out. Close fight so far, and it's actually drawn the gold a little tighter now as Legacy start to win out some of these engagements. It's down to 3,000 gold. Dark Passage start out the Dragon once again. Kadrid, is a long way from the fight this time around, as is Choo-Choo, so Dark Passage have a big positional advantage.
Yeah, and very importantly, Legacy are actually getting some towers. So they're getting some map presence, but we need to see how they challenge another straight-up 5v5. Previously, I think a little bit of positional mistakes from Dark Passage allowed Legacy to come away with the 2-for-1 trade. This time around, this is just a straight-up brawl. Every ultimate is available on both sides of the fence, and I actually think that's the wise call from Legacy. They can commit, but in a straight-up 5v5, the power of Jarvan and the AoE from Naru is high.
Touch caught out. He goes down. That's a second as well as the Crystal M gets taken down. Choo-Choo's taking all of the killing damage at the moment. Naru tries to pop up right the Arcade. Good dodging from Choo-Choo's as he goes down. That's going to leave the mid lane completely exposed as Legacy chase on towards this one. Fabulous taking damage. Carbon, you've got to be careful. That's a big crocodile you're wrestling with, but they will force him away, and that's got a minion wave. They're going to go in. They're going to take the inner turret.
If anyone can wrestle a crocodile, it's going to be the Australian team. But the initiation power, the team came out of absolutely nowhere. They popped the Talisman of Ascension, they got the speed boost down from Choo-Choo's, and they were bouncing onto Dark Passage before Dark Passage could react. So 2 members of the team got knocked up, and just very good single target focus from Minky Well, from Carbon, from Kadrid, just bursting out 2 members of Dark Passage. I did not anticipate the speed of that engage, because look at the speed that Alistair comes in at. He's motoring at 1 mile a minute. And Minky Well does such a good job of zoning away sort of Naru and Phoenix as the rest of the team actually ended up getting the kill. I think that was very smart play from Legacy. well executed. It definitely caught me off guard.
And something that is working massively in Legacy's favor is the fact that Kadred is 5-1-4, while Holy Phoenix, who we were touting to be their superstar, is only at 0-1-5 right now. He really needs to get some of those kills on the board that Fabulous has picked up.
Cogmore was available, and he picked Lucian Morgana, first-round pick for Dark Passage. Lucian did not work out for Millennium. For Creatine, who is one of the better AD carries in Europe, and it's just, Lucian is somewhat falling off the tracks in the AD carry role.
Oh,
so, Legacy, they found trouble. He's in trouble.
Yeah, he's going to flash away. Should be able to get away. That bomb will go off, but I'm not sure if it's enough. Mickey Well gets on towards him. The ultimate running. Choo-Choo's gets the bomb down. Oh, that heal, is it going to be enough? Oh, he saves himself. Crystal M, oh, he's got out. And again, E-Jim is there. Holy Phoenix, main focus. Kadred gets on towards him. He'll go down. No, he gets away. Fabulous will go down. Mickey Well finished off the AD carry round the side. Then Naruno getting locked up. He's in trouble. Bomb goes down. Rewind on. Choo-Choo's gets stunned out. Not quite able to finish this one off. But again, they've got themselves two. Choo-Choo's flashed on board. He will get touched. He's going to get Naru as well. It's going to be a double straight away. And that's a 4-for-0 for Legacy. They turn and run for Baron.
They're going to get the Baron, and this is the aggressive play that the team has been talking to us about. Legacy all in, all the time, and E-Jim, somebody needs to erect a flag in his name because he is fantastic. Multiple three-man knockups. Look at this, over the wall, bang, 3 members again. I cannot count the number of times that E-Jim has set up a victorious team fight for Legacy just because of his initiation power. Very, very well played, and you can see why he got 150 assists in the Oceania qualifiers.
Great work from Minky Well, using the Blade Surge to dash onto the minion, get her on the side, and quickly stun up Naru, which obviously gave him the kill there. The heal, of course, the resurrection onto Choo-Choo's will keep him safe. So, Baron for Legacy. They now have the gold lead, and this is a big, big turnaround considering how far behind they were.
Yeah, and it's the first time all game. They've equal on towers. They're now significantly further ahead in kills, and you just feel like Legacy have hit that spike they were looking for. It took Choo-Choo's a long time. He has his Archangels completed, Seraph's Embrace completed. He's got Athenes, he's got Void Staff. There's a Randuin's on Minky Well, Negatron, Trinity Force. You've got even more tanky items on Carbon. So, it's not the game plan I had anticipated for Legacy, but they are making it work. Because as they've hit their power spikes, as they've hit their item thresholds, Legacy have now been turning around those aggressive plays. Initially, they were losing them because they simply weren't strong enough to compete with Dark Passage. Now they are, and it's very convincing. This is an uncontested tower. Dark Passage are caught napping.
Yep, having to push that one down. I don't think Dark Passage fancied fighting for it because he was down to such low hit points already. So, Holy Phoenix, they really need him to get going right now. He's got that Infinity Edge completed. Fabulous gets a quick... I'm not too sure what the actual weapon is that Aurelia uses, but he gets bonked on the head with it nonetheless. Fabulous, so taking some damage. Actually happy to tower dive. Remember, he did complete that Randian, so can take a couple of tower hits. Look at this, going around the side. E-Jim fancies it, will get stunned now. It's going to have to pop that ultimate. They're throwing everything at him, and that way will be too little, because again, that 70% damage reduction is huge, and Legacy just take the tower.
Every single time, one more hit. Dark Passage focus all of their attention onto E-Jim's Alistar, and he just walks away. I mean, yes, it did cost him an ultimate, but that is the 6th tower of the game for Legacy. They are now knocking on the door of Dark Passage. They've taken a bit of steps.
5 towers without reply so far against Dark Passage. They were 4-1 down and now 6-4 up. Of course, they have got that Baron on, so every fight that Dark Passage takes has to be well thought out. Choo-Choo's spots out where that damage is going. Cocoon does not land, so Carbon has to repel away, and actually none of that damage caught on towards him. They're off at the side, they're getting the hits on. This is exactly what I wanted to see Kadred doing earlier. He is hitting the turret's going to go down. In him now down. Fabulous trying to pull the damage down, but gets locked up. Chain CC'd, he's not getting out of that. That bomb will be enough to take him down, and they're going to move on towards the inhibitor. Dark Passage are in trouble here. Legacy are looking strong in game 1.
Dark Passage did not want the team fight against a team with Baron. And as they were sitting very hesitant, the very aggressive Legacy on the tower forced Fab to go in. But very, very good chain CC from Legacy. They locked up the Crocodile. They wrestled him to the ground. and they took him down. Legacy are not stopping yet. They've got a minion wave in the top lane. Siege minion's about 50% HP, and look at Minky Whale. He's just zoning away his opponents. He's been doing a good job of that every time the fight happens.
Absolutely. Gets in their faces, forces them back, buys Cadred all the time he needs to just shred down yet another inhibitor turret. The Cullen doing absolutely nothing from Holy Phoenix this time. They're happy to back out. That Baron buff will wear off in 20 seconds time, and Legacy have just left Dark Passage's base in tatters.
The decisive change in objective focus now in the second half of the game is a breath of fresh air, because Legacy put so much emphasis on killing and buff control earlier on, and now they almost disregard chasing the kills in favor of getting those inhibitors. With super minions in 2 lanes, it's very difficult to see how Dark Passage are going to contain their opponents. Legacy can just play the map now, wait for the supers and push that bottom lane. It looks like that's the plan. They were going to move them way up, and there's even a minion wave building up in the bottom half there.
You know, talking to Legacy, both of us were earlier, obviously, before this game got underway. They were very open, very honest of talking about, you know, they feared Dark Passage. They have seen what Dark Passage are doing. They've been specking them in their 5v5s and keeping their eye on them, seeing that they've obviously been doing really well, wrecking some of the EUS teams, while Legacy, of course, also have done well, but not on the path of Dark Passage out. But it turns out that they're aggressive, and look at that. Look at that gold swing. That is incredible, really. And the fact that they were 5k behind and they've swung it to now 5k in their favor. Or, well, in fact, it's 7,000 in their favor right now.
Yep.
It is such a good turnaround and a great comeback from Legacy. Obviously, there's a lot of Oceanic fans out there at the moment. Of course, the Australians watching this. I know there's Pastry Times out there in some bar watching this one. So them guys at home, they're going to be cheering on this team. And the Turkish team, well, let's not forget, it's a round robin. There's a lot of games to play today. Yeah, 5 more matches out following this one.
It's still too early to put the shrimp on the barbie if you're an Australian fan, but I'm sure if they keep performing this way, it might work out.
Carbon in trouble and gets pancaked. Crystal M takes him out, but Carbon M will pay the price. Crystal is going to get taken down there. Let it go in. Mickey Whale went too deep on that one. Dark Passage took him out, but a super minions on the Nexus turrets. That's going to buy Legacy time. Cadre's going to come in and she's going to have to dodge out that Dark Binding call to choose. He may well get caught out right in the arcade, but he got his ultimate off in time. He will resurrect himself. Only Phoenix fans as it flashes away, and Legacy should be able to escape free here. They're going to have to run for their lives, but it is enough for them to get away. They've got the speed up from choose, and they're just buying time again in the base. Fabulous has to go back and deal with super minions.
Legacy caught way too many Dark Bindings. This time around on the Siege, they were locked up long enough for the damage to get put down. They haven't stopped. They've got super minions. Remember, multiple super minions auras affect each other, so it stacks. If they can keep the super minions stacking up and pushing, it's going to be difficult for full tank Fabulous to clear them out. He simply doesn't have the damage to kill them quickly enough. That's why Holy Phoenix went up. That's why Holy Phoenix used the culling. But Legacy have lost some of that momentum because of the failed siege. They needed to play safer in that scenario, wait for multiple members of Dark Passage to be away, and then go for the tower. They didn't, they got caught, they got punished.
Yeah, they lost a few lives. They managed to steal away the blue buff though. And of course that Baron is up in 20 seconds time, which will be their next focus. They took it easily last time around. Super minions are going to still push, but those inhibitors are going to be respawning shortly. Not going to be up in time, but you can see Dark Passage, what they're doing. Keeping those super minions, shoving them back down the lanes to buy themselves time. There's the middle one respawning. Top one will follow in around about a minute's time. And Legacy have to play this one very carefully.
Yeah, and if you look at Dark Passage, they've only got 2 damage threats. They're relying on Holy Phoenix and Naru to put all the damage down. So the moment you lose one of those players in a team fight, it's almost an instant victory for Legacy.
They get straight on towards it. That's a Baron. That's gone down. No doubt about that one. Right, the Arcane was available. No, didn't even fancy popping it to get some vision and try and pop off some shots in towards that pit instead. We'll see how they hold out. This is going to be a really tough defensive job for them.
It will be. And, you know, full tank Renekton, if he had gone Blade of the Ruined King, would have been more of a threat to Minky Whale, would have been more of a kill threat to Cardred if he was jumping on the back line. But for the time being, he's just looking to stand and fight. So Fab, no teleport available. He's peeling away from top lane, and we look at Legacy. If they get caught by the CC, they're in trouble.
Flash from Fabulous. He flash engaged there. Crystal M managed to lock them up nicely as well. Minky Whale uses the ultimate. That will be the AD carry going down. Choo-Choo's just taken low at the side, but Cadren is still free to hit, free to do the damage. Getting focused on there. Goes in towards Fabulous. Is it going to be enough? It's a back and forth. Fabulous gets on towards towards him. Naru gets the kill and holds out. Juju's gets the kill on Fabulous. It's a 1-for-1, 2-for-1 trade, sorry, so far for Dark Passage, but the inhibitor is still being hit. Minky well dodges out the side. Juju's still available. That ultimate cooldown is so short. Just as again the inhibitor respawns, they take it straight down and they're onto the Nexus turret.
Legacy don't look like they want to back off at all. They do need to hang around another 30 or so seconds before that top lane inhibitor respawns. Remember, it took him a little while longer to pop that one last time round, but Minky well, he's going deep.
He wanted to get on towards Naru there, just waiting for that stun to be fired off again. They go towards it. Holy Phoenix the target. Cocoon does not land. Legacy are playing a dangerous game trying to finish this game out so quickly.
Yeah, they need to be very careful and I think wisely back away. They were relying on the region of Baron to keep them somewhat sustained, but they do win the fight and they do get another inhibitor down. And if you look at how that team fight played out, Ejim now on the sieging power is somewhat less effective. Ejim has not been able to land those multi-man knockups that we've come to expect. Naru just being a little bit of a scumbag and delaying those recalls from Legacy Esports.
Yeah, we saw the right the Arcane go down and just fires it off. They're going to try and shove out this mid lane. Against Super Minions, of course, Ejim, who has been, for me, one of the MVPs of this match. He's been absolutely landing their pole rises perfectly. Probably the best, honestly, Alistair support we've seen in some time, I think.
I would definitely say it's an impressive performance. It definitely was responsible for pulling Legacy back in the mid game. But on the same token, Ejim has not been as impactful over the last few minutes. So for Legacy, they've got Baron. It's about a third of the time left standing. I actually wonder if that top inhibitor respawns and was taken down by Super Minions previously, actually. Wasn't even needed to take down by the champions. It definitely looks to be the case as it hasn't come up yet. So Legacy gonna retry this bottom lane siege. It didn't work out for them last time. They ate too many Dark Bindings, but they have multiple Banshees Veils this time, so that should reduce the threat of giving up unnecessary kills.
Slow reactions, Dark Passage. Fabulous is staying in that top lane against the Super Minions while the rest of Carbon and our crew move in towards this one. Remember, LGC, they don't hang around here. They're going straight in. That's going to be Kadra. Gets the hot shots on towards it. That's all they needed. Crystal M, again, going too deep. The rest of his team not on the same page. Minky well taking all of the hits. He will get away. That's going to be Crystal M going down for Fabulous trying to get away. Kadra just doing all of the damage required and taking down the inhibitor.
Yeah, this should be game without Crystal M as a front line. The rest of Dark Passage are falling. Legacy are onto the Nexus turret, but here comes a giant crocodile. He's been caught.
Well, Nexus turret down for Fabulous gets focused. They quickly turn back onto the Nexus turret. That's all they want. That's all they care about. Taking the objectives down. The rest of Dark Passage trying their best to interfere. Ejim taken very, very low, but the second Nexus turret will drop. The Nexus is going to fall, and Legacy will take game one against Dark Passage. A fantastic start for the Aussies here at Gamescom.
Fell behind in the early stages of the game. Hell, they fell behind for the first 30 minutes of the game, but managed to find the right initiations around the Dragon and their jungle, and that allowed them to pull the game back in. We were touting Holy Phoenix coming into this matchup. He ended 0-2-8. The other side, Cardrid, 9-1-9. I was the one saying he played somewhat overly aggressive in the Oceania qualifiers, but he was very rarely under threat or out of position on his Cogmore this game.
And that's just it. He was on his own at the top for a long period of time. Remember Minky Well, then he was on his own against Holy Phoenix, and it just worked in their favor. Obviously, Fabulous, remember at the start, went for a long time with that buddy system, 5+ minutes in the jungle to help out. Didn't work out for them. They started off strong. They got a 5,000 gold advantage, 5,000. And still, Legacy came back. That is going to give them gigantic confidence in this tournament.
You have to question the Lucian pick and the Renekton itemization on the side of Dark Passage. And the reasoning for that, if you're going to go full tank Renekton, why not look for another pick? Why not look for a Shyvana who you can build full tank, who has more of a team fight presence that you can also then impact, give more time for the likes of your Xerath and your Lucian to put damage down if you're going to go that route. But Holy Phoenix and Lucian really did not have much of an impact. He had a fairly strong laning phase, and he did bully Cardrid around the few times we've seen him. But it didn't often result in kills. It didn't result in an overwhelming power spike, because Cardrid was just able to outscale him.
Yeah, fantastic start, and as I said, it's going to give them a hell of a lot of confidence. They were unsure going into that game, but They have represented their scene very, very well, considering they were the underdogs to squeak through. Everybody was expecting Immunity to be here, but instead, it is Legacy, and they are 1-0 at the top of the table right now, and the hot favourites, Dark Passage, taken down in game 1.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I was watching a lot of VODs from these teams to do research, to look into playstyle, look into decision-making, and I felt that Legacy was behind Dark Passage when it came to the decision-making and the strategy. But their aggression, while it cost them a few thousand gold early on, it wasn't enough to cost them the game. And all of a sudden, that aggression, look, it never stopped. Legacy never took their foot off the pedal.
If you think of the first team fight where they actually lost out, was a gain. It was exactly how they turned the fights around. They did exactly the same thing, rinse, repeat, but it just didn't work out that once. That's what gave Dark Passage the 2-3 kill advantage, and set them behind in the first place. But you know, they knew what they were doing, they knew what they wanted to do, and Alistair getting in, landing those 3-man pulverizes multiple times, certainly turned things around.
It has to be a consideration for a ban. I mean, Ejim, his performance on Alistair was fantastic in the mid-game. The number of 2-3-man knockups that literally turned objective fights, definitely one of the better Alistair performances we've seen in a long time.
Well, you've heard what we have to say. Let's hear what the analyst desk has to say. Over to Shox.
Thank you very much, D-Man. We just saw Legacy Esports defeat Dark Passage in a turnaround win, and now they're ahead of the table as well. And, well, these teams, they can brawl, they love to brawl, they love to fight. Let's go back to the beginning first, because in picks and bans, there was nothing really that was that special. Maybe the Zillion, but it's something we've gotten used to, actually.
Yeah, so pick-wise, very standard. It's what we see. Renekton was locked in by Dark Passage, a champion who's kind of fallen out of favor if you look at like Korea, Europe, and NA as well, but still locked in for Fabulous. Didn't work out too well, except for the early game where you had a good start. Alistar first picked surprised me a little bit. I would expected him to go top lane, but actually went for Ejim in the bottom lane, and again, you just 100% prioritize Alistar because you first pick him. It worked out because he was fantastic on it in their mid-game team fights.
Yeah, he really made a difference. Trevor said it there at the end. The amount of 2-3-man knockups that he pulled off was pretty incredible. At the start was out-leveled a little bit, which I think caused a bit more of a shaky start than Legacy would have hoped for, but overall his performance, top cow.
Yeah, well, a good point there from you that he just started to roam and started wanting to make plays from a very early level on when it wasn't necessarily the right time. We're actually going to take a look at one of the replays where Legacy Esports committed. They went in, let's get that up on the screen, and it wasn't exactly the right timing yet for them.
No, so early on, or pretty much the entire game from Legacy, they constantly wanted to team fight, they wanted to get some kills on the board. The issue they do have at this point is, first of all, they don't have any wards, so they can't really chase so far into the jungle of Dark Passage. We can actually just run the replay, and at the same time, once they fail to kill Touch, they invest a lot of time onto him, a lot of their spells, all the CC used from Ejim and Carbon onto trying to kill Touch. Doesn't work, he stays alive, Holy Phoenix joins in. Notice now Milky Whale, he's gonna flash the wall, join in once again, but the tower is right here. You can't really tower dive at this point, and you already used all your CC. Ejim is very low, so it's an easy teleport from Fabulous. Calm down, turn it around, and meanwhile in the mid lane, Choo-Choo's has issues against Naru in the early stages. He dies one-on-one. Naru comes in with the ulti as well to finish off Ejim here and get a double kill. So, very aggressive play by Legacy at the start, just over-aggressive.
Yeah, and we actually saw there, I don't know if you realize in the replay, that Xerath hit level 6 with the kill, which then gets set him up for that ultimate on that. And just overall, yes, the Xerath was doing a lot of work from, I think we can say earlier on, but a lot of those ultimates, we have to say, were not on point. There were 2 or 3 ultimates where at least 2, sometimes 3 of his charges of his ultimate didn't connect, and that was a lot of their damage. If Xerath doesn't hit shots, then you're gonna struggle.
That's the thing, they didn't actually, in team fights at least, Dark Passage, they never seemed very coordinated, and they didn't chain the CC and then use the Zero Fold on whatever target was either binded or stunned by Renekton to get as much damage off as possible. But mid-game wise, or early to mid-game, it was still Dark Passage who did well. They had a lot of war control in the start, they got a lot of picks onto Legacy, and also because we had Elise building Spirit of the Ancient Golem, which means you're going to be strong in team fights, but their early game you kind of lose out on the AP and some of the skirmish power. At the same time, Zillion in the mid lane building Tia and Athenes, which means you need to kind of stack it up, you need to get your mana items going before you get any AP, so they were weaker for the first like 15 minutes. Once they got the items completed, once they got into team fights, however, they were just so much stronger.
Yeah, actually nothing changed. They like to fight throughout the entire game, but as you said, when the Kog'Maw was picking up a couple of kills, then you have a Zillion who can just revive him when he dies in a fight. It's perfect. And let's actually take a look at one of the team fights that were on a little bit later in the game. Let's get that replay up on the screen, where both teams just go ham once again.
Yeah, so this was my main issue with Dark Passage and the way they played the game. Because if you do notice, they have very few wards on the map at this point. They had a lot in the start where they got the picks they wanted, and then all of a sudden, Legacy just took full control of the map. And at the same time, if you notice on your minimap, Renekton at this point is not with his team. He's actually behind Legacy, which means as soon as they engage onto Dark Passage, he's not part of the fight at all. And this happened for Dark Passage so many times where there were like 4 members that were out of position. We can just roll the clip here. Very nice engage coming in from EGM, hitting 2 members again, and just instantly blow them up. Get the 2 first kills. Once again, notice Fatbull is on Renekton. He's not even part of the fight. Now he has to run away. We can just roll it normal speed because but just cleaning up the kills now, Naro in the very end. And Dark Passage in these mid-late game team fights, they almost seem like a team who's too used to winning the early game and just kind of snowball the game and just do whatever you want to win. Because as soon as Legacy put up a fight, Dark Passage just crumbled. They were never in position, never had enough wards, and always just got engaged on by Legacy and died.
And took some fights that they probably shouldn't have taken, you know? If we looked at the one around Baron, one guy dies, and then the rest of the team somehow decide, okay, now is our time to shine and start to move in for the fight there as well. And I think, as you mentioned, that if we look at especially the games in Turkey and some of the recent solo queue games, 25, 30 minutes, all of them, except just a couple in there. So maybe that is a factor for them, that they're used to being far enough ahead that 1 or 2 dodgy team fight decisions doesn't cost you that much because you're so far ahead and you can win them anyway.
Yeah, of course, this was only the first game for them, so we will see if that is something that they can change going into the next games here today. But Legacy Esports, I remember last year it was Immunity here on the stage. It also did very well those first moments. They're dealing with the pressure very well. Can they keep this up?
If they keep playing like they did here and they keep team fighting the way they did, sure. Because for me, Dark Passage was the favorite going into the tournament, also because they had experience from last year, experience in front of a big crowd in Turkey, so they're used to sitting on stage. But they simply lost out in mid to late game team fights.
Yeah, and in theory, Russian Forces team fights shouldn't be as strong, you might argue, as the 2 teams we've just seen there because of the fact that they've got 3 new players in. It takes a long time to get your synergy to a level where you can team fight perfectly. They've got to be a little bit careful about laning phase, though. Falling too far behind could still cost them later on. We'll see about that.
We will see, indeed. We have to step away, but when we come back, Legacy Esports will face off against Russian Force as the International Wildcard Qualifier continues.
Wait, do your Christopher Walken impression.
What you gotta do? Let's get a free-range chicken.
What you gotta do?
Treat the animal with respect.
This is going to be a massive fight.
Holy Phoenix is the starter. He's in trouble. A great pulverize from Egypt there. Manchester catch on towards him.
The AoE from Naru is high.
Touch caught out. He goes down. That's a second as well as the Crystal M gets taken down. Not quite able to finish this one off. But again, they've got themselves 2. Juju's flashing on 40. Wing gets touched. He's going to get Naru as well. It's going to be a double. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Qualifier, coming to you live from our Gamescom Cologne. I was about to say our studios in Cologne, Germany, but we're in Gamescom. I'm just so used to doing that these days. It is time for Game 2 of our round robin, and it is between Oceania's Legacy Esports against the Commonwealth of Independent States Russian Force. So now, before we get things started, let's hear from Day1 and the rest of the Russian force as they weigh in on their journey to Cologne and how they're keeping their eyes on the big stage in Seoul.
На этой неделе моя команда будет участвовать на Gamescom, на International Wildcard, чтобы занять слот на мировых финалах.
The wildcard for the World Finals. Who won that goes to Korea. Like the dream, like, I don't know, too many emotions.
I am really grateful that I came here like a substitute, but of course I want to win.
We are qualified through Star Ladder. We played against Virtus Pro. I played with that team before the Season 2 Star Ladder. Then I got kicked out from the team, and these guys picked me up in the final game against my old team. That was a great moment to beat them.
We are not in the Worlds, we're just in Wildcard. But probably we have a good chances to get to the Worlds.
The personal skill of players is enough to make the decent performance.
Успех — это как минимум, если я прохожу на финал мира. Все остальное, я считаю, что я и так заслужил.
I want to play against the Koreans and take their skills to myself. That's actually my dream.
If we get to the Worlds, we will probably confirm that at the moment we are better than Gambit.
Big words to finish with there.
Very big words. Better than Gambit if they can make it there. They've got a tough task ahead of them because they need to take down Legacy. You just had a great game one.
Absolutely. It was a fantastic start, and we did just saw Legacy turn things around dramatically against Dark Passage in the previous game. What do you make of their opening performance overall?
They definitely impressed me. I think the ridiculous amounts of aggression worked in their favor despite falling behind early on. The two players I just quickly want to highlight, Cardred and Cogmore, near 100% kill participation. His team had 20 kills. He was involved in 18 of them. And he was never under threat. You know, Dark Passage didn't jump on him, and he was always in the right position. The man that turned it around and that made the comeback possible was Ejim. He played Alistair. He went 1, 2, and 16. And he just had a very strong performance on the cow. That was their first pick as well, keep that in mind. So let's see if he does it again.
I also want to point out Minky Whale, or Milky Whale as Deficio just called him, but Minky Whale, fantastic overall, honestly. He was the man that was just zoning out the team. Every time they were pushing in towards his inhibitor turrets, he was just diving straight in on his own.
Yeah, I completely agree. The team just did very well. It reminded me of a very old Moscow 5, just ridiculous aggression, roaming all the time, invading in the jungle. Deficio did highlight and point out the lack of vision, though, from both squads. So I think we're going to be keeping an eye a little bit more on the vision game as they progress, because it is something that I think a lot of these teams can work on.
Well, let's see if there is a change in the guard in Russia, because their opponents in this matchup is a Russian force, and they qualified as hard random back in July after running the gauntlet through the Star Ladder series. It was an absolute epic performance, and as you can see, they played a lot of games to reach this far, and eventually, of course, qualifying, beating Virtus Pro 3-2 in the finals. It was incredible stuff. Since then, of course, they have renamed. They are now Russian Force, and had to undergo some changes, a few changes in their roster. Symphony in the jungle, well, he was replaced after it was apparent that, well, he couldn't get a passport in time to get a visa. You kind of need the passport first. The replacement, of course, was one of the Russian Force original junglers. I'm going to butcher this name. I think it's Demeka. Demeka?
That's what I think it is, too.
We're going to go with that. Demeka. We could be Demetra. I'm not too sure which way of a way. I'm sure some Russians out there will correct me. He's also competed with the team in previous Star Ladder events.
Yes. Now, unfortunately for Flashy and PvP Steos, their visas were flat out declined. Despite multiple attempts to get the players' visas, unfortunately nothing was able to work. So with that in mind, Russian Force have brought in Darker, formerly of Gambit, to play the mid lane, and AT remains in the top lane to play alongside the 3 remaining members of the Russian Force squad. We'll see how this new team can perform.
Yeah, let's get things started then and go through the team for you. Starting out in that top lane, you just saw him in the video. It was AT Remains giving the big words about, are we going to be better than Gambit? We'll have to see how he handles Minky Wales Aurelia after that last match.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for sure. In the jungle, it is Dumeka that we talked about. He is replacing Symphony. He has played with Russian Force earlier in the year in previous Star Ladder events, so he has some experience, especially with the duo lane, and he'll be in tune with their decision-making as the game progresses.
Well, Darker steps into the mid lane. It's not a position we've seen him in, playing at this level, and he does promise to bring us something out of the ordinary. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, those off-meta picks can surprise, they can do well, or they can cost you games. Now, Day1, in my opinion, is the full-time carry for Russian Force. During their Star Ladder qualifier, he really stepped up to help finish the series strong. He had great performances, and despite having a lot of deaths, he does tend to get a lot of the kills and is involved in a lot of the team fights.
And finally, we have alongside him Archie, who played throughout their Star Ladder journey alongside Day1, clocking in 168 assists along the way.
Yeah, and it was a great moment when he said in the video feature beforehand, he was a Virtus Pro. He was kicked from the team, and then he managed to beat them in the finals to actually qualify for this tournament. I think if you look at the team of Russian Force, the unknown factor of those 3 new players might play into Russian Force's favor because you can't research and prepare for a team that doesn't really have a history or VODs to watch. So on the assumption that these guys bring a high individual ability to this match, they might be able to catch their opponents off guard Legacy, because if Russian Force can win the laning phase, that might lead to winning the game.
So let's check out the teams, of course, starting out on the blue side. It is Legacy Esports, and their lineup has not changed since the match they just played a moment ago. That means in the top lane, of course, it is Minky Whale, Carbon in the jungle, Choo-Choo's in the mid lane, Kadret as the AD carry, and E-Jim on support.
And on the red side, we have the Commonwealth of Independent States, Russian Force, with AT Remains in the top lane, Dumeka in the jungle. We do have Darker in the mid lane with Day1 and Archie as the AD carry and supports.
So before we get into picks and bans, let's see how you guys have voted for this game. According to LOLesports.com, it is a 50-50 split between the two teams. Of course, a couple of you may well be jumping on the Legacy hype train right now. We'll see how they perform against Russian Force.
Yeah, and this is going to be a similar situation. Russian Force now unknown. So on the side of Legacy, if you were in their shoes, I would think you ban champions that counter the composition you want to work towards. Maybe more so than directly targeting your opponents, because it is quite difficult with those two. I mean, Darker was a support player last time we seen him at this sort of competitive level. On the side of Russian Force, they can have some decision-making. Do they want to get rid of E-Jim's Alistair, take that off the table? Do they feel the Elise is ban-worthy against Carbon? It's something that we said coming into it he wanted to play. He got his hands on it once again.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out, of course. Do you ban what's just worked out so well in that previous matchup? Who knows? Cogmore was a big deal for Kadri. Maybe they're going to focus on towards that. Pick up Tristana early on. And you can see the Aussies right there getting ready for this matchup. Quite happy out the back. I just saw him out the back of the stage as well after that matchup. Pretty buoyed up about that victory.
Yeah, you can't blame them. It was a very strong performance. And just to remind everybody, we do have Legacy playing 2 games back-to-back. It is because it is a 3-team round robin. So they will be rotating themselves. Russian Force, for example, they will be playing another game after this. It is just the nature of how the round robin plays out. 6 games. If we have tiebreakers, we play more round-robin matches. So we're hoping
games today is what we're saying.
It's not European teams, but we're in Europe, so maybe the curse can transfer to the players.
If everybody starts beating everybody else, that's when you'll start seeing panic on our faces, because
excitement, D-Man.
Very
excitement, D-Man.
Maybe it will be excitement. Who knows? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pick and ban underway. What do we expect? Let's see how this goes. And again, Legacy start things off as they did against Dark Passage, banning out Tristana.
So this makes me wonder if Legacy are afraid of Tristana in the late game, because Legacy, they did just play for the late. They lost early, and they were just like, let's fine, we'll scale, and we'll win at the end. If they get their hands on Cogmore and Alistair again, those could be comfort picks. But take a look at Archie with his notebook, really, thinking about it, looking at it, and again, slow pick and ban phase from both of these wildcard teams.
Of course, these teams going through the round robin. It will be a best-of-5 final tomorrow between the top 2 teams. Of course, a lot of matches to play out before we get to that stage. Zillion banned out by Legacy. It was Choo-Choo's that picked it last time around, but clearly he expects Darker or Archie to pull that one out.
I don't really know. I don't really know what champions Dark is maining, as a mid laner, of course, and he's, you know, he came out and made a very big claim saying he wants to pull out some weird and wonderful picks, which we're hoping for. But, like we talked about, Legacy, if they want to run a different composition from Game 1, it obviously could be a variance in that pick and ban strategy. Maokai is still up and available, something we have to consider. Alistar, still up and available, something we have to consider. And Legacy, I feel, aren't talking about either of those. They banned out Lee Sin last time round, but that may have been a targeted ban to Crystal M from Dark Passage. This time round, they're banning the Alistar themselves, D-Man. They're not going to first pick it, but with Maokai available, maybe with Kog'Maw available, those have to be considerations in my mind.
Yeah, we'll see where the Russian Force use that last ban. It is available to the Maokai. Is it going to be a ban, or are they going to let Mickey Well get his hands on that one? It was such a big, big factor in last week's matches. We saw, of course, on the Friday, not a single game lost by Maokai. Is it going to get through? Yes, it will. Yasuo banned out, and Maokai looks like it will instantly get picked up.
I really don't know what to read into the picks and bans. Taking Yasuo off the table may mean Darker wants to run a mid laner that could be countered by Yasuo. I'm not really sure, but definitely a focus on the mid laners and so those primary picks. Yasuo, Cassidy, and Nidalee, definitely more traditional bans than Tristana, Zillion, and Alistar if you're on the side of Legacy.
Of course, it does seem that Kog'Maw and Nami are going to get selected as well. So that's going to be the first two picks for Russian Force. They are, again, just like Dark Passage, focusing on that bottom half. You can see us right now at the moment. We're going to continue because we can see it. It's all good.
On the side of Russian Force with the Kog'Maw and the Nami, that is a very powerful 2v2 lane. Kog'Maw is a bit of a pain in the butt to deal with in the laning phase whenever he's got his Bioarcane Barrage up and available, and Nami's going to have Sustain, is going to have the ability to hard CC, and the poke from her Tidecaller's Blessing on the E means that every time they combo the two together, they're just oppressively annoying in the duo lane. So if Legacy are going to be playing this matchup out, I wouldn't be surprised to see them going for a lane swap like they did previously, maybe just to try and disregard the strength of that Kog'Maw Nami.
Well, as you see, it is Rengar and Orianna locked in. Rengar banned by Dark Passage in the previous matchup. This time has got through. Carbon happy to take that one.
Safe picks. I mean, you've got a massively tanky front line. You've got the ability to team fight with Orianna and Maokai. You've got the ability to make picks with Rengar. Legacy have got a very well-rounded composition thus far. And
that's not out of the ordinary, Darker.
It's not, but that could be top lane. Like mid lane Lulu has fallen out of favor somewhat, and mid lane Lulu can poke and harass Maokai somewhat early on, thanks to the fact that she can turn him into a tree when he jumps in. You know, turn him into a munchkin and you can get away with the Glitterlance. So my gut is that that's going to be a top lane Lulu. If it is Lulu versus Orion in the mid lane, Choo Choo's has a 21-minute 50 record to break for 300 CS, because that's what Pekka did in a similar matchup. That's what Froggen did in a similar matchup, slightly slower. But I am expecting that to go top lane.
Well, of course, Elise was locked in. Day1 taking that one for Dumeka. We're going with Dumecha. I'm sure you guys on Twitter can.
I think Dumecha is probably the Russian way, but I'm going to go with Dumeka.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out for them. At the moment, I'm quite excited to see Quinn being hovered over by Kadred.
I think it'll be changed.
Kog'Maw was picked up. It will be Corki changed over, and Leona for Ejim.
Kadred played a lot of Corki during the Oceania qualifiers, and he had a very good Corki. His performance was strong. Since then, after some of the patches and changes, Corki's actually gained more power. But Legacy have definitely got a team fight composition built. They're going to be looking for Maokai plus Orianna plus Leona to be the strong initiation forces, and then relying on Rengar and Corki to clean house. They've got damage threats from multiple champions. They've got CC. I like the composition that Legacy's put together. Russian Force is more about protect the Kog'Maw. Nami for disengage, Lulu for disengage. I almost wonder if Russian Force was hoping to get an Orianna, because that would have made the protect the Kog'Maw much more powerful. Get the movement speed, get the command protect, and instead it's going to be even more disengage and zoning. Bouncing bobs from Ziggs, plus the minefield. So Russian Force, it's going to be damage focused for Ziggs and Kog'Maw, while the rest of the champions are there to keep those two alive, to deal with Legacy's engage and team fighting composition.
Well, I'm not too sure what games Dark has been watching to think that Ziggs is out of the ordinary. Maybe he's still stuck in Season 3 because it is a very standard champion. Of course, we saw Alex6 trying to run it unsuccessfully last week. Didn't work out too well for him. But in this comp, I think it fits in. It works out, but they are very heavy magic damaged, Russian Force.
Yeah, they are. They do have a lot of percentage damage from the Cogmore as well, especially once he gets that Blade of the Ruined King. So there is the potential to shred through the tree and the Leona. But for Russian Force, it is so dependent on them not getting caught by multi-man shockwaves or multi-man solar flares. The moment they do, all of Legacy can just run them down. They've got gap closers, they've got speed boosts. They need to be very careful not to group up and get caught by those group abilities.
Yeah, Legacy is definitely a team that's all going to pile in. Their team comm says it. We saw them do it in the last game. Question is, have the lineups managed to change your vote? Tweet hashtag LGCwin or hashtag RFwin for the Russian Force to @LOL Esports, and we'll see if the numbers have shifted from that 50-50 that they started out with.
I think they would. I mean, game one was very exciting.
Oh, the Aussies are on right now.
I'm pretty sure they are.
Yeah, they're tweeting away.
We'll see how that vote plays out. But again, I think Russian Force do have fairly strong lanes. Lulu's not as much of a bully as earlier on. And as long as Darker maybe gets some assistance from Demeka, I think he can do well against Choo-Choos, but he needs a little bit of help. Oriana is also a strong laner herself. So laning phase, very, very important for Russian Force. If they fall behind and then they just get engaged upon over and over and over, they're going to get strangled out of this game completely.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we get underway for game 2, the Russian Force starting out this time around as that red team moving on Force as a 4 down towards Legacy's jungle. Of course, we saw a reversal on the red buff last time around. Kadrid is holding position. Got to be careful he doesn't get caught out by the Aqua Prison early on. The Nami bubble that Archie could toss out there. That's potentially something that could lock him up. He can't see them just yet. If he goes for it, yeah, just out of range. I think they're going to go towards the bush rather than where he is at the moment. That's like the
Kadrid's going to see them
position.
very clearly.
Yeah, he's going to see it in there. We're not going to see anything crazy coming out from him. They will clear out the ward, and that gives Russian Force full advantage as they move in. You can see on the opposite side, of course, the Carbon is already at that Ren buff. He's going to ward out and try and start off up there.
Going to end up being just a trade of buffs, and for the time being, it doesn't look like Kadrid or Aegim are going for a lane swap, although I may eat those words in a second, as it looks like Kadrid's moving around. I think if Kadrid and Aegim do commit to a 2v2, they need to be so wary and so careful in the opening levels. Once Aegim gets a full complement of his spell reel, level 3, and if he gets the right engage onto Archie, they can potentially come out ahead. But until level 3, until Aegim's able to manage to get the stun. Oh, take a look at this. Russian Force are back. This is going to be a big fight.
This is out of position completely. Carbon goes aggressive. Kadrid comes around the side. Minky Well is caught out. Has to flash away from that one. Well played, Russian Force. Moving around as a 5 on Force and catching Legacy off guard.
So they managed to get the flash out of Minky Whale. They have very deep vision in Legacy's jungle already. And it's going to be up to Demeka to punish Minky Whale for not having that summoner spell. We talked about the 2v2, didn't need to because it does look like Kadrid has moved himself into that top lane, and I do anticipate that is just to buy time for himself and Aegim to get levels when they can look to engage the immobile Cogmore and Nami in that regard. So we'll see how it plays out. We do have a very brief pause.
So just briefly looking at the map, it does appear that Russian Force are going to go for that 4-0. You can see, of course, just before we switched away there was Demeka and 80 Remains were heading towards that red buff. So they're going straight for that counter. And actually, it's not a counter, it's a full-on 3-buff steal they want to start off at. And I can't see Legacy actually being able to react to this one.
I don't think they can. They don't have the numbers advantage. We'll have to see how the teams play it out, what the decision will be. But on the side of Russian Force, a very strong level 1. They went for the deep vision. They actually denied the vision from Legacy by taking out that ward. And I think that's actually what led to the decision to peel backwards by going, we know we can run away, we know they're not going to see us, and allows them to make that decision.
Yeah, you can see it is a Russian Force currently with the pause. That is, it's the top lane.
80 remains.
That is got the pause on him at the moment, of course, playing Lulu. So just overall, it's quick start items, all pretty standard between them. It is a Spell Thieves up against the targets, Relic Shield, sorry. Standard stuff, honestly, between the two. But obviously that lane switch. We'll see how that works out, because last time around, Kadrid froze the lane out. This time, it doesn't look like he's going to be doing that. You can see he's already taken 6 CS, and it seems to be pushing heavily in towards that tower.
I feel like that's the case. The timing will be quite important for Legacy because Ejim's on a melee support. The moment somebody gets into that lane to defend or to clear, it means Ejim's ability to land auto attacks on the tower is greatly reduced. So we'll see, once we get back into the game, what the decision-making will be from Kadrid. But for the time being, early game advantage definitely in favor of the Russian force. Their level 1 strategy, while it didn't net them a kill, it did get a summoner spell from Minky Whale, and I'm going to guess they're going to get this 3rd buff as well because they have the lane swap initiator, but we need to just see what happens when they actually get into the game.
Well, at the moment, there is a issue with the client. You can see it is still 80 remains. They did just briefly unpause it, but you can tell you straight up, they instantly paused it again, so they're just trying to figure out how to resolve it. I'm guessing it's a key rebind, which is what they were testing out there. You can see the referee alongside him just sorting out this issue as they do get happen. This does happen. We are live. It happens in the studio all the time as well, to be honest.
It does, but
not all the time. Let's give them some credit.
The other side of the coin is of course that the wildcard players, they haven't played on this stage before.
Yes.
So the problems that these guys are now encountering, it is first time. We're also changing. I know for a fact that, for example, the Russian players, when they've sat down, 4 or 5 of them actually play the game in the English client, believe it or not. But all 5 of them do run Windows in obviously native Russian. So probably the adjustment, the swing, you never know what's just caused a bit of a config error or something along those lines. But yeah, very interestingly, I was just reading some of the QA guys' notes, and 4 or 5 players, I actually believe 80 Remains is the only one that plays in Russian, and the rest, I believe, playing in English.
Well, at least they're full screen, as opposed to some of the Russians. I do remember Gambit, of course, still only playing the little 800 by 600 box window. Dyrus used to do it for a long time.
It's what
he used
you
to
get
play
used
locked into the camera as well, if anyone remembers that far back, until he finally got his upgraded software and hardware when he moved into TSM.
Figured out, well, I think just somebody taught him how to push the button, personally. But yes, the hardware definitely plays into account as well.
He used to be on the old little CRT monitor. I saw his old setup.
And he didn't know which button was to unlock the camera. But regardless, Russian force are the team that have to cause the, I don't even want to say upset really, but they're the team with the uphill battle. Two substitutes that's not played together. You've got Dumeka that has played alongside Day1 and Archie, but he hasn't played with the team competitively for about 2.5, 3 months. So it has been a little while. And we'll see if they can take down Legacy, who were victorious in game 1. Not resounding fashion, but they bounced back. They dug deep, played for the late game, and worked out.
Well, we're just going to see whether the rebind works. It does appear to have, although we've had another pause. Just trying to wait and see who it is. You can see the Australians there. Worked out well for them. Carbon's gone on Rengar this time around. Choo-choos. This time around going on Orianna. Pulled out Zillion in the previous match, and Kadrid going huge in that last matchup.
So Kadrid is the player that I'm going to keep my eyes on in this game. Because when I watched him play Corki last, one of the biggest things that I did notice is he does Valkyrie in aggressively for kills. And while it can work out, it can also cost quite excessively. And when you're playing Cogmore, you have to be much more aware of your positioning. You have to be much more focused on how you enter and exit team fights.
I would say, though, if he's got a Maokai jumping in, a Rengar jumping in,
and
Leona going in,
that'll help.
Just follow in, because the shockwave's going to go off on someone.
Just not first.
Just go in first. Just first. That's all we're asking. Let's see how this works out. We are back into the game. So, game 2 underway once again. Legacy as the blue team up against the Russian forces on the red team, and of course this is the International Wildcard Tournament. It is a round-robin stage to begin with, 6 matches. We've just seen one already play out. Legacy took down the Turkish team Dark Passage in a very, very successful first match for them, despite being 5,000 gold behind. Right now, Minky Whale is in desperate trouble in this bottom lane because he's in danger of being dived 4-on-1.
I think they're going to go for it. You can see Kadrid pushing top lane, but you've got Dumeka hanging out on level 2. We'll see if they can land the CC. Minkwell, 4v1.
Remember, he's got no flash. Now he's caught in the Aqua Prison. He's in all sorts of trouble. No way out of this one. Archie, though, took a lot of damage, and a flash comes out from AT Remains. He would have been taken down, but the first blood, nonetheless, was picked up by Demeka.
So very good to at least get some summoner spells off of AT Remains, as well as Day1, the flash and the summoner heal. But from the level 1 play, from the departure from Legacy's jungle and the return to Russian Forces' own jungle, they're able to get the flash from Minkwell and successfully take the tower dive. Minkwell did instantly teleport down, and look at the damage he's taken. He's now been dropped very, very low. In the top lane, they're diving AT Remains.
They're going to dive on towards him. Remember, he has used his flash and teleport as well. Not quite as successful a trade this time around. It was Camtred actually took a couple of too many tower hits at the start trading with EGM. It does force him a little bit away with this big minion wave.
Yeah, but look at the damage that the tower's already taken. It's down to below half the hit points. I'm actually surprised to see EGM is able to zone AT Remains, but that is purely because AT Remains does not have his flash. So he's going to be cheeky and leech some of that experience from out of threat range. But the tower is definitely being focused now by Cardred and EGM. A different strategy from previously in the day.
Here comes Rengar, Carbon sneaking in. Meanwhile, Darker in trouble in that mid lane. Choo-Choo's having a really good trade. Manages to pull the Mindfield down, has to burn the flash. Ignite goes down. Choo-Choo's forced the attack ball in. He's got him. The Ignite will run, and Choo-Choo's straight up 1v1s.
Darker popped the heal before the Ignite was even down, and Choo-Choo's completely outplaying Darker. The reply kill from Legacy is compounded by the fact that they managed to secure a tower as well, and AT Remains has been completely zoned away. Despite the fact that Minkwell was poked down very low once he teleported in, he's been able to sustain back up thanks to his passive and his potions, and he's got himself a CS advantage. It is very small at the moment, but we'll keep our eyes on if it keeps extending, because Legacy, they're continuing the push.
Yeah, the 3v2 push is continuing on. I'm not too sure they're going to get too much down on this tower. They've got to be careful if Carbon gets that stun built up, which he has now. If they don't step out a little too far, they will back away. So first tower goes to Legacy. Successful push from them, and a different change from the previous matchup. Minkwell, meanwhile, down in this bottom lane, keeping up in levels, but still fighting hard to keep this tower alive. Hasn't got his flash available yet. Could quickly twist an advance onto someone again. Caught out by that Aqua Prison, and Day1 puts a good trade of damage back on towards him.
Thanks to the tower hits, though, I would dare say that trade ends up becoming even. And you can see that Cardred at level 4, along with EGM at level 3 having a phage completed, they're going to be a little more confident to pick a fight with Day1 and Archie. I still think, as long as Day1 and Archie do not get caught out by Zenith Blades, they should be able to punish Legacy's duo lane until level 6. The moment that Solar Flare is available, Day1's going to be so careful, because if he does get caught by ACC, his day will be ruined, and he's just going to get completely popped down. Cogmore, horrendously immobile, and needs to be very cautious.
I'll keep my eye on this mid lane. Darker yet to hit level 6, while Choo-Choo's has that shockwave ready and waiting to go. Already burnt out his heal, of course. Ignite was used. Carbon kind of sneak around. Carbon himself actually fell behind. He's only just hit level 4, as opposed to Demeka, who is 5 and very close to 6, but it's a Dragon Star from Legacy, and honestly, Russian Force are nowhere near this one.
Yeah, punishing the fact that Day1 recalled and that he showed in the top lane. So numbers advantage is always going to be in favor of Legacy. So a fairly safe Dragon, despite the fact that Archie's poking. Big Inferno Bomb, that's going to hurt.
Smite gets in there, they're going to come around the side. Exhausto, Archie in trouble, tries to get out of this one. Carbon tries to front it on towards him. Now Demeka turns it around, he can get up towards Carbon, he's going to get the damage down. No, Flash comes out, Heal gets in there, they turn it back around. Shockwave flashed out by Darker as Choo-Choo's joins the fight, and it was a 1-for-0 trade to Legacy and the Dragon. Everything going their way.
Very well played. Russian Force simply did not have the pressure with them. Despite the fact that Mega Inferno Bomb was coming down, Cardred and EGM engaged on Archie and really punished. They managed to make a kill count, and it's just, there's not enough support here. That is a 3v1 as a level 4 Nami. And yes, Demeka does get Carbon low, but again, he's still in what is a 2v1, 3v1. As the rest of Russian Force arrives, it's already too late. A lot of summoner spells have been blown, and their HP bars are simply too low, so they're forced to retreat.
So both summoners now down on Darker, while Choo-Choo's has that Ignite back off cooldown. Shockwave will be back shortly as well. So Darker in real problems in this mid lane already. Minkwell in the top lane, he's had a bit of an exchange with Day1, it seems. in this top half. Of course, the Australian fans out there voting strong and still continuing as everybody else gets on the Legacy hype train. 77% for them right now. Of course, it was 50-50 early on. 80 remains burned down on the hit points as Kadred punishes him. And this is all going Legacy's way right now. Blue buff given to Choo-Choos.
We'll see what Choo-Choos can do with it. He was already 1v1ing Darker without the blue buff. And, you know, we said in order for Darker to have a good time in that lane, he needed the support to Jamaica.
Bot lane, 80 remains already backing off from this one.
Top lane as well.
Making his way down. They're going to go 2v1 on Minky Welder this time around. That ultimate not enough, and he will go down. So they've managed to successfully punish Minky Whale. The question is, will 80 Remains be punished back?
So 80 Remains was forced to use Wild Growth, so he did manage to survive, but Egypt is being forced away, and he needs to be very, very careful. Card's low on mana. I don't think they can afford a tower dive. They're waiting for Carbon.
Oh.
Here comes the kitty cat. We'll see if he can make them purr.
Not so stealthy when you run past the tower, but they're going to see him anyway. He's going to be able to pounce in there. Oh, good anyway. Locking on towards him. In he comes, gets the stun down, and Kadred will pick himself up an easy kill.
Yeah, 80 Remains running away from the tower meant that he was just easier to single out. Another kill on the board for Legacy. And despite the fact that there's been multiple tower dives on Minky Whale, he is still ahead in CS in comparison to 80 Remains. So still keeping himself relevant, still keeping himself on the board. This is a 3v3 for the time being. 80 Remains is making his way to the blue buff steal, and we'll see if the fight can break out.
Oh, instead, top lane, Day1 taken very, very low by Minky Whale. Meanwhile, bottom tower does get taken down. Kadrid works that one down. Blue buff looks like it will be secured by the Russian force, but that's opening up this mid. Look at this.
Dark is in trouble.
Dark is in trouble, gets pounced on, gets locked up. Zenithblade goes in towards him. He's in trouble. Choo-Choos will finish this one off. He gets himself the kill. Will they try and chase on towards Legacy? It would be suicide.
The scariest thing about falling behind Legacy's team comp is the amount of initiation power that is sitting with the Australians. They have got engage on 4 of their 5 champions. The ability to set up plays. And because, of course, Carbon can engage stealth, it makes the Orianna-Rengo wombo combo even more powerful. Russian Force need to have much more wards on the map if they want to avoid being jumped on further, because they're falling very far behind.
Yeah, there's a giant gap building in that mid lane. 93 to 63 CS. 2 kills to the good as well for Choo-Choos. Giant golfing class, it seems, between these 2 mid lanes. The problem is, I don't really see any way back right now for them. It's a dire start for Russian forces. Legacy, again, going aggressive. Egypt thought about it there, but Dumeka shows himself around the side, and a 3-man defensive from Russian forces forces him back.
So for the Russian force, they need to rely on Darker's range and bombs to contain Legacy, keep them on the back foot. They can also look to counter-engage. Legacy, look, we know they're going to tower dive. We know they're going to invade your jungle. So if Russian Force can anticipate that, get some vision down, and then punish Legacy when they go in by surprising them, by landing a bubble, by landing a tidal wave, that can allow Russian Force to get themselves into the game. But they need to punish Legacy and outplay them once Legacy engages. If they don't do that, obviously Legacy is just going to continue getting stronger, continue getting advantages, and Kadrid, I think he was actually looking for a fight with Day1. I think he did.
He fancied that. He'd got himself the Sheen and Phage now, so he's quite possible he could have got in there. But look at the vision that's already starting to build up. The Legacy are pulling down. The Wart's already going aggressive. That top lane starting to scout out ahead of the river. The mid lane taking all of the punishment again. Despite the fact you've got a Ziggs, he can't wave clear without items. And right now he is hurting badly. He fancied it, Kadrid, and now he's going to get it. Day1 gets some poke on towards him. Archie comes to save the day, but they've got to be careful. Egypt focusing on Dumeka. Meanwhile, in the river, Choo-Choos is chasing up towards the top lane pairing as well. He's going to be able to get around the side there. Shockwave is available. He should just come around. Gets himself... Oh, if he'd only just gone around the side. Kadrid does Aqua Prison in towards him. There's the Shockwave. Pulls it on towards him. Day1 goes down. They could get themselves a second. Archie's in all sorts of trouble. Flashes away. Is it enough? No! He just about escapes. But that was, again, another trade in favor of Legacy.
Very, very well played by Kadrid and Choo-Choos. Choo-Choos getting the 2-man Shockwave, preventing Day1 from escaping, and just not having a summoner spell available. That flash means Kog'Maw gets shut down. So Legacy extend their Goldie. They should grab themselves this mid tower, and if Dumeka sticks around, Choo-Choos may be looking to squash another Spider. He's hanging out around the Wraith camp, but Russian Force has got some support moving down the lane.
Well, Russian forces will force them away for now, but that's another turret down. All three outers now burned out, and Legacy starting to assert their dominance. Demeka in trouble, he's going to get caught out. Actually, Cocoon goes down, tries to turn it back around. Meanwhile, Carbon jumps on Archie. Archie in all sorts of trouble, so much damage coming out from the jungler. Pounces back in, pounces back around, gets on Demeka. He will get picked up by the Mega Inferno bomb. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Ejim in trouble as well. He's taking some punishment from Day1, but look at Choo-Choo's just waiting around the side. Day1 is going to continue to chase on this one, but Kadred is now there. He's going to come around, just burn out the hit points. Day1 just gets slaughtered straight down there. Choo-Choo's is the one that picks that kill up. Now Minky Whale's in trouble. He's actually going to look to engage on this one. That was definitely a mistake. But while this is all happening, Choo-Choo's is going to sneak around the side. Archie, you better start running. He's going to have to use the wild growth coming out from 80 remains. Choo-Choo's will force them back, but it was the Russian force that came out ahead in that fight. Only just. Unless my math is terrible, that was a 3-for-2 in favor of Russian Force. Choo-Choo's, the fight went on so long that he's got his shockwave available, but my word, Legacy, even on 10% HP, still deciding to throw themselves back in there. Ejim dove in with the Zenith Blade. Minky Whale dove in with the Twisted Advance. And this is what we were talking about with the Russian Force. If they can anticipate and punish the aggressive plays, that's how they can pull themselves back into it. Day1 was doing fairly well, but he simply lost that front line of Elise in terms of tankiness. And because Day1 was so far forward, AT remains slow on the trigger, did not use wild growth, did not allow Kog'Maw to survive. And this is just over-aggression from Legacy that cost him another kill. Well, Legacy at the moment are looking very strong in this game. Oh, Minky Whale caught out of position. 3 members of Russian Force all collapsing on towards him. That ultimate is not going to do a great deal. He'll go down. The question is, can they use anything from this? Can they try and counter it? Ejim was going to try and help him out there, but it's simply a lost cause. They're going to try and steal the blue buff. You can see Dead Carbon is down there on that blue buff. 18 remains just off at the side. He's going to try and interrupt this one, but it's going to be very hard to give him away. He's got the damage maybe. He can turn this one around, tries to force him off the blue. It is, but now he's got to be careful. Coming around the side is Ejim and Choo-Choo's. Collapsing in towards him. That blue buff absolutely will go Legacy's way.
Yeah, so going to secure the buff. It did cost the ultimate, of course. And 80 remains bullying Carbon away. But for the time being, Legacy have just overcommitted in some places, but they are doing a pretty good job of dictating the tempo of the game. We need to see how Russian Force plays this siege. Solar Flare's available. Look for the engage.
Shockwave lands onto towards Demeka and Darker. That will put the pressure down. Kadra tries to get his big bombs on towards, and while this is all happening, there is a minion wave hitting on towards that top lane, and Legacy, they're still pushing. Honestly, so for me, while Legacy had a great start, this aggressive playstyle is actually maybe playing into Russian Force's hands. They're not losing control and actually starting to gain a few things from it.
Russian Force have got a lot of tools to counter-attack and to disengage Legacy when they jump in there. Lulu's great at that. Elise can repel on the retreat. Ziggs bouncing bombs while running away, as well as a tidal wave. But for Russian Force, they need to do all of that while maintaining vision control. Look at the warding at 16 minutes. If you contrast that to game 1, there's a significant number of wards more in this matchup. But unfortunately for Russian Force, they've given up 4 kills to Choo-Choo's. Athene's need to see Large Rod and Sorcerer Shoes. The moment 2 or 3 members of Russian Force get hit by a shockwave, all the disengage in the world is not going to help you if you've lost 50-60% of your HP on multiple members.
Oh, and there he is, straight away onto Darker. Look at that damage. That was just a simple attack ball and dissonance, and that shredded half of his hit points off. Minky Whale sneaking around the side. They want to get the pressure on towards him. Defensive ball comes in there. He's caught on towards Day1. The AD carry's in trouble. The wave's going to be enough to save him. Shockwave was available. Now he gets pulled in. Day1 is in trouble. He will go down. Archie will follow. Mega Inferno gets fired off, but Darker simply running attack defensive. Cannot keep him away. Carbon bounces on towards him. He goes down. It's a double for Choo-Choo's, and that is a 3-for-0 for Legacy. It was only a matter of time before that came out. They were playing the aggressive game, and finally it worked out.
Non-stop in Russian Force's face. Legacy, I've still got about 15 seconds before Ziggs is up and available. Gonna grab themselves an inner turret, and very good engage from Minky Whale. Despite the fact he's been caught out of position multiple times in the laning phase, he manages to deliver the ball for a good shockwave onto both Archie and Day1. You see the command protect on him, and it's just such a scary engage composition from Legacy. They keep jumping into Russian Force's face, and while you think Darker may have gotten away, Here comes Carbon from behind, pouncing on him, and just melting him under that turret.
Tower diving through, as we said. They're not afraid to do that one. So, Dragon potential as Russian Force moved in for that one, but it wasn't available to them. They do get ward coverage, so they managed to get a little bit of vision out there in towards the mid lane, but honestly, it's their own jungle they need to start looking at.
It's their own jungle they need to start looking at a while ago, and Russian Force actually had pretty good vision on the blue side of the jungle. Some of those wards have timed out. The only problem is, I just don't think they've got the cohesion that Demeka's been jumped on.
Demeka jumped on and stunned out. Look at the damage bursting straight down towards him. Has Carbon going to finish this one off? It seems he will, but now he's in trouble. Darker's going to focus on towards him. Oh, finally he gets the kill on towards him. He stealths away. In the ultimate run, and he is scot-free.
Carbon manages to get out with his life. So he's
gone back in. I don't believe what he's doing. He's going to get on towards 80 Remains. Wild Growth is just about enough to keep 80 Remains alive, and Carbon still lives. The bounty bomb finally found him. It was only a matter of time, but while that was all happening, Jukes out the way of the Decathlon surprise, and wow, this game is certainly 100 mile an hour.
Legacy just do not want to stop. They continue jumping onto Russian Force over and over and over, but it is what their composition wants to do. So this is the 1v1. Despite the fact that Day1 eats everything Choo-Choo's puts down, that is a lot of damage from Day1. He had the Blade of the Ruin King, he had the Zeal completed, and he was able to melt it.
Oh! It's like a repeat. I'm sure we've seen that camera angle before. Demeka goes down once again at the red buff. This time around, it will be Kadra that will take that red buff away. 13-7 now for Legacy. They are miles ahead in goal. 4-0 in turrets. Russian Force at the moment simply helpless in their defense.
Russian Force need to do everything they can to keep Day1 alive, which is going to be ridiculously difficult because of how many people can jump on him. Here comes Carbon. His ultimate's going to be up in a couple of seconds. We'll see if they're going to chase him down.
Yeah, 80 Remains going to pop that speed and leg it away, but that's, of course, a tower defended. Bottom one will not go down. They thought they may be able to just get a little bit of gold back from that one. Choo-Choo gets himself blue buff for free as Carbon starts out the Dragon. The rest of Legacy closing in around them. They have full coverage, no wards from Russian Force, and no idea that it's happening.
No, Russian Force do not want to be looking for fights. Russian Force want to be looking for skirmishes. They want 2v2s where... Oh, Demeka again.
Solar Flare and Demeka once again locked out. It's going to be Kadra that picks up that kill. They're going to pick themselves up the blue along the way. And 80 Remains, if he's not careful about getting down that lane, would also be collected as collateral damage.
So Demeka needs to understand it's not his jungle anymore. And he needed to understand that a few minutes ago. He's given up 3 kills in the space of 4 minutes in his own jungle. And Legacy have just turned into exterminators. They continually find the spider and continually punish him. Now they don't even have that's a good shockwave.
3-man shockwave pulls them in, and just like that, 2 goes down. It's a Yordle killing spree right now, and it's Day1 that's going to try and run away. The Ignite is running. He should just about survive on this one. While that's all happening, Carbon wasn't even with them. There was no jungler. They didn't care. They just went straight balls to the wall on that one. They will get themselves the turret down. There's going to be Demeka once again locked up. Day1's the focus. He was going to get pounced on. Will go down. Carbon on towards him. Archie the final target. That's the ace for Legacy as they just stomp their way through the Russian Force.
They've got minions pulling up behind them, and the way Legacy plays, I wouldn't be surprised to see them going for a Nexus turret or 2. They're going to grab an inhibitor at 22 minutes. And actually, we hear the fallback ping. Dare I say for the first time today in the wildcard tournament, but very, very aggressive play from Legacy. In a 4v5, they win, and when Carbon comes to join the fight, they secure the inhibitor as well.
8-0-7 for Choo-Choo's very strong mid lane performance. Darker coming into this one. Remember, he did play support. He's come in expecting to play. He said, I'm going to play something new, something innovative. Pulled out Ziggs. Ziggs does not work.
No, this was the end of that fight after Legacy had already initiated 4v5. And it's basically just a cleanup crew. The ability to engage, the ability to dive is very, very powerful. And they're just making it work for them. Legacy have got a 12,000 gold lead. Super minions in the mid lane. Let's see if they actually go for Baron. Not even sure they need it, but you know what? When you got that big of a lead, Why not?
Well, they've swept the ward, they've started it off. There is 3 members of Russian Force in the top lane, but the rest of them are a long way away. Remember, there's Mega Inferno Bomb that can be tossed in from range. May well try a sneaky steal on that one. Carbon tanking out a lot of damage in this one. Ejim will come in to try and tank it. Baron shoves him away straight away, but it will go down. That's a simple pickup. And now Archie caught out. Solar Flare goes down, locks him up. Minky Well going to try and find Day1. He's the target. He wants to twist it and bounce on towards him. Archie will get picked off at the side, and Day1 has been found out. Wild Growth not going to be enough to save him as Carbon manages to get his claws in towards him. Darker, no mana on him. Hecathian's surprised. Is it enough to take him down? Demeka tries to lock on towards him. Does not matter. It's a triple picked up for Cadred and Legacy again. Get themselves the ace and the game this time around. They're going to be 2-0 in the international wildcard. It is a fantastic start from the team from the Oceania region. They are just dominating the rest of the teams.
Nothing could stop them this game, and Russian Force did not look like a force to be feared. They were caught out of position, they were punished, and Legacy got in their faces over and over again. Well-deserved victory. Very little to say, really. I mean, despite the fact that level 1 went in Russian Force's favor, it was all downhill from there.
When a game finishes inside 25 minutes, it means only one thing. It was a very one-sided victory. 9-0-11 Choo-Choos dominated from the start in a straight-up 1v1 over Darker and made them count from then on in. And let's talk about also Minky Well. While he was focused heavily, 4v1, 3v1, he still went 2-4-14.
Yep.
Just carried on about his business, knew what his job was. He was the man to jump on Day1, and he ruined his day.
Yeah, he really did. And despite the fact that he was focused, he kept up in CS. He still kept himself relevant with AT Remains. It actually just felt like AT Remains, Russian Force were outclassed individually. Every single one of their opposite numbers performed better. Darker struggled in the mid lane. AT Remains struggled in the top lane. Demeka got punished in his jungle once he lost control. It felt like he underestimated his opponents because they were in his jungle the whole time. And he got caught out 3 times in the space of 3 or 4 minutes, which should not happen at this level. If you know you're that far behind, if you know your opponent's going to be aggressive, don't go alone. You know, take someone with you. Walk with a teammate because you can't risk being alone.
And this, all after getting that 3-buff start as well. It's a fantastic start for them. Was not a very good end for them, that's for sure. So, that means it's 2-0 for Legacy. Dark Passage and Russian Force now have to play each other. Suddenly this game is very big because whoever goes 0-2, you're rooted at the bottom of the table in a very, very tricky position. It is a round robin, so they will play each other twice. That means, of course, we will see them on the stage once again, Russian Forces and, of course, Legacy. But overall, Legacy have just looked fantastic, and their aggressive style is catching a lot of these teams off guard.
The next 2 games that we see from Legacy are also going to be on the red side, so we need to see how their pick and ban strategy works out on that side, because in both of the games thus far, they've banned out Tristana. They then banned Nidalee and Lee Sin. Okay, not too bad, you don't want to deal with Nidalee top lane. But then they banned Zillion and Alistair, champions that they had just won with. And you're like, what's the thinking? Yeah, what's the thinking? So it's a very interesting pick ban phase, but you know what? It works for them. They smashed, they're 2-0, and they're looking strong to set themselves up for a potential final position. Because, of course, top 2 go to final. Whoever wins the best of 5 final tomorrow actually goes to Worlds 2014.
And starting off 2-0, honestly, is a long way to putting yourself in that final already.
Yes.
That is a very, very solid start for Legacy. Of course, Shox is standing by on stage with one of the winners from that match. So let's check in.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm joined here by Carbon from Legacy Esports, 2-0 up already. Just like a whirlwind you guys have started here, and so aggressive. Talk me through that play style that you guys have going on. You just like to fight.
Yeah, we do like to fight. OCE it's a little bit different to other regions. Solo queue, for the most part, is just fighting. A lot of trying to outplay your opponent as opposed to trying to win the actual game. I don't know. I describe it as more fun. But yeah, I don't know. We just really like to fight. We've been in Europe for a little bit, and we've been scrimming. We've been scrimming a fair bit. We scrimmed some LCS teams, and everyone here is so passive. It's like, I don't know. It's almost too easy. Like, I don't mean that they're bad. Because like we lost a lot of games. We scrimmed SK, to use that as an example. So against SK, like early game we would do okay, because they were so passive, they would just let us do whatever we wanted. But then like mid-game, they just smashed us. So coming here, we were a little bit nervous that the same thing would happen, but so far it hasn't. So.
Yeah, tell me then what you picked up from those LCS teams coming in here, because in the first game versus Dark Passage, the early game didn't go that well for you guys, and they were winning those early game brawls, but you did manage to come back.
Yeah, so against Dark Passage, we knew we had to scale in comp. It was a mistake to fight early. I suppose that's just a little bit of bloodlust kicking in first game. But we knew we had the scaling comp, and so we thought all we need to do is wait it out. We had like Zillion, Cog, like Elise, so there was no way they would be able to kill Cogmore. So we knew if we waited long enough, Renekton would be useless, Jarvan would be useless. So yeah.
Yeah, you guys did great. You're 2-0 up already, so that means, you know, there's a big chance that you guys will be advancing. What does that mean for you guys to play here, to possibly advance, to possibly go to Worlds, to be on this great stage?
It's surreal, to be honest. You know, we've only been together for about 8 months now. We never thought we would actually beat Unity, who are the team back home who usually win everything. So we never thought we'd even be here. And when we flew over here, we were like, all right, we'll get some scrims. And we were like, we're just going to get smashed every game. And then we didn't. And we were like, hang on, maybe we can do this a little bit. So the whole experience has just been unreal, to be honest. I could not be happier right now. Cologne is a beautiful city. We saw the cathedral the other day. The stage here is amazing. I'm looking forward to tomorrow if we make it, hopefully. But yeah, all in all, very, very exciting.
Thank you very much, and the best of luck. All right, we have to take a quick break, but when we come back, we continue the International Wildcard Tournament with Russian Force versus Dark Passage. Don't go anywhere.
enough to save him. Shockwave was available. Now he gets pulled in. Day1 is in trouble. He will go down. Archie will follow. There's going to be Demeco once again locked up. Day1 is the focus. He was going to get pounced on. Will go down. Carbon on towards him. Archie the final target. That's the ace. Darker, no mana on him. The Cathian surprise. Is it enough to take him down? Demeco tries to lock on towards him. Does not matter. It's a triple picked up.
Welcome back to the International Wildcard Qualifier. In our last match, Legacy Esports picked up a second win by taking down Russian Force. And it's a wildcard tournament, and these teams are wild. So much fighting going on again. And Carbon actually said it in the interview as well. We just like to fight. We just like to pick fights, even though sometimes we might do it too early. But in this one, it was all perfectly timed.
Yeah, well, pretty much from the start of the game, they just got a lead. Like, Darker died one-on-one in the mid lane. He fell very far behind to Choo-Choo's on Orianna. It was like 4-0 after, what, 10 minutes? And Russian Force simply, obviously because they have all these subs here, played much like a solo queue team, which was perfect for Legacy, simply because we will always be able to fight and just catch you out of position, which they did, and just kill them over and over and got a massive lead early on.
Yeah, for me, Darker didn't really look comfortable whatsoever in that mid lane. Seemed a little bit ropey, whether that's just nerves getting to him or whether he's just not all that familiar with having that mid lane role. And I mean, Choo-Choo's been great both games now, but that last performance on Orianna, we saw, I mean, it was a death gap ahead of Darker, and once you skip that mid-game point on Orianna, it's just going to be a whole load of pain. And they didn't really look back, to be honest, once they got that lead.
Nope, and what I found very interesting from Legacy Esports as well, they now banned out the Alistar and Zillion themselves. They went for a new team comp, and they just had a plan totally ready, even for this team that they don't really know that much about, which I think was more comfort in this level than it was banning out things that they played, probably.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, first pick in Maokai is not really rocket science anymore. He is so strong. Orianna is always a safe blind pick for mid lane as well, so therefore it makes a lot of sense. And they just play their standard meta stuff, which we see all the time. So pick and ban wise, we can't really say too much. I mean, we know they like to play Shyvana from a Minky Whale and not a Milky Whale, like I said in their last one. We know he likes to play Shyvana. I would love to see Shyvana Orianna. It worked for them in the finals, but no reason to pick it yet. Maokai, whenever he's open, you pretty much lock him in every single time. So the comp they had didn't even matter because they simply dominated Russian Force so hard, and just from the start. Only issue maybe was the fact they did the same level 1, which actually meant they had to flash away from the red buff because they once again like lane swapped and invaded red buff, and Russian Force were ready for it. So maybe they have to be careful they didn't like follow the same pattern every single time, but they just looked so dominant.
Things to be careful for, possibly overconfidence there. We heard it was almost too easy, which I think is a dangerous statement to make halfway through the day when, you know, even if they do manage to win today, there's still that best of 5s and a lot can happen overnight. So I think they need to be a little bit wary of that one until they actually win that best of 5, if they get that far. Don't want to get overconfident halfway through the first day.
I agree, because again, Immunity last year, out the gates, very strong day 1, and then they kind of faltered. So hopefully they don't make the same mistakes as they want to make it on. Now, at the start of the show, we asked you which international wildcard team do you think will win the spot for Worlds and why? And here are some of your answers. The first one is from @It'sExxon. I think Team Legacy will win this wildcard tournament. Their communication and team fighting is a force to be reckoned with.
Well, that's pretty much what we've seen in the first 2 games. As soon as they get to team fights, they just completely destroy the other teams. They know how to play it, the comps are built around it really well. So at the moment, easy enough to say they are. They look like the favorites. I did have Dark Passage as my favorite before we started here because of the experience they had, and I felt like as a team they've been looking very good this year. But Legacy has really surprised me, and at the moment they deserve to be 2-0.
Second one is from @PureMetallica. DP improved themselves in Turkish Grand Finals once again. They will dominate every game and buy a ticket to Worlds. Now, they haven't dominated every game yet, but I certainly think that there's room for them to still step up.
Well, to be fair, they've only played 1 game, so there's still quite a way to go. This next game obviously is going to be the real test, with both teams at 0-1 after losing games to Legacy. So this next game will really show us who's, right now it looks like, in contention for that second position.
And also remember the game against Legacy from Dark Passage. They had a very good start, got a goal lead. As long as they don't take these bad team fights and get some wards down on the map, actually in the mid to late game, they might be able to beat Legacy. So in that case, The next game we're going to have, if Dark Passage beats Russian Force now, is going to be pretty much the final going into this one here, and that's going to be very exciting.
Very exciting indeed. The last one is from @RockerOnX, obviously Legacy Esports, because Aussie, oi, oi, oi. Any comment?
Pastry time.
Pastry time. Shout out to Pastry time there from the official. Well, thank you guys for sending those to us. And remember, you can keep tweeting about your favorite wildcard teams with @LOL Esports throughout the tournament. Now we're ready for our next match, so let's head back over to D-Man and Quickshot.
Thank you, Shocks. And let's not forget about Papa Smithy as well. He's always alongside him. So we're on to Game 3 in the International Wildcard Round Robin, as Russian Force will be taking on Dark Passage. And after losing at Gamescom last year, Dark Passage has been singularly focused on returning for another shot at the International Wildcard. Now, they are back and looking to ride their momentum all the way to Worlds.
We are here for Wildcard International Tournament and we are gonna win.
If we win the wildcard tournament, we go to Worlds. It will be pretty amazing, yeah.
Evet, çünkü geçen sene kaybettik, bu sene kazanmak istiyoruz. Kaybetme sebebimiz AD carry'mizin olmamasıydı, yaşı tutmadı ve bu yüzden takım sinerjisi tam oturmadığı için sıkıntı yaşadık.
Yeah, I couldn't play at Gamescom because I was 16 and I got really upset, to be honest.
I had a penta, so I was happy.
I wish I could have played last year. Now I'm really ambitious about this and I really want to win the Gamescom.
At Turkish finals, it was really wonderful. The area was really like shining and stuff. It was really incredible to play at this stage. And we won, so we were really happy.
Sanırım dünyada geçirdiğim en heyecanlı gün oydu. Çok güzeldi. Çoğunlukla anlatılamaz.
It was really awesome. Crowd was awesome. They were cheering up for us and the older team. And when we won the tournament, I was really happy about that.
2014 Türkiye League of Legends şampiyonu Dark Passage, yolları açık olsun.
Türkiye şampiyonası kazanmak bizim için bir başarıydı. Ama sene boyunca bütün çalışmalarımız Wildcard içinde, Gamescom içinde.
If we go to Worlds, that will be really success for the Dark Passage for us.
And honestly, I feel they've put a lot of pressure on themselves, and there is a lot of pressure from the Turkish community as well, because they have dominated the scene throughout this year.
Unquestionably the strongest team out of their region. But they are once again in a situation where they have a sub for the international wildcard. Trelbiani is serving for military in the country, and it meant Touch had to join him. Now, Touch does have experience with the players, but when you're not winning the tournaments on LAN in your native language, I mean, you heard some guys speaking Turkish, some guys speaking English, it does create some disjoints and some dysfunction. We'll see if they can overcome their problems.
We'll see how it works out for them, of course. In our last match, well, we just saw Russian Force get taken apart by Legacy Esports. But Dark Passage, well, they put up much more of a fight in their first match.
Yeah, they really did. So in the previous game, I want to talk about Darker. He is playing the mid lane. It is a position that he does not, he has not played at this level before, and he really struggled. Choo Choo's completely outclassed in 1v1, and he's going to need to step up if he wants to try and handle himself against Naru. On the other side, for Dark Passage, Holy Phoenix was the man that I was touting as the hard carry, the man that couldn't be here last year. Got a bit of Khal Drogo blood in him, I feel, and wasn't able to summon the power of the Horde because he had little to no impact. 0, 2, and 8 on an AD carry that got, what was it, 88 kills in 9 games? That's simply not good enough to help your team pick up wins.
Yeah, didn't step up to it, and of course, maybe, who knows, but using the Lucian, well, he's going to switch the picks on this one. Are we expecting him to go with something else? We've seen him playing a lot of Jinx throughout solo queue.
I think they have to change. Jinx, Tristana, Kog'Maw, it's hyper carry meta at the moment. Corki worked as well because he had damage to supplement the rest of his engage, and Corki still shines fantastically in the laning in the mid game. But I just don't think that Lucian is currently the strongest AD carry pick.
We'll see how it works out for them. Let's check out the two lineups for these teams. Starting out on the blue side, it is a Russian Force. That means AT Remains is in the top lane, Demeka in the jungle, Darker in the mid lane, Day1 as AD carry, and Archie on support.
And on the red side, it is Dark Passage with Fabulous in the top lane, Crystal M in the jungle, Naru in the mid lane, Holy Phoenix as the AD carry, and Touch playing the support role.
So all week you've been predicting how the matches will turn out. So far, 73% of you think that Dark Passage will take this vote. And once again, they are leading the votes. The question is, can they win the game?
They didn't win it when they had the popular vote against Legacy earlier, but they did win the early game. They were in control in the mid game. And like Deficio pointed out, poor warding and bad team fight choices ended up costing them against Legacy. We need to see if they do the same thing against Russian Force, because Russian Force didn't get to a chance where they could team fight. They were completely controlled and completely obliterated. And if you go by the thing, both teams have lost to Legacy, but Dark Passage did better than Russian Force. In theory, they should be the stronger team in this match.
Dark Passage were 5,000 gold ahead at one point and then managed to let it turn around. They were 4-1 up in turrets as well. So it was a great start for them. Let's see if they can do the same again. Of course, Russian Force, I'm wondering, Darker versus Naru. Naru played very, very well in the first game. Despite that loss, he was way ahead against Choo Choos.
Yeah, I think so too. I'd like to see if the Xerath is the champion he goes to once more. But something that we have noticed between all of these teams is the fact that Nidalee has been taken off the table every single time. Nobody wants to deal with that Nidalee at all.
Well, we'll work out how it goes. As you mentioned, Nidalee taken away, as is the cow. Not going to let that one through. And Maokai, so going to see maybe a different top laner coming out here. Fabulous played Renekton last time around. Will we see an Aurelia come through? Rengar banned out. Didn't work very well against Russian forces. They didn't appreciate that one. Demekker, of course, playing that Elise and just getting caught out by Carbon's Rengar every step of the way.
So Lee Sin was also a ban that was targeted towards Dark Passage by Legacy. Let's see if Russian Force want to take that off the table. Mid laners are still up. Kassadin is still up. Xerath is still up, as well as the likes of Elise, obviously. Once again, taking their time. A couple seconds on the clock, and Russian Force, their final ban, going to be the Morgana. So taking a support off the table with Morgana gone, with Alistair gone. Nami is still available. Thresh is still available, despite the fact we haven't seen him. And obviously Leona. So we need to see what champions Archie or Touch are going to be playing.
See whether they go towards it. Final ban from Dark Passage coming up. Is it going to be a mid lane focus? They've let a lot through. It is Braum, so a lot of focus on the supports. Will Russian Force choose to first pick one, or do they feel one of the AD carries? Maybe Tristana has been banned out in the last two games. It is going to be Nami, so a lot of focus on that support position.
Yeah, very much so. Archie did play a lot of Nami going into the Star Ladder qualifiers for this international qualifier. So he's got a lot of experience on the champion, and when you consider a lot of the other sort of primary supports off the table, it means Touch needs to look at what support he wants to run. Braum, Nami, Morgana, those are his mains as well, but Leona's still up, Thresh is still up, so we'll see if he goes for one of the more standard picks or if he pulls something out that's a little more oddball. I mean, we've seen Gragas support by N-Rated in SK. Despite the fact that he has been nerfed in 4.13, I still feel he's relevant in the support role if you want him for that disengage.
Well, speaking of 4.13 changes, we also see Lee Sin coming through. We haven't seen a great deal of him so far on this patch because of that change. He's not, well, he will still go for the AD carry, but he's not going to be as effective. He hasn't got that attack speed debuff that he used to have on him. Of course, alongside him is Fabulous on Aurelia.
And I also think the fact that shield duration is lower is very impactful as well, especially at the early stages of the game. So in terms of trading, in terms of, you know, protection, it is something that is a little bit more difficult to deal with. So dive buddies on the side of Dark Passage with that Aurelia, with that Lee Sin.
Kha'Zix and Ziggs again for Darker. Sticking with it, despite the fact he didn't work out all too successful in the previous matchup. Kha'Zix was the pickup for the jungle. That means it is going to be Thresh Tristana. It is a strong, strong lane, which I'm pretty sure means we're going to see Kog'Maw coming out from Russian Force.
And you've got a lot of picks now coming on the side of Dark Passage. If Thresh lands a death sentence, if Fab jumps in and finds a target, if Lee Sin manages to jump in and kick somebody backwards, there's a lot of single target focus and damage that can come down. But I also like the fact they've got Peel, they've got Disengage. Thresh, Lee Sin, Tristana can all protect and get rid of any threat at any time. So there's a lot of versatility on the side of Dark Passage's comp.
Well, change around for Russian Force. They're going to go with Shyvana in the top lane. First one of the tournament. Someone that did sneak through the whole way through pick and ban phase. Kassadin on the cards. Will Naru choose to go with that one, the final pick?
It would really fit Dark Passage's composition. You've got mobility, you've got dashing, you've got single target focus, and you've got a lot of scaling. The longer this game goes, the more I think I prefer Dark Passage's composition. But the one thing Dark Passage does not want to get involved in the early or the mid game is big team fights with the Russian force. Shyvana, Ziggs, and Nami are a pain to deal with because of their AoE, because of the disruption that they can cause. So if multiple members of Dark Passage jump in and AT Remains is able to zone them away with his Dragon's Descent and Archie can kick someone away with a Tidal Wave, that can be how Russian force win their team fights, but they need to find coordination they did not have against Legacy.
We'll see how it works out for them. Dark Passage, as you mentioned, they seem to have a nice team comp. Russian force kind of stuck. It's fairly similar in the team comp, despite, of course, the champion changes. We'll see how Shyvana works out for AT Remains. Of course, played Lulu in the last one. That's the major big change for me between these two teams.
Yeah, it really is. The playstyle is also going to be quite different. You don't really have a sort of protect the Cogmore comp now for Russian force. I do feel you've got more of a
problem against the
team fight, exactly. And the problem is, the moment that Cogmore's out of position, he's going to get dove on by so many threats on the side of Dark Passage. When you see if they're on the right page, they've got more tools to actually use a 5k gold lead if they can generate it.
A lot of pressure on Archie to protect that Cogmore. Can he land the Aqua Prisons? Can he land the waves in the right place? Do you guys at home still feel confident about your vote? Of course, it was 76% of you went for Dark Passage first. Hashtag RF win for Russian Force and DP win for Dark Passage, and send that to @LOL Esports, of course, and we'll see whether the numbers have changed.
I think I like Dark Passage's team composition, but I do feel if they pick bad team fights like they did earlier in the day, then Russian Force have the ability to actually win team fights thanks to a lot of AoE and a lot of control that they can put down.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, about to get underway. It is Russian Force starting off as the blue team this time around. Of course, they went for that invade. They got themselves 3 buffs in the previous matchup. Dark Passage, meanwhile, also had a good start against the Australian Legacy.
Look at Dark Passage.
They're going to go face each other. Ooh.
Look at Dark Passage.
Close.
They've actually reacted to what Russian Force did at level 1 in the previous game. Dark Passage have instantly grouped themselves up on their red side jungle to try and counter the invade that Russian Force did in their first game of the day. So I quite like the thinking, but it doesn't look like they're setting up for a fight yet. Russian Force slightly tighter grouped. If a death sentence connects, we could have a fight going up, but look at Touch. He's going to ward instead of looking to pick up a fight.
Well, yeah, Touch is going to sneak around. Buddy spotted. They know that he's there. Demeka goes in. Oh, Crystal M jumping on towards Demeka. Demeka have to flash out there, but now they're opposite directions. Day1 tries to put some damage down. Dark Passage will back away from this one. That was a summoner spell burnt by the jungler, and that's an important one for Kha'Zix.
Another time Demeka is out of position. I mean, he was punished for it very, very heavily against Legacy just 1 game ago, and he was around the corner from his team, gets soloed out and takes a whole bunch of damage. So we'll see if Crystal M can counter jungle and look to punish Demeka not having his flash. But we need to wait for the game to settle. Buffs haven't even spawned yet, and we've got another level 1 sort of drama going on between these teams.
So it looks like we're going to get a 4-0 coming out of Russian Force. Don't think Dark Passage are looking to do the same. They will maybe react. Of course, Fabulous is going to see that he's in a 2v1 situation any second. They're waiting in the bush. They're not going for this one. They're trying to catch him out here. Instead, they've decided they're impatient and they want last hits.
And if Russian Force go for that 4v1 or the tower dive, they've got significantly less CC this time around. Previously, they had Elise and Lulu. So the Cocoon, the Glitter Lance, the Munchkin, it makes tower diving much, much stronger. And this time around, it's not going to work out. But Dark Passage may be losing their red buff. They simply didn't anticipate the lane swap and the lane swap invade.
Yeah, they weren't expecting a 4-0 despite the aggression the Russian Force showed early on. There's the red buff going. We can see immediately Fabulous responding. He's going to join Crystal M in the jungle, and they are making the move towards the red buff themselves. So they're going to try and counter on this one.
Ends up being a trade if Crystal M and Fab can secure this without any cost. But it's the second time that we're seeing the Cogmore Nami lane being avoided by their avoiding the 2v2, actually. This time around, it's actually Day1 and Archie that moved top lane. I feel like they were anticipating a lane swap, but didn't manage to find it because, again, Nami Cogmore very, very strong, and Holy Phoenix and Touch, they're just going to be farming their way up. It looks like Holy Phoenix is freezing the lane. He's been left alone, and now Darker's in trouble once more.
Gets caught out, manages to get his explosive Satchel down. Satchel charge was enough to launch him away, along with the flash though. So flash traded for flash there between Touch and Darko, but Darko is the more important because now, with Elise in roaming out there, with Naru, as soon as he hits level 6, that's not going to be available before he hits 6. He can just riff walk on him.
I actually think the flashes are much more valuable on the side of Russian Force because of the fact that Dark Passage is so mobile, because Touch can, you know, chase with a death sentence. 80 Remains is just teleported in, and this is 3v1.
Oh, that's a 3v1. That's a dangerous position. I think he should be safe, but again, another flash burn from 80 Remains.
Okay, so 80 Remains is doing a good job, rather, Crystal M is doing a good job roaming around the map. He's getting summoner spells down, and oh my word, we'll talk in a second. Touch caught out.
Face check from Touch there. He didn't know there was a ward there. Oh, look at that. Holy Phoenix pounces out towards him. He gets first blood on Demeka. 80 Remains with no flash available. Should be able to get away, but the slow comes out. Holy Phoenix pounces out towards him, gets himself the double, and that is a tragic start for Russian Force.
A double kill, double buff Tristana for Holy Phoenix. Which Tristana is notoriously falling off in the mid game, and that's just going to help him out so much as Fab gets shredded in the top lane. I don't really know why Demeka and 80 Remains were looking for a fight there. It was clear it was going to be a 2v3, and Dark Passage just responded very well. Instantly pounced on them, and that's all we said. The flashes are worth more on the Russian Force. The moment Dark Passage jump on you, if you don't have that flash to get away, they have a flash to follow up if necessary. In that situation, it wasn't even needed.
And a BF sword bought 5 minutes in by Holy Phoenix. That is a big problem in that lane, and it looks like they are going to return to the bottom, so they want to continue that pressure. Fabulous happy to 2v1 it out in this top lane, of course. He is only at level 3 right now, so he's going to take some pressure. Hasn't got that wave clear that he gets at level 6, but I think he's safe for now.
Yeah, we'll see how he farms up, but the one thing I do want to highlight, Darker in the mid lane as Ziggs is behind on CS to Naru. Now, again, you have to remember that Darker did lose his flash very early on, and at this level, the competitive level, when you don't have that summoner spell, you do play far more passive, especially when you're coming up against a Lee Sin, a Kassadin, etc. But good job for Naru. He's built himself up a CS lead in a matchup that is actually notoriously difficult for Kassadin, and it just bodes very well for the Turkish squad.
Yeah, Russian Force are in a little bit of trouble after this start, honestly. Getting a Tristana going that
I think they want to tower dive.
A lot of pressure on towards that tower. Fabulous now. Acropus catches on towards him. Demeka jumps in, but again, they've not got enough damage to finish him off. And now Fabulous has the support of Crystal M just waiting off of the side there. It's not going to work out for them, and again, they have to back off.
No, it hasn't been a good day for Day1. He was the one tanking the tower. So, lost all of his HP, and he was the one looking for the kills, but it doesn't look like it's over. 3v2. Here comes Demeka. I think he's going in, D-Man.
Flashes on towards it. They didn't take the tower down. Demeka's tanking the whole thing. They just needed the last hit, and instead, it's going to turn around in their favor. Finally, they get the tower. Day1 is going to focus on towards Crystal M. He's running, though. Elysian is very slippery. He could Sonic Wave straight back to Day1 and get on towards it. He wants to get on towards the tower. Not quite enough. That may well slow him down. He will drop, and that was a flash burn. So Day1 finally turns it around and gets himself 2 kills of his own.
Yeah, very well played. The 2 kills and the tower is going to allow Russian Force to close the gold lead. But while all of that's going on, we just caught a glimpse of Holy Phoenix and Touch. With that BF sword, he's on an inner turret at 7 minutes on the clock. Holy Phoenix and Touch are about to run into trouble as both 80 Remains and Demeka are here. And the way Demeka's been playing, I think he's going to leap on top of Holy Phoenix's head.
Sure as hell he does, but he just turned around in the distance. He has got a bounce to get away from this one. There's the shield comes out. Oh, Death Sentence not quite landing on 80 Remains. Will catch the minion, and it will force Dark Passage to back away. So just 700 gold separating these two teams so far. Very close, very aggressive start from both teams.
Yeah, Demeka does not seem to have a hesitation button. Anytime there's a champion available, he appears to just want to go. And first item pickup for Naru on Kassadin is a Medjay Soul Stealer. If there was ever a more confident build, that's it. And don't get me wrong, Dark Passage have started off well, but you do not have the massive lead to guarantee you're going to get gold efficiency from that item. So we'll keep an eye on him and see how aggressive he can play if he can find those stacks.
Well, now that we're at hit 6, Riftwalk is available. Force Pulse is straight on towards him, and Darker gets a bit of a burst damage on towards him. There is a minion wave pushing in towards him though, so he's going to have to deal with that before he goes aggressive. But Dark Passage looking to make some plays, pushing down towards that bottom. There's a lot of minion wards, a lot of wards from Russian Force, though. They have full good vision of this bottom half. So they're well aware of the danger. So Day1 and Archie will not get caught out by Dark Passage this time around.
Yeah, we need to see how that affects them, despite the fact... Oh, they've caught Day1!
Oh, they've gone straight forward anyway. Day1 got out of position, the Ignite burning. Touch goes in and finishes that one off. Rocket jumps away. Holy Phoenix chasing on towards Archie. I'm not sure they've got enough to slow him down. Crystal M wanted to catch on towards him, but instead they can turn and go straight towards that dragon.
A BF sword and a pickaxe versus a cutlass. And I think Touch actually landed the death sentence there to kick off the initiation. So very, very well played by Touch to set up his teammates. Dark Patches have started Dragon. Mega Inferno Bomb is available, and a blue buff is there for Darker. Let's see if we can get some damage down. Dark Passage are low, and I think Wisely are backing away.
Oh, but Naru goes in towards that one. Good damage on towards Darker. Turns it around. Satchel Charge goes down. Simply just bounces him where he stands, but they haven't got the damage to follow through on this one. So Neki Soul Stealer start from Naru.
Yeah, very, very smart play from Dark Passage to back away. Despite the fact that we're looking for the engage. Naru now, he's going in again.
He wants the damage, he wants to get a kill, and Darker may well gift it to him if he keeps this up. But Russian Force, they are turning things around. They are starting the dragon off, despite the fact there's a pig ward there. Teleport coming in. That's going to be Fabulous jumping on towards Demeka straight away, but he's tanking up the dragon. There's 4 members around him. What an insane move. It didn't work out towards him. Now Darker's in trouble. Can he turn this one around? Flashing through. Naru cannot follow, but they're stuck in the dragon pit. In comes Touch. In comes Crystal. They need the AD carry there. Demeka comes around side. Naru gets himself the kill. Can clean up now. Gets himself a second. Comes on towards Archie. Can they pounce on towards him? It will be 3. No, it's a double kill as well for Holy Phoenix. And that is a cleanup for Dark Passage. A 4-4-0. A 4-for-1 technically.
A double plus Magi stacks. That is definitely something that Dark Passage will be happy with. You have to question Fabulous. He decided to teleport in with absolutely no support. 1v4, he instantly gets taken down. And of course, because of the fact that Russian Force took so much damage over the course of the prolonged Dragon engage, it was a super simple cleanup on the side of Dark Passage. I think with that double kill, Holy Phoenix should have enough money to finish his Infinity Edge at 10.5 minutes, which is ridiculous. And of course, Naru has got himself 5 stacks on his Magi, so he's 1 or 2 away from making that gold efficient. Very, very strong start. Dark Passage with a 2,000 gold lead, despite the fact they lost Dragon. They're winning the team fights, and they're looking to get those kills to push for further objectives.
Yeah, fantastic start, Dark Passage. Finally, are they starting to live up to the hype? But again, it's a very aggressive game. A 4-0-1 Infinity Edge almost completed. Naru, of course, it's 8 stacks, I believe it is, that makes it cost efficient, that kicks in there. Has got that needlessly large rod as well now, so the damage is going to start building. It's always a big danger when you let a Kassadin through, and again, they're going on towards him. It's a 3v1, tricky situation. They're going to try and turn this one around. Naru goes down. There goes the stacks. That's going to get cut in half. Crystal M now, he has to use the kick. Good kick catching out towards Day1. Demeka taking some damage, but that just proves a little bit of overconfidence potentially coming out of Dark Passage.
Yeah, underestimating the fact that Demeka was potentially there, and Naru's going to lose some of those stacks, so he's down to 3 after that death. We do see Day1 doing the best that he can to take down the tower, while Holy Phoenix will be securing the 3rd tower of the game in favor of Dark Passage. He's yet to back, by the way, sitting on about 1,1700 gold at this exact moment in time, and we should see him picking up another big item spike. Holy Phoenix was the man that I was looking at to carry Dark Passage, and with the early double kill, double buffs, he's definitely snowballing an advantage. Look at the pressure Holy Phoenix and Touch is putting on the map. They push bottom to inner turret, and now they're pushing top to inner turret.
Yeah, and that bottom inner turret took a hell of a beating as well, so they've got to be careful of that one, that nobody sneaks around. Instead, he's going to keep pushing the top there. Remember, the Mega Inferno Bomb is available for Darker. They really need to clear this wave. Death Sentence lands. 80 remains. Pounces. Mega Inferno Bomb could follow. Touch and Holy Phoenix in trouble here. Aqua Prison landing nicely, but they're going to pounce on 80 remains. They will find him. It's Touch that gets the kill. Less than ideal, but nonetheless, a kill's a kill.
Yeah, and I really like the Lantern escape by Holy Phoenix as well. Even gets him out of range of that Mega Inferno Bomb. The rest of Dark Passage seem to be joining around this middle lane. And the way this game has gone, they've just picked 5. Fab, he's surrounded, he's gone in once again.
I don't know why he went onto the minion there, but instead they will get the kill. Demeka's going down. Fab does get that kill. Well, he calculated it.
We questioned it. He proved us both
yes,
wrong.
Absolutely.
Jumped into the middle at 3, but yeah, the level of aggression in this game, it feels like the Aussies have worn off on Dark Passage and Russian Force because they're going all in all the time. CS advantage is actually pretty even across the board, with the exception being Fab. He's got himself a 20 CS lead. Does equate to about a single kill, and Dark Passage still slowly growing their lead. 3,000 gold, still a tower up. Dragon should be up in a minute or two, and Day1 might be in trouble. I think Holy Phoenix might go for this.
Good ward. It catches him out, but now he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Will they go towards it? Oh, the flame misses, but the death sentence lands on Archie. Holy Phoenix needs to get involved in this one. He's got himself an Infinity Edge and a Zeal. Exhaust goes down. Touch taken low, though. He's going to have to flash away. Is it going to be enough? Holy Phoenix flashes for it, gets the reset. Rocket jumps out. Absolutely fantastic stuff, but will he get caught out now? He will. That's enough to slow him down, and that gives the kill to Day1.
And that's a flash and heal burned from Day1. So well played by Holy Phoenix. Manages to come away 1 for 1. But if you look at the summoner spells blown, Touch and Phoenix both flashes versus all 4 summoner spells on the side of Russian Force. So the next time that Dark Passage jump in, because you sure as hell know that they will, they are going to have a slight summoner spell advantage with the heal being on the side of Holy Phoenix. But it's just madness, D-Man. They are just looking for kills left, right, and center. And, well, that's what we expected. That's what Dark Passage's comp does well.
Day1 a million miles out of position right now with Demeka alongside him. I think Touch and Holy Phoenix is just going to go straight in for this one. Yes, they are. Touch is moving straight in there. They fancy it. They realize that Demeka's off the side. They don't know who else is there. Oh, Death Sentence lands. That is Day1 going down. Holy Phoenix will get on towards that one. Demeka now takes himself 2 tower hits. Stealths up, but they're going to chase on this one. They're going to get the revenge kill, and it's another double for Holy Phoenix.
While all of that is going on, the rest of Dark Passage appear to be pushing this mid lane. They've got a minion wave to work with, and they've got a bunch of auto attackers. The minion wave does get cleared out. Now Fab, once again surrounded, well, not surrounded, but he's got a couple of numbers in his advantage. But look at the level difference. Level 10 to AT remains level 8. Russian Force just seem to be being outclassed here today, D-Man.
Absolutely. Dark Passage happy to brawl every step of the way. They've just both faced the Aussies, both came out with a loss, but this was a brilliant death sentence.
What I really like about how the death sentence connected is Holy Phoenix actually killed the minion that allowed Touch to land the death sentence. And that's something I feel that doesn't come with communication. I mean, yes, you could say, hey, I'm going to kill a minion, go now. But when you know that Holy Phoenix and Touch have been duo queuing in solo queue for, you know, around 12 months, it's just very good synergy between the duo of Dark Passage, and it's something we didn't really see come to light in Game 1. And Holy Phoenix is going to champion into a lot more with.
They're collapsing on towards him. Naru's just baiting them all in because they're all coming from the river. Demeka's going to get focused on. He will go down eventually, but he does manage to get himself 1 and 2 kills there. Now Day1 focused on. He will drop as well. RT remains going straight in. That's a triple. Will it be a quad? No, it's not going to be quite. Crystal M steals the day and will not give me a damn pentakill. It's just a quadra. Holy Phoenix.
Unbelievable. Every single time Dark Passage get engaged upon, they seem to turn this one around. They get an ace for 2, despite the fact that Naru, well, he fully baited that. I mean, he was forcing or saying to Russian Force, I dare you to dive. Dark Passage is going to get themselves their 5th tower of the game and push them in waves in probably the bottom lane. And Dragon's available to them if they want to as well. Infinity Edge plus Static Shiv. There's very little that can deal with Holy Phoenix at this stage. Look how quickly Dark Passage collapse. They managed to come from the sidelines, and Touch lands, I think, 3 death sentences during the course of that fight from start to finish. Very, very well played indeed.
And it just showed, you know, that Cassidy obviously picked, snuck in there as the last choice, but that wasn't the focus. We talked about Holy Phoenix, and this time around, it is working out. He's 11-1-3 right now. Russian Force is starting out the Baron, and this is a big risk, but look at Dark Passage. They are way out of position, charging up the river. Have they got the damage to take it down quick enough, though? I got a feeling they're going to get the Baron and just be all so low on hit points that they're just going to get massacred by Dark Passage. Fabulous waiting. Demeka gets caught down. There is the Baron picked up, and now Dark Passage move in. 1 goes down. Russian Forces pick themselves up 2 kills. Holy Phoenix follows through. Doesn't get the reset of Demeka, so he can't clean up, and they make it away. Cassidy comes in, though. Naru gets himself 1 kill. The rest of the team trying to chase around Russian Forces, running away from this one. They should be free, and they've got the Baron.
2 for 1 in favor of Russian Forces. It's not over yet. Here comes Holy Phoenix.
They're going to catch on towards him. He rides the wave and just about gets out. They don't follow through on that one. Acroprism there, Day1. Naru still fancies it.
No, he really does, and we'll see if he can jump on anybody. One thing to note, Holy Phoenix jumped into the pit, was trying to get the back of the pit, was trying to get auto attacks onto Demeka, and I think he was on attack move because he attacked a ward as opposed to the champion. Because of course he had his own pink ward then. 2 for 1, desperate Baron from Russian Force, but they make it count. We did see Naru engaging drips and drabs, and because of the fact that Dark Passage did not have the numbers to go into the pit, they obviously lose the ensuing team fight as well.
So far, it is pretty wild, to say the least. 19 minutes in, 28 kills. It's definitely an aggressive game, this one. The International Wildcard is absolutely delivering on the matches so far. They have been fantastic. If you've just joined us, we've already seen Legacy Esports taking down both Dark Passage and Russian Forces. They are now 2-0 leading this. It is a round-robin stage, so there are 6 matches to play today. Everybody plays each other twice, and Russian Forces right now desperately keeping themselves in the game against Dark Passage. That was Smite stolen away by Crystal M. Dark Passage hit and run. Yeah, we see Russian Force looking for a fight, but look, while blue buff is the focus, Holy Phoenix is just getting a bunch of free damage Static Shiv, Infinity Edge, thank you very much. You're going to wipe out the wave, but I may well wipe out the tower before you do it. Oh, I think he's going to just about get away. Next wave will come in, that tower will go down. They're still only just reacting to it.
Very, very so. Russian Force a little afraid to get caught up. This is now 2v3 and Holy Phoenix. He does have flash, he does have heal.
He's got caught out there, has to back away. The wave catches on towards him, it should be enough. Oh, Aqua Prison was coming in. The rest of the Dark Passage are going to react to this one. You can see just Naru and Darker making their way to join them in the jungle. There's not a great deal of vision in there for Russian Forces. This is a dangerous, dangerous choice to follow through.
To quote Moscow 5 from a few years ago, see hero, kill hero. That is the entire description of this game. There is very little calculated forethought, I feel, in terms of the engages, because the moment somebody presents themselves, either of these teams just jump in absolutely haphazardly. For the note, Holy Phoenix is yet to back in a while. He's sitting on 3,800 gold. So of the team's 6k gold lead, nearly 4,000 of that is in unspent gold in Holy Phoenix. We'll see what he eventually picks himself up when he does decide to back, because for the time being, Dark Passage lose another tower, and Holy Phoenix is continuing to farm.
Well, they seem happy to just let that one go. They knew they couldn't defend it. Holy Phoenix made no attempt to come down and help. He is going to back off. He's got 4,000 gold on him. We'll see what he goes with. Impression, pretty sure it's going to be
I would have thought Blade of the Ruined King personally, but Touch got caught.
Touch getting bounced on. He uses his ultimate. That bomb will rattle through. They get themselves one. They're pushing on towards the inner turret now. Russian Forces in full force. The Baron buff's still on them, remember. It's got 30 seconds remaining, but the wave gets wiped out. That's a lot of damage on Demeka there. Naru may well feel fancy and he can follow through on towards it. Day1 tries to go head-to-head with Holy Phoenix. Not the right choice there, as he just been back to bite. Got himself a chunk of damage, and now Russian Forces are running. Riftwalk available for Naru in just a second. Will he catch on towards him? It's Darker, he catches out. Gets the slowdown on him. Holy Phoenix goes aggressive. Is it going to be enough? He needs a reset. He's not going to get it, and he gets picked off. Trades with Darker, and it's just another 1 for 2.
Crystal M had his ultimate available and did not jump in there to try and knock some of the threats away. Didn't have a lot of energy to play with either, but Dark Passage again, just chasing. Day1 got 3-shotted by Holy Phoenix. The Bloodthirster IE as well as Static Shiv just melted his hit points. And as long as Holy Phoenix is in the right position, he's going to melt through everybody. There's a Giant's Belt on AT Remains as far as his tanky stats goes. If you look at Demeka, he's got a Ruby Crystal. That's what you're relying on. There is so little armor and defensive stats on Russian Force that Holy Phoenix should be able to just melt through absolutely anybody he sets his sights on. But he needs to just avoid being jumped on by Kha'Zix and Shyvana, because they can burst him down as well.
Yeah, it is a full damage to Kha'Zix as well, but Demeka himself those wings evolve now. Level 12, we'll see if he chooses to pounce in again. It's another gathering in the mid lane. They're going to see where the Holy Phoenix fancies his chances. He's at 12, 2 and 5 right now, working well for him. Them explosive shots starting to do some serious damage, wiping out those waves very quickly. Demeka now moving down the river. Everyone from Dark Passage making their way to Dragon.
Dragon 20 seconds away. Dark Passage have got a very, very big lead when it comes to the potential team fights, but in order for them to win, they have to blow up a damage threat quickly. They have to get rid of Darker, Day1, or probably Demeka early on. And now Crystal Lemon Touch a little out of position.
Jumps on towards him, Demeka gets flayed. Fabulous jumps towards him. He wants to get locked up there. Puts the shield down, feels he can tank this one through. The wave completely missing. Oh, Holy Phoenix jumps around the side. The exhaust is on, but only for so long. Archie gets taken down. He gets the reset, comes in towards him. It's a support for support, and it's the damage dealers going in. Riftwalk, force ball straight on towards him. Double kill, triple kill. Goes in towards Darker. Gets the quadra, gets the pentakill. And Holy Phoenix just cleans out the Russian forces.
Dark Passage managed to put back-to-back pentakills in the international wildcard from last year to this year. Fab did it on Kha'Zix. This year for Holy Phoenix lands it. And truthfully, when you're at a 12-2-5 Tristana going into the fight, it was just bound to happen at some point. Despite the exhaust, still manages to get the kill. And because of all the damage that Fab as well as Crystal Limit put down, it allows Naru and Holy Phoenix. I love the fact that Naru flashes into Riftwalk. D-Man, Pentakill Fairy reporting in.
So, it's just like a dream. When you're at Tristana, they're all so low, you've got an explosive shot going. A dream for them, just all clump up together. That's fantastic. I can't. You've got a Riftwalking Force Pulse coming towards you and a Tristana, and yet you still group like that. Crazy stuff. Russian forces completely caught with their pants down.
Oh, here comes Touch again.
It's going to be Touch. He's going to be the bait. Is it going to be enough? Holy Phoenix gets locked up. That's a good catch out, and they will take him down. Now can they get themselves a revenge here? Day1 chasing on towards it. He fancies himself a pentakill, but I don't think they've got the follow through. They haven't got enough to slow him down. Touch will go down. That's a double. Can he continue through? No, he will not. And Naru waiting off the side goes and just eliminates Archie where he stands. The Baron, this is still risky play for Russian forces.
It is very risky. This is a lot of hit points on 3 members of Dark Passage, and Russian forces are going low. They're going in.
Oh, that's going to be a force pulse. Naru goes in, takes down the jungler. Now they can't smite steal this one. They're going to lock on towards him. That's a double kill for Fabulous. Day1 gets focused on. Naru gets on towards him. One more hit should be enough. He just simply sidesteps in. Oh! Day1 turns it around, locks him down. He's got no hit points, so this will be a Baron for Dark Passage, eventually locked down. And Holy Phoenix is alive and gets the benefit.
Summoner heal on the side of Day1 manages to keep him alive against Naru, but unfortunately for Russian Force, another Desperation Baron. This time costs them 4 members of their team. We did see Day1 managing to get out alive, and Dark Passage, they are the ones that actually get the buff on 4 of their 5 players. It's just like you said, D-Man, grouping up. And Naru jumps in, manages to avoid a lot of the damage thanks to another very good use of his Zhonya's Hourglass. But look at the Summoner heal from Day1. It gives him just enough hit points to survive the Riftwalk. If Naru had got the auto attack, I think it would have killed Day1, but I think he was anticipating Riftwalk to kill him, so he didn't go for the auto attack.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, let's not forget about this man, the Pentakill man in the top there. 17-3-6, Tristana. Can't really ask for much more there. Got himself the last Whisper now. Banshee's Veil potentially going to be completed.
I'm going to, because Dark Passage could have potentially won the game already if they had not been given enough kills. There are 45 kills in a 27-minute game, and Dark Passage have just been out of position multiple times. They've constantly putting themselves in a place like this, where Holy Phoenix and Touch get jumped on.
Again, he's been trading with Day1 and just blows him backwards. Touch is in trouble. May well get himself one. Yes, he does. Picks out Demeka once again. Now Touch with the hook on towards Day1. Death Sentence isn't enough. Holy Phoenix taken down again. And Day1 manages to trade Day1 on towards Naru this time. Will put the damage down. In comes Crystal M. They will finally see takedown Cogmore. Will he get that one down and towards the Cathian Surprise? No, Naru is going to get picked off by 80 Remains. It's a triple game meanwhile for Fabulous around the side there. Now chasing on towards 80 Remains. Death Sentence back available on Touch any second now as 80 Remains gets dragged in towards there. That's a quadra kill for Fabulous as he cleans up once again.
1 for 5. And yet more kills. All of this starts from Holy Phoenix and Touch actually getting jumped on after I was calling them out for being out of position. It is a trade that they would be happy with, but it is so risky. Dark Passage managed to get the support. The teleport comes in from Fab in a moment, and it just allows Dark Passage to clean up the fight and eventually win. But my word, this is one hell of a dramatic match. It's just all aggression from both teams all the time.
Need to start finding a little bit of control to go with that aggression. So, remember Baron was picked up a while ago? That's been traded back and forth now. So they've both had a Baron apiece. Inner turret was picked up by Dark Passage as we see the finishing job from Fabulous. Naru, no surprises to see us coming out of replay straight in towards an engage. It was for red buff this time around. Russian forces fighting for everything tooth and nail. They're now 14,000 gold ahead though. This game is slowly slipping out of their control.
For every single engage that we've seen from either team, it hasn't really equated into a massive amount of objective control. Yes, Dark Passage have got all of the lane towers down from the Russian force, but you know, they've aced them a couple of times and they've not been able to push the objectives super effectively. So let's see how they siege up. They do need to deal with the wave clear of Darker Ziggs, which is of course going to be difficult. But as long as they catch somebody out, it should be fairly easy.
Oh, ultimate use from Touch there. Panic once again. Naru, though, he's going to look to go around. Remember that bottom inhibitor turret took a lot of damage early on from Holy Phoenix. Will have regenerated that. But look at that. Demeka puts a good trade onto Naru. Naru himself has 15 stacks on that Meki Soul Stealer, by the way, so it is absolutely worth it right now. Look at that, though. Mark Merrill even getting involved in this one. It is an insane game. I completely agree. We're at what? 51 kills inside 30 minutes so far. Dark Passage looking for more.
Both of these teams may have watched the Alliance Millennium match from the end of Super Week a little while ago and looking to break.
That was 51 kills in 50 minutes. Though. This is
most kills.
Inside 30 minutes now.
This is ridiculous. Oh. Right, Holy Phoenix caught once again, but he manages to get away thanks to a good lantern. But look at Dark Passage. They know they can't siege. They know the wave clear from Dark is difficult to deal with. So that's why they're going for the 1-3-1 split, and they're finally onto the inhibitor turrets.
Holy Phoenix, of course, just 1 kill away from breaking the LCS record, of course. But this isn't the LCS. This is, of course, the international wildcard. I expect that kill to come anytime soon. He will get caught out by the wave. Again, Demeka jumps on towards him, but he just pounces his way, gets the lifesteal on. He can't rejoin the fight, though. Touch going to get caught out. Demeka on towards him. Fabulous running for his life. Day1 is picking up a lot of kills. Look at this, though. They fancy it. Dark Passage going back in. And Holy Phoenix, has he gone too far? Pounces in there, gets Demeka down. There is the kill. He just jumps away from there. The rest of his team still engaging. Naru looking to go back in. Rift walk on towards them. Gets himself another. That's going to be the support of Archie going down. Holy Phoenix pounces back in there. Darker has to get away with a satchel charge and a flash. Oh, Crystal M, he's going to go down. Holy Phoenix finishes it off and cleans house once again. It is another ace for Dark Passage. This time, though, they will take an objective. They will get an inhibitor. He's now at 20 kills. 10 assists, crazy.
They may be able to take a whole lot more. They've got minions in the top, they've got minions in the bottom. The question is, what do Dark Passage fancy? Holy Phoenix was on the Nexus turret, but I think wisely peels backwards to focus on getting the super minions. I think if I were in Dark Passage's shoes, get the second inhib, heal, regroup, and push that bottom lane. Allow those super minions to work for you. Now Demeka, he's chasing, he's popped his ult.
Well, he's going to pounce for it, but he goes straight into Holy Phoenix and just goes wrecked straight there. That was a little bit suicidal.
I don't know if Demeka got the menu.
I don't think he's got it at all because he's got 12 deaths.
Yeah, so, you know, somebody's dropped the ball here and not passed the memo over to Demeka. Don't fight Holy Phoenix.
Hey, buddy, this isn't solo queue, maybe?
He has got so many items. We've just seen Holy Phoenix pick himself up a Zephyr and a Guardian Angel while selling his boots. He had, I think, 4.5 grand, maybe a little more actually going into that last back. The item advantage, the gold advantage. Dark Passage are looking to secure passage to victory here, thanks to the back of Holy Phoenix.
41 kills for Dark Passage so far.
And 21 of them are on Holy Phoenix.
Can they chase down the, what was it, 92, I think it was, between Alliance and Millennium the other day. Nevertheless, Dragon will go down and gold continues to be in Dark Passage favor, of course. Super minions coming down the top and middle lane. Will cause the problems. Demeka stealths away from this one.
Manages to get away, but not going to have his ultimate.
13th death.
Not going to have his ultimate for the next fight. Dark Passage, let's see how they handle patience, because it's not something that... wow!
2 shots on Archie there. Nearly took him out.
Yeah, Dark Passage have not been the most patient team this game, so Super Minions are not in the base of Russian Force yet, but we'll see how they handle this next siege.
Do you think these teams just took it to heart, what Legacy just said in that interview? Uh-oh, Day1 in trouble. He's going to go down. Fabulous jumps on towards him. He will get the kill. Naru takes him down a second. Darker picks up. Holy Phoenix claps one as well. It's a double, meanwhile, for the mid lane. There's the ace. It's a triple, and Naru will clean house. Holy Phoenix pounces through, and that will be the game for Dark Passage. Done in style. What a crazy game, ladies and gentlemen. Kills galore. 18 to 46 overall. And by God, these teams are bloodthirsty, that's for sure. 33 minutes and Dark Passage pick themselves up the first victory, and Holy Phoenix, the man on your screen there, breaking records for kills.
22 kills, 4 deaths, and 11 assists. With the pentakill being thrown in for good measure on day 1 at Gamescom here in the International Wildcard. That is going to be such a massive confidence boost for Dark Passage going into the rematch with Legacy, which will be next. And that's something I think they will need to draw from to overcome the defeat from earlier in the day. But you have to think Tristan is either going to get picked away or banned. Surely they're not going to allow Holy Phoenix to get his hands on that champion again.
Fantastic stuff. Crazy aggressive game overall, honestly. And we don't often see that many kills in a standard group stage game. You know, these guys are normally playing very cautious, don't want to give up the loss. But these both these teams, not just Dark Passage, Russian Force as well, went at it hammer and nail the whole way through that game.
We've got to do some math, but I'm going to go out on a limb and I'd say an average number of kills on a 4-game LCS day may not be too far away from the kills in a single game. And 46 kills to 18. It was just ridiculous in favor of Dark Passage. The moment a champion was available, just throw everything you've got at him, catch the kitchen sink, throw that as well. And basically Holy Phoenix was the one that came out on top.
Absolutely. 64 kills in 33 minutes. We'll see if we can beat that one as the next 3 matches, of course. These guys all have to play each other again, as you mentioned. It is a round robin. That's everybody played everyone right now. It's 2-0 for Legacy, 1-1 for Dark Passage, 0-2 for Russian Forces, currently residing at the bottom. Of course, the top 2 teams will go through to the best of 5 tomorrow. That's happening tomorrow morning as well, followed by the 5th place matchup. But what a fantastic couple of matches we've had so far. That's pretty much also us for casting as well.
It is for today, unless there are tiebreakers,
unless there are tiebreakers.
We will be back later.
Could be back.
But I think for Dark Passage, Holy Phoenix is the carry. It's what we said at the very beginning of the day. He picked a champion he could not carry with and struggled. He gets a champion that can scale, gets the support of his jungler, and all of a sudden Holy Phoenix, within the first 10 minutes of the game, had an Infinity Edge, was 4-0-1, and double buffs from his first couple of kills. I definitely think you have to give him a champion like Corki, like Tristana, like Kog'Maw, like Jinx, like you were saying earlier on. Something that he can carry the game with.
Get excited on, of course. We did see Legacy banning out Tristana both matches as well. So maybe proving that one out. I think one thing's for sure, Joe and Deficio are going to have some fantastic matches to follow up. For now, though, let's hear what they have to say. We're going to go over to Shox and the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Well, Dark Passage here, definitely setting the record straight after that first game. Fantastic game of them. What did you guys make of picks and bans? On the side of Russian Force, mainly the same things, maybe just going with what they're comfortable on, knowing that they have those Sub-Zero coming.
Yeah, clearly Russian Force is going like pure combo picks, and we often see this with like newer teams because you just want a champion where you feel like you can perform on it and you're not nervous going into the game. So like first picking Nami clearly shows, okay, Archie wants Nami support here, because normally we don't see a first pick Nami. And also Ziggs again for Darker in the mid lane. Same champion he played before. Clearly, he's taking on some of the safe lane bullies just to make sure he can do okay in the laning phase, which makes sense again because there are a lot of new players who suddenly has to play together. But Dark Passage in this game, all of a sudden they were the ones to punish Russian Force again and again and again and just pick up so many kills.
Yeah, and I actually think from pick and bans, with that Kassadin being left open from bans and then coming in as a last pick, I actually think that Dark Passage were trying to get Darker to commit to going for that Kassadin there, to get away from these safer choices. We actually theorized before this event, we thought it was going to go the likes of Orianna, Ziggs, proven us right so far, but you know, even if you then don't pick Kassadin open, then Dark Passage is like, okay, well, we didn't bait him onto it, but we now get Kassadin for free. So interesting little mind games going on, and I think we've also seen the reason this game why you banned Tristana against Dark Passage.
Absolutely, Dark Passage is getting ahead so quickly, and that Tristana getting enormously fed by the end game. I want to actually take a look at one of the replays from earlier in the game, if we can get that up on the screen, because Russian Force, they were behind, but they still want to commit to objectives and maybe find their way back in the game.
Yeah, so they also picked up a Baron later in the game just by like rushing objectives. We can just roll it here. Fabulous is a man, I will call it a manly TP right here. It doesn't actually work out for him, so he ends up dying just very easily for Dark Force to kill him. Well, Russian Force, sorry, Dark Force is darker. But the issue here for Russian Force is they are so low already from tanking the Dragon, from taking poke from Kassadin. It's an easy cleanup. And you also see some of the solo queue aspect, because up in the top lane, Shyvana sits with teleport. Wasn't used, and by the time they probably considered using the teleport, it was way too late because 1 or 2 members had already died. And it means they end up giving some early kills for Nauru on Kassadin. And of course, Holy Fields on Tristana. He was like 4-0 after the fight.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing about that teleport, he was very manly, very early on, but he actually stalled them out long enough for them to then come in and get that cleanup on them. Again, not really sure why Shyvana says, you know what, guys, I'm just going to stay in my lane. You've got this, don't worry.
Well, you mentioned solo queuing going in, and I wonder if that will be the main thing for these teams, Legacy and Dark Passage, maybe finding the balance between manning up and going in and maybe waiting a little so it's better for the team.
Of course it is. What Dark Passage did in this game was just constantly look for fights because they felt they were ahead all the time. There was no like outsmarting the enemy team. It was like, oh, you're right there, I'm just gonna jump you. Like even Holy Felix on Tristana kept jumping into the enemy team, and everyone just did the same. It was like, okay, we see where the enemy is, we wanna jump, we wanna just fight because we are ahead and we know we can win these fights here. So not a lot of tactic involved, a lot of fighting.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, some teams that are maybe better on paper might be able to punish that kind of play style. The whole, you know, we're tactically not moving forward in this game, but if we just keep looking for fights, if we just get it fight after fight after fight after fight, when you're ahead, you're only going to get further ahead, and that seems to be their tactic. Just go in, hope you come out on top in the first fight, and then just keep pushing it.
Yeah, and that's absolutely an element of the playstyle of Holy Phoenix on Tristana. He just jumps in. Actually, take a look at that fantastic pentakill that he scored here. Let's get that up on the screen. Trevor Quickshot Henry casting a game, another pentakill. Amazing.
Starting to hate him a little bit, actually.
Yeah, I agree. Let's roll the clip. Let's get the penta on the screen here. First, we actually have Dark Passage being a little bit out of position, like Holy Phoenix is in the back line, away from the rest of his team, but he's just jumping Archie straight away. Nauru joins in as well, jumps onto Day1, and it's just a very messy team fight at first. Not really sure what's going on here. Support dead on both sides, 4 versus 4, but because now, once again, Russian Force is so low, and Kassadin is so strong at this point, he goes in, he starts to pop the Hourglass, and then Holy Felix just jumps in and completely cleans it up. So, a bit like the Dragon fight, Russian Force gets this, like an okay start to it, they get an early kill, but it takes so much damage, and then it's just easy for Dark Passage to clean up.
Yeah, Tristana is one of those champions as well, where because of the resets, you can just clean up the fights, get the pens easy. I actually really liked how they started that one as well, jumping over the back of the Dragon Pit with both Tristana and Kassadin, and they could just walk into the carries there at the back while the rest of the team just holding the tanks off. So really well done, actually, in terms of how that fight went.
But again, also just showing how aggressive the team fights are. If your AD carry is jumping to the enemy backline and like sneaking behind them and killing them, that is very different from what we normally see. It really worked out in this game.
Very different, very entertaining. And now, of course, in the next game, Legacy Esports versus Dark Passage, the rematch. One thing is for sure, they're gonna brawl.
Yes, that's gonna be a lot of fights. Yeah. Probably we're gonna see Legacy take it a little bit easy in the start, because they did say they were a bit over-aggressive against Dark Passage, fell behind, but then look for like these mid-late game team fights. At least that's what I expect. I do want to see what they will do in picks and bans though, because there's a lot of things they have to ban on red side, like Maokai, Tristana, and now of course Kassadin even for Nauru. There's just 3 bans right there, and then you kind of stuck. Italy will be open, so gonna be hard for them what they're actually gonna ban. But Legacy has been looking like the best team, and going into that game, should be favorites, I guess.
Yeah, best scenario here for Dark Passage to go into that game, losing out to Legacy earlier on, getting a big confidence boost, a win here against Russian Force. If they're gonna beat them, this is probably the game to do it.
Yeah, so it's going to be a great matchup. Well, we need to take a quick break, but when we return, Dark Passage will face Legacy Esports once more, and Joe and Fisho will be calling the action. Stay with us.
In comes Crystal. They need the AD carry there. Demeka comes around side. Neru gets himself the kill. Can clean up now. Gets himself a second. Comes on towards Archie. Can they pounce on towards him? It will be 3. Now Day1 focus. focused on. He will drop as well. Our team remains going straight in. That's a triple. Will it be a quad? No, it's not going to be quite. Crystal M steals the day and will not give me a damn pentakill. It's just a quadra. About 5 minutes waiting. Jamaica gets caught out. There is the Baron picked up, and now Dark Passage move in. One goes down. Russian forces pick themselves up 2 kills. The damage dealers going in. Rip one, force ball straight up towards them. Double kill, triple kill. Goes in towards Darker. Gets the quadra. Gets the pentakill.
Welcome back to the International Wildcard Qualifier. I'm Joe Miller here with Martin DeFiscio as we head into the second half of the round robin between the teams. We'd also like to let you know that the LCS TV Roku channel has now officially launched, bringing esports action and VODs directly to your television, so you can watch everything from these matches at Gamescom all the way through to Worlds. But now let's head into our next match as Dark Passage faces off against Legacy Esports. Now, Legacy, of course, won their earlier matchup and also defeated Russian Force, and Dark Passage just took down Russian Force as well in our last match. Really one-sided game.
Yeah, so both these teams against Russian Force was very one-sided. They've been showing some very dominant performance against them. As long as they could always get the team fights they want, they would just take them, win them, and also secure the game here. But against each other, it was a bit of a different story, especially for Dark Passage. While they started out well against Legacy, as soon as we got to team fights, it just went horribly wrong. The warding wasn't there. They were always fighting 4 versus 5. Like, never really got the right team fight, and Legacy just kept punishing them. Holy Phoenix, though, is a guy we have to highlight from Dark Passage. Last game, on Tristana. That was a very, very impressive performance. He has some great numbers. He has a lot of kills. But he needs to be careful in these team fights. He's not playing it over-aggressive. We saw him jump into the Russian force a few times and like die, actually, even though he picked up the Penta. So Tristana could be a ban here from Legacy. They banned it already twice.
On the other side, though, we also have to point out the fact that the bottom lane for Legacy has also looked pretty damn solid.
Yeah, 100% agree. EGM on the support, Alistar, especially against Dark Passage, was fantastic. Man, he set up so many team fights, always surprised them. And Carteret as well. Actually been looking very solid. He's a bit, he's a very aggressive AD carry, it's safe to say. But he's not exactly just been like out of position. He's actually been keeping his position pretty tight in these team fights and just managed to rack up all the kills. And it works when the entire team works around him as well, and he can just sit there and like last hit them.
So in terms of champion select then, we've already talked about the fact that the bans here for Legacy are pretty difficult, or you may also say pretty easy to predict. The likes of Kassadin has to go there. Tristana, if we take that last performance from Holy Phoenix into consideration. And then Maokai, always a champion that you've got to be worried about.
Yeah, it seems like Legacy doesn't actually play Tristana themselves, seeing as they banned it twice already on blue side. So now, potential ban against Holy Phoenix. We don't know if they want to ban the Kassadin, or if maybe they want to leave it open and have some counter ready. We see a lot of teams do it now where they leave Kassadin open, even see it actually go through the entire champ select without anyone picking it. So could leave it open, otherwise Maokai. Nidalee has been a ban against Dark Passage as well in both games here. Have to consider it, otherwise Fabulous could pick it up.
And the likes of Alistair, who's just so very strong there. We'll have to find out. Well, we're going to take a look at the starters for this match. On the blue side, we have Dark Passage this time around, with Fabulous in the top lane, Crystal M in the jungle, Naru in the mid, Holy Phoenix AD carry, and Touch on support.
On the red side, Legacy Esports with Minky Will in the top lane, Carbon in the jungle, Choo Choos in the mid lane, Carteret in as the AD carry, and Ejim on support.
So let's check the votes then on lolesports.com and see which team you pick to win this game. With 70% of the vote, it looks like you've gone with Dark Passage here for this game.
Okay, so still the favorites, even though they lost the first game to Legacy, which in the end was actually a very one-sided one. It was just at the start it was even, but then it turned completely in Legacy's favor here. So people still believe in Dark Passage. They were the favorites coming into the tournament, but Legacy has really shown they are a great team.
Yeah, and we heard from them earlier on. I just want to correct myself a little bit, because Carbon said that he found the scrims maybe too easy against new teams rather than this tournament so far. But you still have to say that confidence, you can see it on a player's face, running very, very high. This is the time where you start to falter if you go in too confident, though.
100%. We don't know if Dark Passage in the first game maybe were a bit overconfident and tried too many risky team fights, too many risky plays. We don't really know. What we do know is Legacy in these team fights, at least, even if they're overconfident, they seem like they have just like communication and sport, and the synergy between the members is great in these fights here. So I don't really fear for them to be overconfident. I think they're just a hard-working team.
So let's get into Champion Select then and figure out exactly where the bans and picks are going to go in this one. And we can see first out of the gate will be Zilean banned away by Dark Passage. Of course, Choo Choos did play that Zilean against them earlier on.
Yeah, and while the laning phase was a bit of an issue for him, as soon as we got to like mid-game and team fights, he was very, very strong. And they did have a comp build around protecting Carteret, the hyper carry, we could say, which they won't be able to do, at least with Zilean this time around.
So Rengar also taken away. Seeing how confident Carbon is with that one, just diving in all over the place. So far, red side bans have been exactly as we predicted them. Maokai, Kassadin, will it be a Tristana file ban? It will be, as we said, it seemed pretty easy to kind of guess what Legacy were going to ban out here.
It feels like Dark Passage is helping them a little bit, though, in this Champ Select, because they actually banned the Rengar, they banned the Alistar, and they could potentially have like first pick an Alistar if they played in top lane, if they played in support, and take it away from Legacy instead of banning it. Instead, though, they had some very clear target bans here, and therefore I feel like Legacy actually removed pretty much everything they wanted to remove from the table. Lee Sin has been a good pick for Crystal M. Still, you can deal with Lee Sin now. So in this case, even though we talk about how it could be hard for Legacy Esports on the red side, pretty much everything they want gone is gone.
And Lee was one of the bans actually from our first game of the day, banned out by Legacy, so obviously Chris I'm going to be feeling happy about getting that. Other side though, Cogmore going to be picked up for Kadrid, and Minky Whale will get his hands on Irelia, and already shown us that Irelia has been pretty strong today overall.
Yeah, it's actually been a good pick, especially because the Aurelias we have seen always seem to get a good start in the laning phase. Get the early Trinity Force you want for your mid-game power spike, and then you become really, really strong, and you're hard to shut down. So big pick here for Legacy Esports. And I wonder now what Dark Passage wants to respond with.
Well, it's going to be definitely Orianna here. That one was locked in. Of course, we did see Legacy playing it against Russian Force in that mid lane. Choo-Choo's had a massive game on that one, played incredibly well. Looks like final pickup, not final pickup, next pickup here for Dark Passage will in fact be Braum. So Touch going somewhere a little different.
So getting the Orianna, take it away from Legacy Esports so they can't really, or make it harder for them to do this, protect our AD carry comp. It does, however, mean, especially when you early pick a Braum without seeing the enemy support, and Morgana is open, which once again falls in favor of Legacy, because right now she's one of the strongest supports, and she's also a counter to Braum. So now you, support-wise, put yourself in a bad situation by early picking it and leave Morgana. Also, Elise open for Legacy, so you have this insane pick potential already. Land Cocoon, land the binding, a target is locked down for like 5 seconds, and it buys so much time for the single target DPS Legacy have already locked in for AD carry and top lane to just take down the target.
Other side though, Nidalee was one that we touched on, was of course banned away by Legacy, the first time that these two teams met earlier on today. Jinx, also a champion, which Holy Phoenix, if you look through his solo queue match history, has played a fair bit of. But how is that going to work out for him? We also said that, you know, Morgana considered by many as the counter to Braum in that lane. Is Jinx going to have enough to survive through it if he gets binded up?
Yeah, if he gets binded in lane, it's gonna be hard for him. Of course, Legacy's lane is not exactly like a full all-in lane. It's a lot of a long-range poke if they do go 2v2 against each other. We've actually seen like a lot of lane swaps today. We've seen a lot of level 1 action as well, so we don't really know how the lanes are gonna look. But it seems for Holy Phoenix, he's of course a very teamfight focused AD carry, and he loves these resets or get one kill and like chase the next one. Could do the same on Tristana where he picked up the pentakill. And now on Jinx, he can try and do the same. So Dark Passage, they have Nidalee for the split push, and then they have like Orianna, Jinx to stay together, and as like a 4-man group to push up towers. They can push it very fast with a Jinx. Just have to be careful because you don't have a jump. So if Legacy jumps towards you, as Jinx, and you're hitting a tower, you're in a very bad situation.
And especially when you just see the Zed locked in there into the middle lane. That's the perfect champion for just diving straight in for that AD carry. Positioning for Holy Phoenix is going to be totally crucial in these fights.
It's going to be very important, especially because he only has Orianna and then a shield from Crystal M to actually protect him from the damage of that. Braum won't really be able to help him. I mean, if you jump the Jinx and Braum jumps to him, yeah, you can try and stun Zed. That's about it. You can't really prevent much of the damage unless you manage to block his Q with the shield. But that's about it. So, gonna be hard for Holy Phoenix here, especially if Dark Passage gets to the point where they want to split push with Nidalee and push with the rest of the members. Because on the other side, Legacy here, land a binding, land a cocoon, and you will just go all in and you can start these fights, and there's not a lot of disengage potential on the other side. Oh, no, sorry, there's a lot of disengage potential, but there's not a lot of protection for the Jinx if Zed get onto him.
Well, going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. And we want to know which team you guys think came out ahead in picks and bans. Tweet hashtag DPWin or hashtag LGCWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll check those results out shortly. Of course, everyone's still favouring Dark Passage here despite that victory from Legacy earlier on in the day.
Yeah, so when we do have this split push comp here for both teams, the early game is going to be so important, because if like Nidalee gets a few early kills, gets a good start, she will become like unkillable and can just split push all day long. We can also turn around and say, what about Zed? If he gets a few kills early on, then he can do the exact same deal. So a lot of split push here, a lot of pick potential, especially also from Legacy.
Well, let's find out then, shall we, how this one goes down as we get into game for Dark Passage versus Legacy Esports for the second time here today. Of course, it was Legacy that won the earlier encounter and are, of course, at the top of the table right now after sitting there with 2 wins to their name. Dark Passage just behind them and could actually put both of them at 2-1 if they're able to pick up the win.
So let's see here level 1 wise. As I just said before, Every single game today, we have had level 1 action, and seems like we're getting it once again. Minky Whale might be caught out of position.
Yeah, Fabulous going to dive straight in there on top of him for this one. Early bit of damage, good stun coming out of Minky Whale. Well, that forces them away from the red side of their jungle.
Just getting in. Want to place a deep ward between the 2 top towers so they can try and spot a possible lane swap from Legacy here. Or trying to dodge around the lane if they want to. Simply trying to scout out where Legacy is sending their dual lane or their top lane. And then just from there on, decide where they want to put their lanes. Wouldn't surprise me to see Holy Phoenix and Touch try and dodge around the dual lane from Legacy here. It could be a very hard lane for them if they get a 2v2 and don't get any help from Crystal M on Lee Sin.
So let's find out then how the start of this one will look. Looks like Codred, he's going to be going towards the top side. So looking for that 2 versus 1. Going to push right up against the wall here, and there we can see, he is spotted just there by that ward as he goes through.
Yeah, so Legacy, they know, Dark Passage, they know Legacy has sent their dual lane up to the top side, and it seems like they actually want to go for the 2v2 lane here, taking Jinx and Braum and sending them up to top lane. They might find a few members from Legacy, however, because they're invading on the blue buff.
Yeah, Crystal M on one side, Naru and Touch on the other. That's a good little binding onto Touch, and that will stop them actually chasing through completely. That leaves us well with this 1 versus 1. Obviously, in the mid lane, Choo-Choo's, who's been really outstanding today for Legacy, up against Naru, who also, even that loss earlier on to Legacy, still looked pretty damn solid.
Yeah, especially in the laning phase, he looked very, very good. He managed to not only kill Choo-Choo's in a one-on-one and then actually get level 6 to get a double kill down the bottom lane at the same time on Zeref. Teamfight-wise, didn't look too strong, but that was more of also a team effort where the coordination wasn't on point. That never really managed to land a lot of the ultis from Zeref and get a lot of damage in. But up in the top lane, remember, Dark Passage decided to go for the 2v2 themselves. They spotted Codred and Ejim going to the top lane, swapped to the top side. So now they have to handle his dual lane.
And we already see a bit of damage being thrown between them. In fact, Ejim gonna get stunned up here. There is a zap coming out. Flash already falls. Exhaust goes down. Ejim in some real trouble. Is he gonna fall? Phoenix is gonna get him. Can they finish off Codred as well? I don't think they'll finish him, but will he get under? There's a flash right underneath the tower, and well, that is aggression pure out of Dark Passage.
And this is purely because Ejim went to the blue buff when Legacy went for the lane invade, so he didn't get any XP in the laning phase, which meant he was only level 1 once Dark Passage dual lane hit level 2, and they instantly saw a chance to just jump him and managed to kill him. So Ejim have been playing so well today. Big mistake here, staying in the front, opening up for Touch to jump in, get the stun, while he was only level 1 because he went for the blue buff. So pays off for Dark Passage early on here.
This bottom lane, the 1 versus 1 down there, is also kind of going as you really expect with Irelia versus Nidalee. Nidalee just keeping Irelia completely away with the range of the auto attacks and then diving onto him as soon as he gets close.
And this really is the main reason for the lane swap from Dark Passage. They wanted to have Nidalee one-on-one against Irelia in the lane. So even though they potentially had to sacrifice something, Naru dodging around.
Cocoon missing there, and I think that's enough for Naru. Used his flash earlier on, so if that Cocoon had have landed, that possibly would have been another kill. This time though, of course, for Legacy. So Naru getting away with that one. Flash down though means he could be a target later on for Carbon.
Yeah, so again, just back again to the whole Nidalee point. Even though they had to sacrifice something 80 carry-wise, maybe not even now where they picked up the early kill because Ejim was only level 1, but they just really wanted this Nidalee versus Irelia one-on-one lane so he could pull it, get a big lead, shut down Irelia. We talked about how today the Irelia players have had a good start, always got early Trinity falls and could be very strong in the mid game. When you're this far behind in the CS and if it stays the same, your Trinity Force is going to be very delayed and you might never hit your power spike and therefore just become a tank in the late game and can never really kill anyone, where Fabulous can just split push forever on the lane. We see all the focus here on getting him ahead. Crystal M coming in for potential dive.
Are they going to be able to get in for this one? There's the dive at Minky Whale trying to get around. Actually a good flash there. It's all going to be on whether the Q lands, and it does. Crystal M able to pick that one up. We did see Elise coming down, but just too late there.
So got a kill. Perfect start for Dark Passage. You get a kill in the top lane, you get a kill in the bottom lane. Didn't go to Fabulous. Still, kill, deny a lot of farm. There's no teleport on Minky Whale, so he won't be able to come down and pick up all this farm. He's very far behind in XP, he's very far behind in farm. Dark Passage with the deep level 1 ward and swapping the duel into top lane to make sure they got the one-on-one really paid off here.
Cardred having to recall once again from this lane, facing a lot of problems. Touch and Holy Phoenix after getting that initial kill. I mean, it gave the pickaxe straight away pretty much to Holy Phoenix there, which makes that lane ridiculously hard to deal with. But we also know that Jinx is going to shred these turrets. We see it already down to just over half HP. Ejim's still there, so they can hold on to that one at least for a couple more waves. As Crystal M also headed towards middle there. They wanted to push that one out because Naru tried to go home a little bit earlier on to shop up. Now he's going to get the chance to do so.
Let's see what Legacy wants to do now, because they need to help Minkyuil in this bottom lane. He's not going to be able to handle himself. Already level behind, but 20 CS behind as well. And Crystal M can easily walk down to this bottom lane again if they poke him down and dive him. So let's see what happens in mid lane though.
That is a very ballsy move from Crystal M, just diving in after landing the Q. Enough damage really to Choo-Choo's to send him off and home, which means that he's going to be coming back in there with a couple more items. You actually see Seeker's arm guard for Naru as the gank comes towards his top lane. Carbon, is he going to be able to get in there for the Cocoon? It lands on towards Touch. His Unbreakable's already been burnt through, but Holy Phoenix able to do good damage back. Teleport coming in as well. Who are they going to go for? Fabulous a little bit out of range. Exhaust on towards Cardred. Here comes Crystal M as well. Cardred's going down. Will they dive for any more? No, they won't. Decide against it.
So teleporting to this top lane here, they really wanted to pick up a kill. Got onto Nidalee, but look down this bottom lane now. Minkyuil can finally pick up some farm, push it into the tower. No teleport from Fabulous, so he has to run the entire way to the lane. So actually means now Minkyuil getting some much needed farm and XP. Did have to give up a kill in the top lane though.
And that turret being shredded here. Minkyuil with just those 2 Doran's Blade after the terrible start that he's really had. Choo-Choo's meanwhile going aggressive on towards Naru. As I mentioned, Seeker's arm guard came in, but on the other side a Brutalizer was finished off first for Choo-Choo's.
Choo-Choo's is normally a person who really likes to play these assassins. Has played some Yasuo as well. So I'm really looking forward to see what he can do on Zed when we come out of the laning phase. But now he's just been doing a good job farming against Naru. Keeping fairly even. Remember, Orianna will always hit the point where she starts just instant clearing the wave and then go to his own jungle and just keep taking jungle camps, and that's normally where we see an Orianna get a big CS lead. But that's of course where Legacy then can use the fact that Naru will be stuck in the mid lane, farming jungle camps, farming the lane, to then roam around the map and try and set up some picks.
Now I saw Blue Buff giving over to Naru as well. Actually, Crystal M going very low from it. And Naru had to get in there to pretty much take that and save his jungler. As Carbon spots out that pink ward that was placed earlier on in the Death Bush. This 2 versus 2 lane still going very well for Dark Passage. 1-0-1 on the Jinx. Now that Zeal added in on top of the pickaxe from earlier on. And he's a good chunk of farm ahead as well.
Yeah, looking really good, especially the level 1 kill onto Ejim and then of course teleport. So Dark Passage here early on really made it very clear. We are fine leaving mid lane just to Naru alone at this point, and then we make sure Crystal M is helping the bottom lane at first, and we have teleport if needed to assist the top lane. And simply mean they are looking very strong in both side lanes, and even Naru is of course doing his job in this mid lane alone. This gang down his bottom lane though, it's pretty hard to pull off because Nidalee can jump around.
Can jump around.
Let's see what
there
they
we
can
go.
do.
Dive coming in. There is the stun coming down. Fabulous turns around, tries to put some damage of his own back in. Didn't work out for him, and that is a kill back here. And that is the ultimate in the top side for Touch as well. Have they got the damage here to finish off Cardred? Holy Phoenix actually going pretty low. There's the binding coming in as well. Some of the heal was used. Can he get away from the Cathian surprise? No, he can't. Cardred will bring it back.
So trading 1-for-1 here. Tower, however, did go down this top lane. So Holy Phoenix did manage to kill it before they engage the fight. And down his bottom lane, while it can be hard to lock down in Italy, it really helps when he's at the minions and you can just run straight to him, stun him, set up the cocoon here. So nice setup by Legacy, making sure Carbon is also in the game and want to assist his lanes. And Minkyuil now, with the kill, with the farm he got earlier from the teleport as well from Fabulous, is getting slowly back into the game.
Yep, only 10 CS behind. Already working up now towards that Trinity Force after starting with the double Doran's Blades. Got that Phage there now. We'll see how he continues on that front. A lot of damage already from Naru there onto the mid lane as Choo-Choo's going to come under pressure from Crystal M. Jungler is there on the other side though, and that will force Crystal M to think twice about following the Q up.
So Carbon again just there to secure if you do go aggressive on my mid laner, I'm ready to counter gank it. And we already saw the burst from an Elise down his bottom lane onto Fabulous. Dark Passage is starting off the Dragon. 4 members here. Minkwell does a teleport in the top lane, but it doesn't look like Legacy wants to contest this Dragon at all.
Nope, not going to even go for it. Legacy actually decided to do a bit of damage towards this middle turret with Elise and Zed, but they need to start to move away from this one. Good cocoon onto Fabulous. Will he try and chase through? Spear will be thrown in there, but as he starts to chase, realizing you're never going to be able to catch him up, and that will leave that one. However, down in the bottom lane, the duo has moved in, and they're going to be taking a turret. Top lane may also fall as well. Minky Whale doing good damage to that one. Is going to be headed off by Fabulous, but I don't think it's enough. No, there we go. Minion actually takes it down in the end, so a trade for turrets in that scenario leaves us at 2-1 in favor of Dark Passage.
I actually really like the build here for Holy Phoenix. A lot of focus on just getting the static shift early, so you can push waves, you can push towers, and it really works on Jinx because you normally don't have a lot of waves unless you have time to stand there with your rocket and constantly hit these minions here and get a crit on them possibly. Then you can clear it fast, but you're pretty low range when you do it, so it can be a bit risky on the tower. Static shift is going to help to clear the waves, farm even faster, and push down these towers. It was a fast push we talked about they could do with a Jinx, and it's really paying off because he got such a good start. He got the early kills. He's stronger than Cartridge at the moment, and just using it to constantly pressure the side lanes and getting the towers.
First bigger item coming out here. Morella Nomicon actually picked up by Naru. Obviously deciding not to go straight up towards the Zhonya's, just one of that Seeker's Arm Guard for the extra protection in that mid lane against Choo-Choo's. And now Dark Passage actually just moving their bottom lane, and Jungler coming in now as well. There's only really Elise to stop this tower being pushed down, so might be a good chunk of damage here for Dark Passage.
It is definitely the right call. Just go in early, use your advantage, keep pushing these lanes. You already killed the top turret, you already killed the bottom one, you have the Jinx with early attack speed. Just get straight to this tower and get them down as fast as possible. Now they can move into the jungle of Legacy, place some deep wards, and start punishing Carbon if he keeps farming the jungle here. Otherwise, you just start slow pushing the other lanes. You have your split push in one lane, you slow push the other one, and you keep the 4 members again we talked about in this mid lane, and you just start pushing up the lanes. If Fabulous in this top lane gets to his tower, or get to the Tower of Legacy, the 4 members from Dark Passage can just say, okay, we run straight through your jungle, we have it warded already, to this top tower, instantly we have 5 people, we push it down very fast before you can even react here, so looking very, very nice, and Static Shift should be completed next time Holy Phoenix goes back, and then it's all about the race to Infinity Edge as your second item, and you already have your 2 very important items. You have your first spike, and you can then start scaling up to late game, where Jinx of course is very, very strong as well. So let's see, Minky Whale over this top lane looking for a fight. Yep. You might regret it.
Yeah, got the Sheen in there now, but we are seeing Crystal M coming in. No tower, of course, in there behind him. That's a good flash to get away from Crystal M, who lands the Q there, but he is going to follow it up, actually. Good stun from Minky Whale to say, no, you're not going to get him behind me and kick me back into Fabulous.
Just Crystal M keeps trying to set kills up for Fabulous up in this top lane. First it was in the bottom lane with the gank, now in this top lane. Did force a flash, which means Fabulous now, next time he goes back to split push now with the Trinity Force completed, can try and chase down Minky Whale and go for a kill, or send up someone like Crystal M again, of course, and kill him, and therefore open up for the tower. Because there's no dragon for the next few minutes. It's going to be all about just farming the waves and also pushing down towers if Dark Passage feel like they get an opening.
So just a bit of clarity on the rules here. If these 2 teams end up tied by the end of things, it of course comes down to who between them has the fastest win time to decide who gets the high seed going forward. Obviously, Russian Force still may have something to say about that a little bit later on, but for now, looking good for Dark Passage to actually win this second encounter, as Choo-Choo's might be in trouble. Crystal M is going to be coming into it. Choo-Choo's actually turns around, goes straight in for Holy Phoenix, but not really getting the damage that he wanted there either. And now he's the one in all kinds of trouble. Being controlled completely. Good ulti. There is a Jinx Rocket actually jumped away from with the flash. Death Mark going on to Crystal M as well. He's probably going to die from that one. If not, Minky Whale will finish finish off. And now Touch on that turret down bottom seems to be getting away as Fabulous is going to TP in as well. Orianna joining the fight now as well as Carbon hit by the zap, won't be able to escape. Holy Phoenix gets that one, and it's a messy encounter in the bottom lane.
But that was such a great play in the start here from Choo-Choo's. He went aggressive onto Holy Phoenix here, forced his splash, kept chasing him. He was slowed down. There's two members, both Lee Sin and Brom onto him. Just gonna see it again. He goes in first, doesn't get the death mark, just shadow in, get all the damage, and now chasing, trying to flash, tries to get to him. Not possible. Nice ulti here from Touch, hitting two members, also Minky Will, who teleported in. Zed is still alive, goes for Crystal M, picks up the kill, gets out alive again, but now the rest of Legacy joins in, looking for more kills. Teleport comes in from Fabulous. Minky Will is out of position, a bit too aggressive here. He dies, and Naro joins as well, and at the same time, Carteret, he was actually running from base, so he was never really part of the fight.
So, where does that leave us then? 16.5 minutes in, 6-3 in kills for Dark Passage, and a 5,000 gold lead at this point, and only 30 seconds until the Dragon comes up. Crystal M very deep in the jungle, they're actually doing the white. And in the end, he's forced to hop away as Cadre defends this mid lane. But for now, it's looking like Dark Passage are the team in position for this Dragon.
And you can really see how much farm and how many kills Holy Phoenix have gotten already. Because he was going to go for Static Shift. Instead, he had enough gold to actually go back, only the pickaxe to get the Infinity Edge. So delaying the Static Shift a little bit, but next time he goes back, especially after Dragon here, and picks up just a bit more farm, he will be able to complete Static Shift and get his 2 items. While as Carteret just completed his Trinity Force. So he's behind at the moment, both kills, especially also with the Dragons, with the early kills here, and he's just going to have to try and sit back and get as much farm as possible. But it's going to be hard because Dark Passage shouldn't stop pushing towers now. They should keep going for it and use the fact that Jinx is so strong at this point.
Oh, I see the damage there. Actually, Carteret forced to flash away from Nidalee. The auto attacks causing him too much pain. He decides to back away, but that leaves him a bit more vulnerable, especially if Crystal M can get on top of him, get him kicked back into the rest of the team. Naru, meanwhile, is pushing the mid lane. Minky Whale is going to come around, try and stop him from this one. Elise comes over the top, but they decide to go away, both flashing away from the shockwave, but still the damage coming down here onto Naru. Carbon is going to be slowed down. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't land, but Fabulous gets the kill anyway. Now Minky Whale going to be pressured. Touch blocking out a lot of the damage that came back to them, but I think they've got enough here for the tower.
And they just keep pressuring all the lanes in. Naru against 2 members. He's not running. He's going straight for the ulti. Want to get a fight here. Wants to get them low. Even managed to pick up a kill on Carbon and therefore force the tower again. And it's always one of the issues when you do play like an assassin mid lane like Zed. If you do not get ahead, you never really get to the point where you can start split pushing because your team won't be able to defend without you and the other team can just constantly push down on your towers. And if you're not there to help wave clearing, well, tower's going to die. So they've been forced to use both Aurelia and Zed to stay with the team and wave play instead of doing what they do best, and at least at this point of the game, and look for these split push, look for these one-on-one fights. Simply because Dark Passage early game was so good. 2v2 top lane because they spotted the swap here, got the one-on-one with Nidalee against Aurelia, won it, won the dual lane as well because Ejin was only the one, ended up dying. The TP as well, picked up another kill for Dark Passage. It was just a great early game, made it very hard for Legacy to actually use their comp properly. Trinity Force is not even completed yet for Minky Whale. Just almost said Milky Whale again.
An old Milky Whale.
So
Second
far,
appearance.
yeah, we have Holy Felix and Milky Whale, but could also see Holy Phoenix and Minky Whale.
Awesome stuff. 43:26 is the time, by the way, that was set by Legacy in the first time that these two teams meet. And just to go back to that point earlier, if they end up tied, it comes down to the game times and who wins the fastest, basically, over the course of these 2 games. So, and Dark Passage, to be honest, we're not even 20 minutes into this one. They're already doing a fantastic job of pushing the map. Fabulous going into this one. Deathmark comes down. It's going to do a lot of damage. The spear coming through. Not quite enough to kill off Choo-Choo's, but it's probably enough to force them away from the tower completely. Shockwave onto Carbon. He flashed the last one, of course. Nowhere to repel, but Fabulous goes down, and that is going to be another tower.
Exactly the same deal here. Dark Passage move to a tower. As soon as they have a chance to get some damage or force a flash or kill someone from Legacy, they do it. Again, it's a one-man shockwave. It doesn't matter. Just get the 1 kill, get someone low, and you take this tower so fast. And just, again, same deal. Yes, they lost the tower in the top lane, but they keep pushing in. Minky Whale is forced to go back now.
And he's actually just going to finish off his Triforce there, which leaves him quite the way behind Nidalee, who's 4-1-1, got about 10 CS more. But more importantly, Trinity Force was done earlier on. Glacial Shroud is now in there, and is possibly going to be going back. Got another 1,000 gold to spend there. So Dark Passage decided it is in fact time to go back and finish off a couple of items. Of course, the Static Shift done there for Jinx, picking up a Vamp Scepter as well. So looking like Bloodthirst are going to be the next item.
Yeah. So we do see Dark Passage here respecting the Z pickup and say, while we don't have the best, well actually again you do have a pretty fed Orianna, which really helps against the Z here, but they're respecting it and saying we want to protect ourselves through our items. So we're going to get Bloodthirst, we're going to get the shield. We have Hourglass of course on Naru, on Orianna, very standard against a Z. And we also have Face of the Mountain on Touch here to provide an extra shield. So now you have like the Lee Sin shield, you have Orianna shield, you have heal from Fabulous, you have Bloodthirster soon to come shield, and you also have the Face of the Mountain. Fabulous though, you're dead.
Yeah, he is going to go down from this one. There is a blood mark popping. Or death mark, actually.
Blood mark.
A lot of blood to come out of Fabulous. And that will be a shutdown, actually. And Choo Choo's just going to try to get away from it. Decently low HP, and Minky Whale joined in there, actually.
Good guy, Minky Whale.
The rocket that was headed towards Choo Choo's may have been enough to actually take him down as well. And they get another turret. It's Minky Whale that's doing all the turret work.
Yeah, he's just running between the lanes, kill the turret. And we see again, though, the second time Choo Choo's actually get to split push, he picks up a kill. First time it was 1 versus 3, and he managed to get a kill. And Crystal M looking for something on Carbon here.
Got to break the shield though before he goes to try and kick him into it. There is the shield wearing off. Carbon down to less than half HP. There's the ultimate out of touch. Crystal M is in the middle of them. Cartridge going to be focused. Carbon is low. Ejim is low. And there is Phoenix cleaning up once again. Gets himself the triple, and they'll back away, possibly to that top lane and then Baron.
So while the split push really worked before for Legacy, they picked up a kill, they got a tower. Dark Passage once again group as a team. They run into your jungle, run to your tower. It doesn't even matter at this point. They're just looking to find members from Legacy and look to fight. And once again, they win the fight, get some kills. Always seems to get a tower. Every time they get a kill, or more kills, get a tower, get a dragon, and they want to Baron here. And only 2 members from Legacy who is actually in a position to try and stop it, and nobody has a smite.
Yeah, not sure if Minky Whale's going to be able to pull this one off. Naru just getting a ward on top of him. The Chompers go down to try and stop him coming in the backside. There is Zed as well, hanging around. Can he get in? Goes with the death mark into the pit. Not enough damage though. And there is the kill onto Choo Choo's. The Baron being picked up as well by Crystal M. Fabulous actually going to get hit by the binding, but that's only going to slow them down here. 4 men alive only for Legacy up against a full Baroned up team of Dark Passage, who are now going for a dragon as well.
He's looking to get as much goal as possible. Let's just see the replay again. Notice here again, split push. Dark Passage don't even care. Yes, we lose 1 member. We're still so strong. The rest of our members will go into your jungle, look for the fight. No kick onto Carbon due to the black shield, but then they can just re-engage. Holy Phoenix is so strong at this point. Get your passive proc, chase it, get more kills, get the crits. I mean, Infinity Edge Static Shift already can really clean it up, and everyone else on the team around him, if we ignore the Nidalee, he's just like full support style. 007 for Nauru in the mid lane. Just, I'm here to help my AD carry, and it works.
And speaking of the AD carry, we see there Holy Phoenix going back. Was sat on about 2,000 gold and picks himself up now a BF sword. So definitely working in towards that Bloodthirster. On the top side, we see Fabulous Frozen Heart done. Also picked up another pickaxe. We're going to see a Randuin's for the jungler. A Death Cap should be coming up here for Naru as well, now that he's got Zhonya's Morellonomicon and another Needlessly Large Rod. And the problem that they have here is how do they clear these waves once they get start to get pushed in. Orianna can just drop the ball behind the tower, gives Jinx free reign.
Again, they are forced to keep Zed with the team if they want to defend the towers, because he can use the shadow, get some extra range and try and clear the wave, or most of it, as fast as possible. If he goes to split push, Dark Passage at this point can just ignore him, go straight for the base, take 1 or 2 towers down, open up for the inhibitors, and therefore take them down as well, and then completely ignore the split push, which the few times Legacy did manage to pull it off, worked. They got kills. It was well played. but they've just been falling so far behind. Dark Passage once again can just keep forcing these objectives.
Oh, Cocoon there onto Holy Phoenix, but the tower already starting to get blasted down, and Holy Phoenix not going to be scared here to go in a little closer touch. Definitely tanky enough to just hold onto that inhibitor turret for him and take the damage. As Minky Whale and Fabulous having a bit of a one-on-one. It's not really a one-on-one though. Fabulous is absolutely destroying him, jumps in, gets the kill, will flash out with the shield of Crystal M. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is pushing straight through the mid lane. They've got the inhibitor turret, and they may just be able to straight up fight this one. The zone of the Chompers will be enough to get the first in him.
And go straight to the top lane here. The wave is coming in. Minky Whale is dead for another 20 seconds. Should be another tower now. Once again, the Jinx, it just works wonders for Dark Passage. Every time they get to a tower, it dies within seconds.
Oh, Shockwave actually coming in. Ejin managing to get the shield onto him, but there's a spear coming through from Fabulous to get the kill. There's a second in him, and to be honest, Dark Passage can just go for the win here. That Jinx hammering away. They want more kills though. Get behind Carbon, didn't quite get the kick on him. Dive in from touch, they're going to try and get the kills on top of the fountain. They could be going for the game, but instead wanting a couple more kills. Minions taking a while to actually get there. In fact, they've been headed off in the middle lane. But that top lane is going to start to push through, and only that one Nexus turret now stands between Dark Passage and the victory here over Legacy for the revenge after that earlier defeat. And there they go, on towards the turret, easily shredded down. Can they finish off the game, or do they want more kills at the end just to prove a point? Carbon going to be the target. He will again repel away. Ejin will get his ulti off, but the Nexus goes down, and Dark Passage pick up the win.
Very, very dominant performance. As soon as they got the lane matchup, they won. Fabulous against Minky Whale in the one-on-one, so that Nidalee could dominate Aurelia, shut him down early. Crystal M did a good job helping as well, getting the dive in his bottom lane, and then up in his top side. We have praised the bottom lane for Legacy a lot, but this time around, it didn't work out for him. They gave up the early kill because Ejin was only level 1 after the lane invade on blue buff. Once level 2 was hit by Dark Passage, and they went aggressive on him instantly, killed him, got a kill onto Holy Phoenix. Then we saw Teleport got a second one, and from there, it was just so hard for Legacy to do anything because they fell behind as a split push comp. And you just had to kind of hope Dark Passage would play the passive and sit back and if open up for you to get onto your side lanes and you can start split pushing. It just never happened because Dark Passage just kept going straight for the tower, straight for the fights.
Yeah, no messing around. They knew that they had the power on top of those turrets to just keep pushing them in there, really utilizing their advantage. And this is the kind of the point that we had against Dark Passage earlier on almost, that they seem to be used to being far enough ahead in games that they can just snowball that completely out of control. I mean, we saw them take 2-3 kills, get a couple of turrets, go to the top lane, take the tower, go straight off to Baron, run down, take a dragon, and go home with an absolute boatload of gold to spend. As I was mentioning before, the time's important in this one because it could mean the difference in seed going into tomorrow's best of 5 final for the spot at Worlds. Done quicker here by almost 20 minutes, actually, by Dark Passage in this second win for them.
Yeah, no, also Legacy, if they do lose the next game, they'll play against Russian Force. All of a sudden, they might actually end up being tied with them if Russian Force can then beat Dark Passage here. So all of a sudden now we have all the teams being very, very close in the standings. And the next few games will, of course, decide, will there be tiebreakers? Will we actually have a clear winner or clear number 1 and 2 proceeding to the grand final just after the first 6 games?
Well, that's sometimes how it goes. You have in these double round robins where you play each other twice, the fact that one team can seemingly dominate the first half of the day, and then suddenly, you know, I think that last win against Russian Force gave Dark Passage a lot of confidence back into the game after losing to Legacy earlier on. Cleaned up Russian Force, did an incredible job here as well for the win.
Yeah, again, everything just worked for him from the start of the game. Naro in the mid lane did well on Orianna, just all alone, one-on-one. One of the reasons you pick Orianna, because she's so good in the laning phase, she's so strong early on, and you can always like blind pick her, and she just fits into pretty much all comps. In this case, especially because you got a Jinx now, you wanted to protect her. Okay, we have the Orianna ball as like our main protection for you in these fights against the Zed. And then also just, again, they got the lanes, they got the kills early on in the lanes, they managed to snowball, got their first dragon, got the first 2 dragons, I believe even. And while Legacy tried to have some comeback plays, it was just too late and they were too far behind the goal. It's just all about towers now all of a sudden.
Well, great win here for Dark Passage, and we're going to join Shox, who's on stage with a team member of Dark Passage.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Holy Phoenix. Congratulations, first up, what a game. Now, of course, you played Legacy Esports earlier here in the day. What did you change? Because that game, of course, didn't go so well in the mid-game.
I think we lost the first game because of the picks. Their picks was really good for us, like Zillion, Alistar, Kog'Maw wouldn't die in the team fights and then does tons of damage, and I guess the team fight lost for us. And the second game, we banned Zillion and Alistar, so that's the why we won, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys got a big advantage very early on. Great performance by you on Jinx. Great performance by you on Tristana in that last game. The pentakill coming in there. You know, Fabulous had it on this stage, of course, last year. Did you really want that?
Yeah, I was like yelling pentakill at the first. Like, I knew I was going to get pentakill, just set my team face that don't hit, I will get the pentakill, and I get it, and it was really good.
Yeah, it was an amazing moment. In the video actually running up to these games, we heard your teammates say, well, the reason why we didn't make it last year is because Holy Phoenix wasn't here. Doesn't that create a lot of pressure for you to come up here?
Yeah, but I'm more ambitious because I couldn't come here because I was 16 years old. We won the last year as well, but now I'm more ambitious, so I'm playing my best to win to go to Worlds, and I guess I'm doing it.
Yeah, you're doing very well indeed. Tell me a little bit about how important it is for you in your region to be the representative here and make it to Worlds.
Yeah, well, as a Dark Passage, our goal always was go to Worlds, so we practice for the wildcard so much, and I hope we go to Worlds.
Well, we will see, of course. Well, you're doing very good up to now. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say thanks to all my fans in Turkey. Herkese selamlar arkadaşlar. Görüşürüz. Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, we have to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be breaking down this game and more action as Russian Force takes on Legacy Esports. Stay right here.
Seems to be getting away as Fabulous is going to TP in as well. Oriana joining the fight now as well as Carbon hit by the zap, won't be able to escape. Down to less than half HP, there's the ultimate out of touch. Chris Lemmings in the middle of them. Cardin's going to be focused. Carbon is low, Egypt is low, and there is Phoenix cleaning up once again.
Welcome back, everyone. Demon and Quickshot have lane swapped in to join me in her last match. Dark Passage easily took down Legacy Esports, and while we heard it from Holy Phoenix, we did a better pick and ban phase in his opinion going into this game. But Trevor, you had a bone to pick with Legacy Esports in the mid lane.
Oh, I completely agree. I have no idea what Zed was meant to do in that pick. Voluntarily putting Zed into the option of Orianna is always going to end in a bad day. And when you've got Braum and Nidalee who builds Bruiser these days, Zed's always got a time limit for how effective he's going to be. On the same token, they also ran Kog'Maw Morgana into Jinx Braum. And at the very beginning of the day, I was like, that's a lane matchup that Jinx and Braum are going to win. Nidalee is going to be able to punish Irelia. And it's something that we've seen happen. I really feel that Legacy dropped the ball in this picks and bans. And I'm not quite sure what they were hoping to do, whether it was overconfidence or whether they felt their comp would actually work.
Yeah, and if you look at like game one, they had obviously the 2v1. It worked well. They were almost on the inner very early on. This time around, they were right, you guys are going to go top. We're going to 2v2 you. And sure as hell, they got themselves first putting that top. They almost got a double kill for Holy Phoenix. But again, it's something that got Holy Phoenix rolling on Jinx, and it just worked out so well for them.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, they were both top laners were in the bottom lane, and when one simple dive, Irelia went down there as well. And actually from then on, the Dark Passage was able to build up a big lead, which resulted in team fights where they immediately had to lead. Let's actually look at a replay of one of those team fights where Legacy overcommits, something we've seen both teams do. Let's not be new.
Very true. Both teams have overcommitted, but this was really the game-changing overcommitment in my mind. If you look at the goal difference, it's already 4K. Legacy have fallen further behind than they did in game one of the day. Roll a clip out, and you'll notice Choo-Choo's, he thinks he can go in on Holy Phoenix. Truthfully, he has been caught, so he's trying to make the best of a bad situation. But what follows is the rest of Legacy all committing. Teleport comes down, and we see, you know, Minky, well, he's just trying to kill secure is the term I'm going to use. And it's just all disjointed. Legacy hunting kills and not really looking at the bigger picture.
Yeah, and you just got to wonder, because actually if you looked at the start of it, Choo-Choo probably could have got away. Used the Living Shadow to get away. So that is ultimate, so he could have just dashed, done a bit of juking, done a bit of anything. But instead, he pulled the entire team to commit to one big crazy fight that they were never going to win because they were already behind.
Yeah, and it's something that Legacy have done a lot. In game one, they managed to pull it back because their composition allowed them to win team fights despite having a gold deficit. This time around, having a gold deficit with the champions meant that it was nearly impossible because of all the protection that you had on the side of Dark Passage and the mobility that they had. I also think, if I'm going to be very, very critical, Fabulous played Nidalee, kind of like old Nidalee. We didn't really see him split pushing a whole lot. I do think it may have been a symptom of the game. They got ahead, so he stayed ahead. But he could have done a little bit more to control those side lanes and dictate the tempo of the game that way.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So, of course, we have 2 games left, but it does look like these 2 teams are front runners to be going up against each other tomorrow. It's kind of funny because if they go up against each other in a best of 5, they're already 2 games and they were really able to scope each other out. Do you feel like Dark Passage has now found the way to beat them in 3 straight games?
Well, honestly, I think as Holy Phoenix pointed out, the ban phase is crucial for both these teams, the pick and ban phase. If they can get the right comp, over a best of 5, you can almost sniff each other out, and you'd obviously start figuring out. Clearly, Tristana's something that has to be taken out there. But also, maybe the AD carries could well be the focus for both of these teams, or the supports, but it's all about what lanes they get into.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same. I do think picks and bans is very important for both of these teams. They do go hell of a aggressive often, and I also think whoever has the ability to play control may be able to surprise their opponents in an extended series. But before we get to that, both of these teams do have to finish like 3-1 on the day if they both win their next games against Russian Force. And then because of the head-to-head rules, because Dark Passage has beaten Legacy in a faster time, they will take the higher seed into the final tomorrow.
Yep, and as Holy Phoenix was saying, well, I'm doing it, we're making it happen, so we'll see how that plays out. We're ready to head into the next game, so let's head back over to Joe and the Fee Show.
Thank you very much, guys. We're on to Game 5 of the International Wildcard Round Robin, which is between Russian Force and Legacy Esports. In their earlier match against each other, Legacy easily took down Russian Force, but we just watched them get totally outplayed by Dark Passage.
Still, though, a bit of a difference in the 2 teams they've just been facing. Dark Passage has looked very, very good, especially in the last game against Legacy, where Russian Force has struggled. Now, of course, we need to see if Legacy can take the loss, forget it they had against Dark Passage, and focus on the game they're about to play now. And if you do look at Russian Force, I want to highlight Darker, because he was one of the players I was really looking forward to see playing again. He used to play for Gambit for a few weeks, about a year ago, actually, in the summer split, 2013. And he's not been performing too well. Now, when I heard he was actually playing the mid lane, and I saw him on Twitter saying he has these special picks he wants to pull out.
Ziggs?
Ziggs wasn't one of those who came to mind. It was one of those we expected him to play because it's one of the more safe like lane bullies where you can sit in lane and farm and you can wave lane, you can therefore extend the games. But we haven't seen any special picks yet, and I actually want to see it now because Russian Force has to pull out something special. There's the special part. To actually win the games here, and they have to win both games if they want to try and make it to a potential grand final.
Yeah, and Darker's got it pretty difficult, I'd say, this game again, because Choo-Choo's for Legacy. He's played Zilean, Orianna, Zed, already showing that he can play a multitude of different champions and styles. You can question all day long whether you think that Zed was good or bad in the last game for him, but I think up against Darker, someone who is playing or trying to play very safe, that's where you can really shine.
Yeah, and if you just talk about the Zed pick, while yes, it didn't work in the combo, it didn't work because they fell behind, they wanted to like split push with the comp they had, his plays were fantastic. Like his mechanics on Zed was great. He dodged around rockets, he killed people like 1v2 down the bottom lane, and the few times he did actually get to split push, he would always get a kill and look very strong. But we didn't see what he wanted to play now because he played two like team champions in Orianna and Zilean, and then the Zed for the split push here. I wonder what he's going to pull out for this one here. And I also wonder what Carbon is going to do in the jungle. 2 times Elise and 1 time Ringa. Ringa was banned last game. He looked very good against Russian Force in the first game on Ringa. Could be a potential ban here. His Elise in the last game was very passive. He didn't have an impact in the game at all, and needs to make sure he can help his laners in this one.
So let's check out the starting lineups then for both teams. On the blue side for this one, it's Russian Force with 80 remains in the top lane, Dmitrij in the jungle, Darker in the mid lane, Day1 in the AD carry, and Archie on support.
And on the red side, once again, is Legacy Esports with Minky Will in the top lane, Carbon in the jungle, Choo-Choo's in the mid lane, Cartrid as the AD carry, and Ejim as their support.
Strong lineup on both sides. Let's check lolesports.com though to see who you guys have chosen to win this rematch. 62% of the vote, you've picked Legacy Esports. Kind of easy to see why if you look back to the last 2 games that we've seen Russian Force play.
Yeah, so definitely heavy favorites, even though they lost the game. As long as they can just forget the game they just played, focus on this one here, do what they did in the first game they played them, they should be able to take it.
Well, going to be a difficult one, I think, for Russian Force. Maybe we'll see Darker bring out this fabled special pick that he's been talking about on Twitter when he announced that he'll be playing mid lane for Russian Force. But where are the key champions, in your opinion, to ban out this game?
Well, we could see the Rengar ban coming in from Russian Force. It was very hard to deal with in the last game against Legacy Esport. Otherwise, they could potentially try and, if they want to open it up for Darker, target some bans towards the mid lane, and therefore try and give him a favorable matchup, maybe a counter matchup, counter pick for him, and there he can try and win the lane and try and snowball the game. Otherwise, we have seen Russian Force put a lot of focus on Day1 and make sure he got a good start, make sure he could get a hyper carry, which again, of course, can be bans from Legacy Esport if they want to make sure he can't do anything.
Well, let's find out, shall we, as we get into champion select here for our 5th game of the day. Is, of course, Russian Force on the blue side. What are they going to go with? A blue side casting ban. Kind of proving me a little bit right earlier on that we thought that they were trying to bait Darker into a Kassadin pick. And he obviously doesn't fancy it here as they ban it away on blue side. For Legacy, it's going to be more of a standard red side ban these days. But that Kassadin ban on blue frees up a ban for Legacy.
So now they can go towards someone like Day1 or maybe Darker. Banning Ziggs away. He's played it twice already. Seems to be his safe champion. You can ban it and put it on whatever you want. In that case, you can also just say, if we know the Ziggs is open, there's a high chance he picks it and we're not afraid of it, so let's just leave it open, hope he takes it, and once again we can take an Orianna into it and just dominate the lane like we saw Choo-Choo's do in the last the last game they played each other, and we do actually see an AD carry ban.
Yeah, and it just seems like Legacy don't like Tristana, don't want to play against that one. Banned out another time here, Nidalee of course taken away. So that won't be available for Minky Whale. What is the final ban here for Russian Force? You see Archie on your screen there looking very much deep in thought. He was the one earlier on with the notebook that obviously has the Russian Force secrets in it. And they go for a Lucian ban here against Cartrid.
Okay. Bit of a special ban. We've already seen a few different AD carries from Cartrid, so little bit surprised about the Lucian here, but really feel like it could be an issue playing against it. I'm not sure Legacy worries too much about the Lucian ban.
Yeah, may just leave them open for a bottom lane pickup when it comes to their first round of choices here, depending on what Russian Force end up getting. It is going to be a Ziggs ban, so they're trying to put Darker onto a less comfortable champion. We theorized earlier on that Orianna is something that we expect Darker to go. Yeah, and because that exactly that, with Choo-Choo's has played Orianna already, that's an interesting one for me. Evelyn first pick.
Yeah, once again, it just seems like Russian Force wanted to sit on these comfort picks, and they don't really mind what they actually first pick, because if you look what's actually open, Morgana is open, Alistar is open, Orianna is open, been a big pick for Legacy as well, actually been a big pick here the entire day. He's a very strong laner, would work wonders on someone like Darker, who's already struggling in the laning phase. Nidalee was banned away, so you won't be able to see Legacy pick it up. I just played against it before, against Dark Passage, of course. But you take the Evelyn, Elise is still open, Rengar is still open, Lee Sin is still open. And now you just give over 2 insanely strong picks to Legacy.
I'd like to see Teemo Hecarim.
Hecarim was buffed.
He was.
Probably not.
We've already got Evelyn in there, and unless Darker was, you know, really thinking about something special, a mid lane horse. I doubt it though. And Irelia also being hovered over here. See if that Irelia does get locked in for AT remains in the top lane. Still hovering the Hecarim as they switch away, actually picking up Vayne here. So that one coming fairly early down the picks, and the Irelia does get locked in as well.
Okay, so wouldn't surprise me to see Russian Force here trying to look for a lane swap. Get Vayne away from the standard 2v2 lane so she can just sit in farm, which then kind of backfires because you have an Evelyn, and normally you want to have Evelyn in standard lanes, then she can apply all the pressure with her passive just to stealth. But in fact, you never know if, okay, they're going aggressive on me, is it because Evelyn is here or not, unless you have some deep wards, which kind of gets countered by the lane swap, where we normally see the junglers either sit in farm and then go and help a lane anyway, and the way you would expect the jungler to be, or he's running with the top lane, which kind of would give it away. But let's see what they want to do. It's not like Evelyn is useless in a lane swap, she's just more ideal in standard lanes.
I'm not sure that Legacy really need to pick their mid laner right now, since the fact that they've got that final pick. What they will do, they'll take Zilean, and we'll also see Rengar being picked up for Carbon in the jungle. Of course, it was Rengar that he played last time around. For me, caused him a lot of problems as well. We saw him diving in left, right, and center and being a real pain.
It was a great game on Rengar, and one of the reasons I expected actually Russian Force to ban away from Legacy, instead of like a Lucian ban. It's not like, again, Legacy is being touched by the Lucian ban. Instead of get rid of the Rengar, put Carbon once again on Elise, where you can maybe control him a little bit better. Now you have this horrible situation where you have a Rengar in stealth, he gets a bomb, he gets speed up by a Zilean, and he just flies into your face, and it's so hard. If you just slightly out of position, you will get engaged on in a bad spot, and they will, Legacy will be able to just collapse onto Russian Force, and most likely just blow up a target.
Well, it looks like we're going to be seeing a mid lane Morgana here for Darker, with Archie then on Janna. Of course, it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen a mid lane Janna either. But I guess for Darker, this is maybe one of his more special picks that he's talking about. Not the first time, though, that we've seen Morgana this year.
But this is really Darker and Russian Force saying, we have a great AD carry. Day1 has been performing well in the games he's played today. He's been a good AD carry. And we just want to build a comp around protecting him, give him a hyper carry where he can like 1v5 the game if he gets the chance. Now we have shield from Janna, we have black shield from Morgana, and we have the peel as well from the 2 champions just to try and keep him alive. And then it's up to Evelyn and Irelia to kind of jump the backline of Legacy and try and kill Carthage. Otherwise, Legacy should be able to actually take... Oh, sorry. The issue is, Evelyn and Irelia, it's going to be hard for him to tank up the damage from Carthage in the late game, especially if you combine it with the bombs from Zilean and like the mid game points, start of late game, and also the peel from an Alistar, the slowdown from Zilean. So it can be hard for Russian Force to actually take down Carthage in these fights, especially only because they have Irelia and Evelyn to do it, while the rest is focused on protecting Day1 in these team fights.
And final pick, of course, was the Mundo here for Minky Whale. Similar core to what we actually saw in their first game against Dark Passage, where they had the Alice to support Zillion in the mid lane. Had Irelia top that time around, which obviously he's gone, and Cogmore on the AD carry role as well. So.
And it's just a smart pickup because look at the damage on Russian Force side. It's all about Vayne in the late game, so you now have a big fat tank who's going to run into his face, get some attack speed reduction, and just try and be as annoying as possible. Yes, Vayne will build Blade of the King, which is very good against Mundo, but seeing as he's the only damage source against him in the late game, like Morgana is very, very strong in the mid game as an AP champion. Your Black Shield is very strong, but late game, you don't really have the damage, especially not against a tank, to take them down. So it's going to be all about Vayne killing Minky Will in these late game teamfights, which also explains the Mundo pick.
Well, which of these lineups do you guys think will lead them to a victory? Tweet hashtag RF win or hashtag LGC win to @LOL Esports. And we'll see who you think came out ahead a little bit later on. Legacy, of course, are the favorites coming into this, but you have to wonder whether that loss against Dark Passage in our previous game may have thrown a bit of a spanner into the works, and it'd be almost unthinkable to say, you know, Legacy, who went 2-0, looked so good in the first half of the day, end up 2 for 2. It's going to be a big ask, I think, though, of Russian Force. We've seen already that they've, at least for now, not been up to par with the other two teams that we have, but we're going to find out here as we go into game. Russian Force on blue, Darker bringing that mid-lane Morgana out. Let's see how much of an impact that's going to have. And, of course, Archie on Janna as well. Not exactly a top-tier support pick these days.
No, we don't see her very, very often. And again, for Russian Force here, they want to make sure Day1 can get as much farm as possible in the early game, so we might see them look for the lane swap, which then would kind of set back AT Remains on Aurelia a little bit if it's going to be 2v1s, and therefore delay his Trinity Force, which we talked about in the last game, how important it is for Aurelia to get this early Trinity Force so you can be very strong in these mid-game teamfights, and then you become a tank in the late game and still have some decent damage. Because it's going to rely a lot on those two members. Evelyn late game, her AP ratios were buffed, but she lost like base damage, especially on a Q, which means if you don't build actually like AP items and AD items, you have less damage than you had before. So it's going to be even harder for Evelyn to kill people in the late game, and we normally see like Elder Lizard and then full tank. Therefore, it's going to be a lot about Aurelia, a lot about Vayne, and Russian Force has to do everything they can to make sure these champions get the kills, get the farm they need. Unless, of course, someone like Darker managed to do really well in this Morgana and kind of snowball, because then you do have a fine mid-game with Aurelia and Morgana. Just Vayne kind of lacking behind a little bit.
You also have to say as well, with Oriana gone with the... sorry, Oriana wasn't picked in this one, of course. They changed it off to Zillion. But it kind of fits the style that we were talking about earlier for him. Again, kind of sit back, throw down the Tormented Soil, have the safety of that shield coming in onto you. We'll see how Dark performs here, because, to be honest, he needs to step up his game if Russian Force are to have a chance.
I mean, he's the guy with experience. He's the guy who's been on a big stage before here, and he needs to help the team if they want to win.
Well, we are going to get things back underway there. That slight pause not going to trouble us too much. Half a minute into the match. And we have to also say that a lot of games, I think all except one, have ended in a level 1 invade. Mostly from the blue side, actually, going up onto that top side of the map. You can see that Russian Force are already in a position to maybe set that one in motion. Although, spotting that ward come down, I was going to say may make them think twice, but they're not going to think twice. They're just going to do it.
Yeah, they also had a ward actually to see that Zillion was running to their jungle, so they knew, okay, they're not sitting 5 members from Legacy and waiting for us in here. And also, you do have a decent level 1, especially because you have Morgana with the binding, and it's actually going to hit Carbon.
Oh, this could be danger for him. Is there enough damage out of Vayne and Evelyn? That is a lot of damage coming Carbon's way. Not quite enough, though, to actually get the finisher. And they'll be wishing that Archie was there, because an Ignite added into that one. Oh, that's a good block of the Dark Binding. That would have hit Carbon in the end. Nice little try, though, from Russian Force here at level 1.
Yeah, and also the reason they just went in the jungle, they felt so confident, looking to land the binding, looking to set up a kill, and we see pretty much the same set of wards we saw in the last game, where you want to try and spot out, okay, where's the enemy dual lane going? And we can try and like swap around it or swap to it if that's what you want, but in this case, they will probably look to swap around it. However, because Minky Will is actually just standing at his tower, they didn't see anyone moving from the base to the top lane, and therefore they should actually expect now that Legacy has sent the dual lane down to this bottom side because they haven't seen them walk by the wards.
So, blue buff start then for Carbon for Legacy. Other side is going to be Dumecha starting out with his red buff. Did get a bit of help there from Janna just to get things underway. That leaves us with this bottom lane of Vayne, Janna versus the Alistar and Kog'Maw. Could be an interesting one. As soon as level 2 comes in, you have to be very, very careful against this lane. Actually going a bit aggressive here on towards Cardrin. Ejim is going to get in there for the knock-up onto Archie, and that will mean that the AD carries can trade some damage there. It's actually Cardrin that comes off worse.
Yeah, because all the damage from Legacy went on to Archie here in the fight, while Day1 were just sitting and constantly hitting Cardrin. And therefore, got some good damage off and a good trade. And Legacy in the early stages of the laning phase 2v2 seems to have some trouble. Dark Passage last game was the same deal. Gave up an early kill, fell behind, couldn't punish Holy Phoenix, and now this time around it's the same deal. Ejim kind of like tried to walk behind Russian Force, and then he only got the knock-up onto Archie, which is not the target you want. And therefore end up actually losing the trade. Health potion is gone, both AD carries, but one is on 100%, the other one's on 50.
Oh, Dementia coming up here on towards Minky Whale. 80 remains, is going low though, and he manages to get the first blood. Dementia should be able to chase down Minky Whale here. Not exactly the fastest, gonna flash over the top, flash back in, Cleaver misses, and Dementia is able to get the kill back.
Still though, first blood here for Minky Whale on Dr. Mundo, because AT remains were trying to bait it. He just kind of stayed in, kept taking damage, and actually going down. Engaged onto Day1.
Oh, and there's the headbutt back into the tower. Actually, Day1 not taking as much damage as they expected. There was an insta-flash away from the turret, and that won't be a kill down bottom. However, someone has used, obviously support did use his, as Choo Choo's gets hit by that dark binding. And I also have to say that Morgana, the black shield, going to help a lot when it comes to mitigating the bomb damage as they get him once again for the headbutt on towards Day1. Can they actually finish him off? Good damage back, stun up underneath the tower. Ignite is ticking away as well. Not quite enough damage to finish off Ejim.
So constantly looking for the fights down here, Ejim. Going aggressive. The play before with the flash Q into tower was smart, actually. Turned it instantly in favor of Carthage because he was now the healthy guy. But then he went for the second engage, and now there was no flash, no way to get Day1 into the tower, and instead he actually ended up taking a lot of damage for it. And so far, the early trades not been paying off for Legacy. Carbon is coming down. He might want to change something here.
Oh, and that was
good timing on a ward.
Good timing from Russian Force there.
And now
I was going to say, you pushed that far up the lane without a ward behind you. That's just asking for trouble. Carbon actually clearing out the pink, and look at this. He's actually going to stay there. Going to go in for Day1, but the switch target flashes in, gets stunned against the wall. That was brilliant stuff from Day1, although he gets jumped on once again. Turning around the damage there towards Carbon. The boulder strike lands onto Archie, and in the end, they managed to get away from the gank.
So Carbon jumping in, he missed his E, so didn't manage to get a slowdown, and therefore couldn't really chase up for the kill, even though there was actually no flash on the side of Day1 on the Vayne. And now Evelyn want to join the party. There's been a lot of action down here. Remember, there's a pink ward in the bush.
Which I don't believe they saw. They will do now. Dementia coming away, saying, okay, so they did actually spot me. Just waiting around there on that bottom side while Pop is W and head back off towards farming the jungle up. So this bottom lane have been pretty intense with action, and it's Day1 that's out farming Kadrid at the moment, 32 to 24 CS.
And really just all about, again, the level 1, level 2 fight, which went in favor of Russian Force, and therefore meant you have an 80 carry on 100% HP against one on 50%. So Carteret and Ejim was just forced back to their own tower and had to wait for the wave to hit, and they also got level 2 a bit later, and just borrowed a lot of time for Day1 to just sit and farm on this Vayne here, not being punished early on, where you normally see a Vayne being shut down.
Day1 was trying to bait there, trying to get Alistar to give him a knock with the combo because Evelyn had come down. Although now I see Demetra actually leaving this bottom lane, realizing that Legacy seems to be playing it a little more cautious, making sure that they don't overextend on that front, give anything away. So we're still sat with that one killer piece that of course came earlier on in the top lane. Minky Whale able to pick up that first blood. And up against a Irelia now with double Doran's Blade, so we'll see how that one all goes. Currently, Minky Whale going ahead in CS 44 to 41, so not exactly a massive amount, As we see the counter jungle from Demetra as well. He's currently getting rid of a Wolf Camp. Needs to be a little bit cautious though. We see Carbon coming around. We'll actually gain vision of him there as well. Is the bottom lane going to try and head it off? Zilean is actually coming in as well. Demetra here doesn't have a flash available. This is really bad news for him as the first bomb is going to be landing. Black Shield will come down though. And there's the binding coming through to stop them chasing in. Nicely done by Russian Force.
Yeah, Russian Force playing well in the early game. Issue for them, however, is Mickey Whale up in his top lane. Dr. Mundo is normally not a champion who's gonna win his lane straight up on CS and also pick up a first blood. And we know how good he is late game, and he is fighting once again.
Yeah, gonna stick on towards 80 remains here. Cleaver lands, and a 1 versus 1. Mundo shouldn't be killing Irelia.
No. That should never happen here. Mundo is gonna be so scary in this game. He might even skip the point where you have like this mid-game point of Dr. Mundo where he's not really tanky enough yet to just run into your entire team and survive it. But once he gets the third or fourth item, he becomes this like unkillable beast who can just run into your team, buy time for the rest of the members. When you give him 2 early kills and free farm in the lane, he's gonna hit that point really fast.
Here they go on towards the bottom lane. Demetra's there. He's waiting a long time though. And Cardred actually, with the help there of his support, they're gonna take Archie very, very low. Demetra now will be the next focus. Day1 trying to get in there for a kill on the backside. Carbon going low. Demetra though is gonna fall. Cardred gets that kill. Day1 should be able to get one back. Can they follow through? The range of Cogmore a problem. Shield put out to Day1. Knocked up and a double kill there. Brilliantly done from Ejim.
Yeah, nice flash in there. Knocks him up. Day1 actually went for the kill. Couldn't really escape it either because Ejim was chasing him up there. So just had to try and go for the kill. Nice flash Q. Picks up 2 kills now for Carteret. Even though he had a rough start, this is really gonna help. You can push out the lane, get even in CS, get 2 kills. Just gonna see the fight again. Evelyn is waiting a long time before he engages, and Carbon is down here to instant disengage, so they jump on Archie, and that's just all about going here. Okay, we're going for Vayne, we go for Evelyn, just switch targets constantly. You want to kill the Vayne, but every time he just dashes out of range, you can't really get to him, and you just have to switch target. Now Day1, taken so low, Ejim chasing up. They want to try and go for the kill, flash Q in, sets it up for Carteret to pick up a double kill. So nice play here by Ejim.
Cheeky little heal there as well, just to make sure that he doesn't go down from Janet. Although not exactly masses of damage coming out of that one. This top lane, Mundo has been back shopping, comes back in with a chain vest and
going again.
that Giant's belt, sorry. He's going to chase on towards 18 remains, who goes down to half HP. Problem is, he can't anywhere near as close to regen that as fast as Minky Whale can. Just press R and you're up at full health again.
Yeah, and in Champs, like we talked about how late game, pretty much all the damage is going to come from the Vayne. Let's see though what happens here. Minky Whale might be in trouble.
Oh, there is Carbon diving out. Minky Whale's got his ultimate running there. 80 remains actually trying to get in for the kill, but he realizes he's too tanky and he can't get it. Carbon will dive onto 1. Can he finish off Demetra? Here comes Darker from the side. They wisely ping to walk away from it, and Darker won't be able to get anything there. You see, look how healthy Minky Whale is after being on just a slither of health. Once again, that big tanky Mundo proving such a problem to actually kill.
Yeah, and just remember, we pretty much see teleport for all top laners in every single game, so when you don't have an Ignite against the Dr. Mundo here, if they had it, they could actually have killed him. In the straight up engage, the burst down, Day1, you might be in trouble.
Ultimate coming out though from Archie, that Monsoon. Just trying to keep them away from Day1. They might actually just go for this one anyway. Ejim trying to get at the front there as his ulti popped. Who's he going to go for? Good Howling Gale though out of Archie will slow them down. Maybe not actually finish them off though. Headbutt will actually knock Day1 further away from the AD carry. Meanwhile, top lane, there was a bit of a massacre going on. 2 people down for Legacy. They did get the tower though.
What on earth happened there? Might just have said, you know what, we don't care about dying, we're just going to take tower. Let's see. So full focus on tower. Evelyn goes in, and actually just because they ignore her first and just only focus the tower, is able to just kill her 2 members and survive. Now Day1, there's a bomb in your face.
There is a bomb, it's on your head. Archie's got one as well, and there's an auto attack that's going to get Choo-Choo's a double kill down bottom, easy.
Just running down to this bottom lane after the fight we had earlier. A lot of members drop very low. Ejim once again is actually very low, but he's the guy to set it up. Gets a double bomb and instant double kill here for Choo-Choo's.
Yeah, and that gets him running as well, because did start to fall a little bit behind Darker in that middle lane. Leaving him now on 2-0-0. Going to give him a nice boost of cash as well. 1,300 gold he's currently sat on to go home and spend. Going the same build as we saw him do last time around. which is get the tier stacking first, get yourself an Athenes, then move slowly up towards that Archangels. Said it in the last game, takes a little bit of time to get going, but late game, as is Kog'Maw and Mundo going to be very strong as, well, Demetia completely caught out in the enemy jungle and will be easily finished off there for Cardrid. And that is a killing spree now, 3-0-1. Meanwhile, Minky Whale may fancy a go on towards 80 remains once again. He's got that Sunfire Cape done. A lot of damage coming in without doing much. Cleaver misses though, and that'll be end of the trade.
Well, that's a bit of a weird play here from Demetia, just walking in the jungle all alone. Legacy picked up an easy kill and the dragon. And it's really been the issue for Russian Force. The bottom lane is doing well. Day1 always managed to pick up some kills, and he's the guy they rely on to try and carry. Let's see what happens here though. He's 2v2 once again.
I don't think it's going to go well for them. There's the knock-up. Day1 actually getting exhaust in there as well, and he's going to go down once again. The vision. Archie will actually flash, but that's maybe not going to help him. Good Monsoon. Turret is still up behind them, but it's a slow and a root, and this should be able to be finished off. It's Cardrid who gets another kill on a rampage now at 4-0-2. Meanwhile, Darker going to get a bomb for his troubles, but he turns around a lot of damage. Choo-choo's where you're going to go. He's got his ulti running, and Darker realizing now, okay, I might just have to walk away from it. Can he land another binding here to set up more damage?
No.
Nicely dodged by Choo-Choo's.
A nice little juke here. Down his bottom lane. Demetia, he wants revenge. He died just before. Looking for Cardrid and a teleport.
Oh, teleport coming down. This is a lot to throw at Cardrid, but he flashes away. Can he escape it? 80 remains. Just got locked up there by Rengar on the bottom side. With the cow now in there, they should be able to hold on to this one. Morgana coming across the side. Can he land the binding? Flashes in. Oh, threw it too early. The blue buff was there. Cardrid goes low, dodging away from Irelia. Just finally get finished off. And now Egypt in trouble. He will flash back to his turret. Good damage from the Icathian surprise. Rengar might look to head them off as well. The blue buff being started off here. Rengar throwing his boulder strike out. Choo-Choo's is coming. That blue buff already gone down though. The bomb is on the cow. And now he doesn't chase through. So blue buff stolen away, managing to get a kill there as well.
It's a nice little setup. Place the ward, instant teleport. The only issue is there's still a Dr. Mundo sitting in the top lane. And while Irelia was teleporting to the bottom lane to chase and pick up the kill, your tower just went down, and more farm for Minky Whale on Mundo here. Still a nice little setup by Demetia to go in, place the ward, instant teleport. EGMP really likes to use this combo on Day1 as much as possible.
And there is the blue buff equalizer, let's call it, after Russian Force stole the one away from Legacy. Minky Whale will get his hands on that one. He must be sat on a good amount of gold. 1,700 gold he currently has in his pocket, so
both junglers
good chunk to be going for. Both junglers, as you rightly point out, are there. Let's see what Demetia decides to go for. Carbon is already stealthed up here, coming in. They see Demetia coming. There is a combo from Alistair. He's got his ultimate running flash away from Demetia. Day1 doing the damage, but here comes Choo-Choo's down to the bottom lane. Morgana nowhere to be seen in this one. There the bomb starting to pile up. Carbon's going to dive in as well. The bomb will finish off one. It's actually a double kill for Cardrid there onto both the support and the AD carry. Darker now coming along a little bit too late and probably just needs to leave there with Demetia.
And this really is one of the very, very strong points about Zilean. We're not done yet, however.
Oh, Zilean underneath the tower, but he's got his ultimate available. What are they going to do with this one now? Turret has gone down. That leaves Dark all on his own. Bomb is in there, and Cardrid gets another one. 7-1-2 for the AD carry.
So it's one of the strong points about Zilean mid lane, especially in the early mid game, is you can just roam between the lanes. You're so fast, speed yourself, get down to whatever lane or get up to whatever lane. There's some action going on in, and as soon as the fight started down his bottom lane, he just moved from the mid lane, joined it. Darker was nowhere to be seen. He has no boots. He's very, very slow moving between the lanes himself. And Choo-Choo comes in, double bombs, gets some more kills on Cardrid now. He's doing a very good job always being there just to like get the last kill, and this chase not gonna work out. So let's see it again. Notice here, the ping actually coming in from Russian Force. They know Zilean is coming. He's running from the mid lane. As soon as the fight started, Legacy set it up really well. And as soon as he joins in, it's 4 members versus 3 here, and there's nothing you can do at this point. Like if you're Day1 or Archie, you're just gonna die because you're so far off the lane. Your own mid laner joins the fight now, while 2 members are already dead.
Oh, this could actually be danger for Russian Force. There's the combo. Exhaust is down. Minky Whale gets one. Can they get 80 remains? They surely can now. A good monsoon actually coming out of Archie. But there's a flash in from Carbon. Gets the root onto 80 remains. The cleaver doesn't quite land. But the combo from Ejin will. Have they got the damage here? Gets the shield from Jana. Not enough. And there is Choo Choo's as well. Slows down Archie. He will fall. And just like that, 3 for nothing. They're probably just going to turn for Baron now.
And second time we see Russian Force try and kill Minky Whale without any healing reduction. It doesn't work unless you burst him down instantly. If you don't have the healing reduction, his ulti is just gonna be so annoying. Let's see what Evelyn can do. He wants to kill.
Yeah,
he's
will
gonna get
be able to as well.
No, he's not
here
gonna
comes
get
the
it.
cow once again. Carbon will join in as well. They can't finish off the Mecha there. Actually does land the bowler strike through the minions in the end. And that means that they just walk away. Meanwhile, Mundo has 3,290 gold to spend. That is a good shopping trip if I've ever seen one. It's like, yeah, Randuin's all in one.
Yeah, so again here, Russian Force, they just want to pick up kills. Doesn't matter where, they want to get some kills onto this Vayne here. No healing reduction. Archie wasn't there with the healing reduction himself. Not even sure he had it ready, actually. And as soon as they went for Minky Whale, Legacy was ready to respond. Picked up an easy kill. Goes for the next one here. Once again also, Zillion joins in. Morgana is nowhere to be seen.
The slow down onto Archie means you're not getting away from this team that's full of slows itself. And you rightly point out, Darker just not there at that point. And if you compare the fact that Darker and Choo Choo's level on CS, but Darker has been nowhere near these fights, whereas Choo Choo's is joining almost every single time. Legacy here are just having a dance while they wait for the dragon to spawn up. That's an easy one for them.
Again, a little bit unfair to blame Darker for it because he doesn't have the same mobility as we just talked about.
True.
As a Zillion. Therefore, it's basically just Legacy saying we can keep forcing fights in the side lanes because our mid laner will always jump before yours, and therefore we can always turn around. And Day1, he really wants some kills.
Trying to get in there on towards Cardred. Actually, well, flash for it. That's going to be decent damage from his summoner heal use as well. They get vision back though, and Cardred on a rampage. Not even falling there. 80 remains. Tried to get on him, but now he might be in trouble. Minky Whale's coming in from the side. Archie is already very low. We'll use the monsoon to knock them out, but Zillion's going to come over the top of the wall here in a second. Trying to speed himself up. Did get the bomb onto 80 remains. Archie, sadly enough for him, is going down. Minky Whale gets that one. There's another 2-man knockup. Demetra knocked into the back of the team. Darker's finally going to use his ultimate here, as he will get the proc onto Minky Whale. Ultimate went from Zillion on towards Ejim though, and they just keep chasing through. Minky Whale is going to take down 80 remains. Choo Choo's actually bombing him there for the last one. Darker does get the shutdown onto Choo Choo's. Ejim has to get away, and Minky Whale has about 10 HP there. And he goes back in, but the pool will kill him.
In the very end, Darker just popped the pool under him and actually killed him here. Same deal once again though. Legacy instantly, 4-5 members, part of the fight, gets the kills here. Day1 almost killed Carteret first, just ended up dying, and Legacy come down and pick up more kills again. So first of all, same engage. Day1 knows if I don't just keep engaging and try and pick up kills now, I'm never going to get any kills, never going to try and snowball, and we're not going to win the game going into mid late game anyway. So I just have to keep trying forcing it. It means Legacy gets another fight. Again, if you look at the mid laners, Darker running from base. Choo Choo's is already here, ready to bomb people, has the ulti for Ejim as well, and Minky Whale is just being Dr. Mundo. He's getting too much farm, too many kills. So tanky, so healthy. Until the very end where Dark actually pops the troll pool just under him and kills him.
Yeah. Also,
smack
in the game now. We see there that Ejim forced to use his ultimate, so that might be a chance for them to do something. Choo Choo's actually got his ultimate running here. Day1 going to get sandwiched between Mundo and the jungler. There's a bomb on his head, but Minky Whale will actually get the kill with that Sunfire, with his burnout running, and they're going to go straight towards Archie, who can only really shield himself here, but with the roots and the slows, you don't escape it. Minky Whale picks up kill number 8.
Just the same deal. Day1 looking for kills. Legacy's always there, multiple members, so massive goal lead at this point, and can just punish him. Dagger, let's see if he can survive.
Yeah, Shield not really going to do a lot there. His ultimate will actually proc onto Minky Whale, who's been focused, and they finally kill him off, but Codrin unstoppable after he took down Darker in the end. That leaves them at a 1-for-1, but 4 men still alive. Gonna struggle to hold on to this inner tower. Also not so sure about Archie's build, by the way.
Well, let's see what happens.
80 remains though, and the rest of them really getting knocked up. They put the exhaust down onto Day1. That means that his damage not going to be super high. Bomb on top of his head. Janna coming around. Day1's going to take a lot of damage, but crucially not fall. However, wait for Ejim here, because he has shown time and time again. He goes in. Good monsoon from Archie, knocks him back. Actually, good damage from Day1 as well. Well, they're going to lose the tower nonetheless.
So lost the tower here, and Archie's just gone like full early game combat stats. He just want to be as strong as possible early.
Oh, surprise cow! Surprise cow out of the bush! There is actually a good Howling Gale to stop them, but Carbon already on top. That's 2 kills, 1 apiece. Now Darker's going to be pulled down. Boulder Strike lands. He's got no Zhonya's. He's going down. It's a double kill for Codrin.
But because we're still so early in the game, there's only like 30 seconds death timer, and
which means you can come back and die again.
Also means Legacy can't really just push into the base. They can of course try and get more kills than Dark Passage got in their game against Russian Force, which was it 45? Around the 45 mark. Let's see if they can beat it. So far they're getting enough fights, and they don't really have to force it themselves. Russian Force is looking to fight as well.
Minky Whale 8-4-4 on Dr. Mundo. Absolute tanky beast, but Day1 with that Blade of the Ruin King and his silver bolts can actually do very, very good damage there onto Minky Whale, so he knows that he has to be a little careful about challenging Day1 when he's alone. Really are actually coming up this top side as well. They know that Minky Whale, they had an idea that Minky Whale was waiting there inside of the blue brush. We actually see a ward go down, but looks like Legacy are going to try the Baron bait.
And why not? I mean, if Russian Force comes to try and check the Baron, Legacy gets a team fight in a good area, all 5 members. They get a Baron. And if not, they get a Baron, so not exactly rocket science with the call here from Legacy. And we'll actually just get the Baron. Russian Force don't want to run in and face check them.
No way around that one, and Baron is going to be going down here for Legacy. That gives them another chunk of gold to spend. Minky Whale, for example, got another 1,000 gold. There's Day1 going in. Oh, Choo Choo's gets his ultimate pop. Ejim trying to get on towards Day1. They've caught out Demetra, and 80 remains there in the brush, but they're letting Vayne just have free reign on them. 2 of them very low in the middle. 80 remains will flash. Carbon actually getting taken down by Archie's Ignite, but Choo Choo's and the rest now moving in. Darker did come back up there after he didn't actually use his on. He's just very healthy overall. Choo Choo's getting caught out. Vayne gonna knock him against the wall. Have they got the damage to finish up Day1? He's got a bomb on. Will it explode in time? It will. The shield not enough to save him as 80 remains. Dives in there as well. Low HP. In the end, managed to get the kill and they back off.
So Legacy actually lost the team fight here. After they got the Baron, Day1 was just left to deal all the damage in the world, at least in the start of the fight. They managed to kill him in the very end, but Russian Force showing it's not 100% done yet. Let's just see the replay. Onto Choo Choo's first. A lot of damage onto him actually. Day1 will take a massive burst from the bombs. Nice ult from Archie. Denies Carbon from actually jumping in on Day1, and he's now just left alone. Deals all the damage he wants. He's gonna kill Carbon first. Get him down. Minky Whale is still alive, and being denied tank, but his ulti is gone as well. So this time, a very messy team fight, but at least Russian Force showing they are not 100% out yet, and as long as they get some kills on Day1, they're still gonna try. I mean, you gotta hand it to him. They're not just sitting back in base and waiting. They really wanna just fight.
80 remains. Big jump in there. Actually got a shield from Janna to keep him going. But in the meantime, we did see a dragon go the way of Legacy. And the gold, well, There's a massive difference, of course, between the two of them. Oh, as Choo-Choo's actually getting a little bit caught out. Does have his ulti back up. Carbon gonna dive in as well. It's Demetra that they're trying to focus down and should be able to finish off, especially now with Minky Whale joining the fight. Demetra's going down. It's Choo-Choo's that gets it, and now they're on towards 80 remains at the backside. It's slowed down, finished off. Cardred gets his 12th kill of the game.
And this should mean now Legacy can push into the base, get inhibitor down, and then look either towards the Nexus turret or looking out to just go back and defend it, because Day1 is actually pushing the mid lane. And Darko's doing his move off.
Well, Minky Whale, I'm afraid, can tank up turrets. He can probably tank up both Nexus turrets at this point, to be fair. We did see the outer turret in the mid lane go down to Day1. Doesn't look like he's stopping, but of course he's never going to win any kind of race here if they don't come back. 10 seconds on 80 remains. Demetra has just respawned in, but they're already onto those Nexus turrets. Vayne starting to actually walk back here and finally will hit the recall. Should be in time here to actually protect the base. Choo-Choo's going a little bit low, might force him to come away. And Minky Whale taking decent amounts of damage. Don't think they can actually get in there to finish off. Talisman was used out of Egypt, and Legacy just back away after taking the inhib.
Yeah, still managed to get inhib. Day1 got the best out of her terrible situation, we can say. No, once again we see a fight.
Yeah, they're going to face check straight into that one. Not sure it's going to work out, although Cardred going low gets the ultimate though once again out of Zilean. Darker gets a good 3-man ulti off, but he will be pounced on straight away. Rengar does go down. That leaves us with a 1-for-1. I think they're going to keep chasing here. Minky Whale underneath the turret, attack from all fronts, including the turret aggro. Pops his ultimate and just walks on out.
Again though, 1-for-1. Russian force. I'm not sure if they're surprising Legacy, but just constantly going for these fights here. It is not done yet, however. Archie, you might be in trouble.
Well, he is in trouble. He's dead. In fact, Cardred there as Day1 actually going to get headbutted into the rest of the team. They didn't really finish him off all that quick, but it's a triple kill coming out for Kog'Maw. Demetra being attacked by Cardred, who will get himself the quadra, and that surely means that they can take the game here.
Well, can it? 30 seconds here. Death Timers have to push another tower. There's a lot of minions down this bottom lane, so they could actually just ignore this tower and go straight for the Nexus, but Big Boss Darker is here to defend.
Well, Big Boss, I'm not so sure right now, because that super minion only just getting finished off and the rest of Legacy are actually here. First Nexus turret going to go down. The second one will be following off shortly as Minky Whale just keep them zoned away this entire time. There is Archie coming back into the game, and it looks like they've managed to force Legacy back.
Didn't manage to finish. 2 inhibitors gone. Should just be a matter of time, unless Russian force can pull off a little bit of a miracle by getting 2, 3, maybe 4 aces.
They're only 20,000 gold behind this show.
I mean, again, you need a few pentakills on your Vayne, and you might be back in the game.
Well, Kog'Maw is cleaning up right now. Cardred is 17-6 after that quadra. And he's got double Phantom Dancer, Blade of the Ruin King, and the Trinity Force.
He didn't get a pentakill yet, however.
No.
So 1-0 for Dark
That's because Quickshot's not sat here.
Yeah, it's
true.
true.
If I was casting a Quickshot, he would have actually been a penta, that one.
I only had 1 pentakill. That was reckless on Vayne. And then, of course, been in a game with a pentakill.
Is that your claim to fame now, Deficio?
Yes.
You were once in a game with a pentakill in the LCS.
Yes.
It was a while ago by now.
And I actually tried to steal. I actually tried to steal a kill because I didn't know it was going to be a penta. I just didn't manage to do it. Luckily, I didn't manage to do it.
Yeah. People would have hated you for it.
Yeah, they would.
Oh, Demetra just caught out here. Quite simply, he's going to go down. Throws his ulti in there just to get a bit of a shield, but that won't really prolong him too much. Carbon, ultimate run. He's going to try and get him behind Day1. And there's the jump in. Monsoon comes out, but it's going to be too late. Day1 goes down. Minky Whale's regenning. Archie with a flash over into the Wraith Pit, but they've actually pushed those super minions back from that bottom lane now, so we'll see if they can actually get through that one Nexus turret. Did manage to survive through that last onslaught and has regened itself above half HP, but once Kog'Maw comes across, when he's finished dealing with Archie to get kill number 18, they're going to walk away here and try and finish off the game. Nexus Turret 2 is going to go down. Will they try and finish off more kills here? Looks like they want to win the game. Darker dies in the middle. Ultimate running. Pops his Zhonya's as well. He's going to come back up, get finished off here by Kog'Maw. Actually, no, Choo-Choo steals it. Doesn't matter. Legacy pick up the win here.
So this was basically a game where Russian force constantly tried to force Fights early game, they knew they had to get kills on Aurelia, they knew they had to get kills on Day1 and Vayne. But the Zilean mid lane was just always there to help his team. Carbon was always there to help his team on Rengar. And of course, Minky Whale in the top lane just minding his own business for the first 20 minutes. Killing Aurelia twice, picking up all the farm he needed.
I was going to say, he wasn't even minding his own business. He 1v1'd Aurelia.
Actually true, yeah. He didn't actually mind his own business. Well, he was all alone. Didn't seem like he actually cared. The only issue, or the only very, very, very small point we can talk about when it comes to Legacy and what went wrong in the game. The very early game, once again, for the dual lane, 2v2 didn't go well. EGM wanted to engage at level 1, only hit Archie, therefore they actually lost the trade, fell behind in CS, fell slightly behind in XP, didn't get the early level 2 themselves, which was an issue against Dark Passage as well, but that's probably about it.
And if I just look down the scoreboard here, 10-4-12 Mundo. It's not uncommon to see Mundo with a lot of assists because he's obviously always just doing damage while he's in the middle of the fight, but 10 kills is probably a little bit more rare. We also saw for Alistair there, for EGM, 0-1-30. 30 assists out of how many kills? 40 kills. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, there's always fights in the bottom lane, like over and over and over. Russian Force kept forcing teamfights in the bottom lane. 4 members from Legacy just kept running down to the bottom lane, get all the kills, get all the gold, and a little bit of a solo queue game in the end, safe to say. Could potentially have been farming fantasy points. Sadly, we don't have any. Otherwise, would have been looking pretty good for the Legacy members.
I think, though, for Russian Force, I mean, you get into that position in that bottom lane specifically where you know you're just behind.
Yeah.
And the only way to actually get in there is to pick up some kills on your Vayne. So Day1 tried literally everything to go in. Sadly for him, most of the time, all that happened is he just got headbutt, pulverized, and after that, Carbon was just there anyway. We saw Minky Whale.
Then he got a bomb in his face.
Minky Whale TPing down, Zilean just all day cooldown on his speed boost just to get in there as well. And played it really well, their Legacy. I had a little bit of a worry that after their loss to Dark Passage that things might get a little shaky for them. Didn't really, though, did it?
No, it didn't seem like much of an issue, at least, winning the game here. Just, again, just only the very first few levels for the dual lane was a small issue. Everything else was perfectly planned, perfectly controlled. Picked up all the kills, maybe even picked up a few extra kills, and no real chance for Russian Force to actually win the game, unless like Day1 had gotten huge on his Vayne all of a sudden.
So I'm going to go back to that point about Darker, where he said he's got something non-meta and special to show us here. The last game now, of course, I don't want to say it doesn't mean anything because a win is a win, whatever your scenario. And they could also, by the way, affect how Dark Passage and Legacy finish in there. If they beat Dark Passage, Legacy will go through as the #1 team into tomorrow's final. But maybe that last game is the chance for Darker to bring something cool and different onto the stage.
I hope so. Keep in mind for all the members from Russian Force, even though they now can't make the grand final, you're still playing, especially the substitutes, or only the substitutes, we should say. You're still playing to show yourself, and people are watching the games here. If they see you perform really well, there will, or could potentially be teams who wants to pick you up or try you out. So it's obviously what they're playing for, especially a guy like Darker in the mid lane. He's been looking for a team for a while. I read he just finished his studies, and now he wants to get back in the professional scene. So obviously he wants to show himself. I hope he pulls out something special and then can show his skills.
Well, that game will, of course, be coming up next. But first, we're going to send things over to Shox, who's standing by with 2 members of Legacy Esports.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm here with Legacy's top laner, I have to do the same thing like the Fisher did. Minky Whale and their support, EGM. Another victory here for you guys. Very impressive game. Talk me through the game from your perspective, Minky Whale, because it seemed like you could manhandle that top lane.
Well, yeah, I've had a lot of practice Mundo against Aurelia in scrims and in solo queue, but especially in scrims. Our scrim partner, he's Aurelia main at top, so I've had a lot of practice, and yeah, I can punish Aurelia's at top with Mundo quite easily.
You absolutely did, 1 versus 1. And of course, EGM, that cow, tell me the secrets. I mean, we've seen a couple of them in the support lane, a lot in the top lane as well, but you played phenomenally.
The cow, I think the biggest secret is just Q before you flash. Like, you see me do that all the time, and yeah, he's just a really strong champion. He's just really in a good place right now.
Tell me how you played him in this game. Before we saw you roaming very early on. Now he decided to stay in the lane and take them on.
I think it was just what the game called for. We had an Eve, so I wanted to go Mobies early, and then yeah, we just didn't really have opportunities. So I just played lane by lane, and yeah.
Yeah, you guys did well here once again. Now that means you have locked in your spot for tomorrow. The best of 5 versus Dark Passage has been up and down versus Dark Passage today. They beat you guys earlier, and they said, well, we knew what to pick in that second matchup. So do you think they have you guys figured out now?
Well, we thought we had a cheese strat planned for the second game. But obviously, if they figure us out, we need to go home and do some drafting for tomorrow. That's for sure.
I don't think they have us figured out. I think honestly, we just played poorly in the second match, and so like, yeah, we just lost all lanes and kind of snowballed out of control. Italy got really big, their AD got really big, and like we just didn't have the wave clear to deal with it. So our draft wasn't the best, but yeah, I'm pretty confident going into tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be a great matchup. When I talked to them, it was basically Holy Phoenix that is doing so well on that team and basically says, well, we're doing it, I'm doing it. Is there someone in your team that also takes it on himself to be like, carry yourself to Worlds, or is it the whole team?
Yeah, definitely. Young Choo-Choo's in the mid lane. He always makes it his personal job to carry the team. And if he's not, he gets really angry, so yeah.
No, great. Choo-Choo's, he's just getting his backpack.
Yeah, I always thought sometimes he just wants to go in when maybe it's a little too deep. Well, great play from him as well. Is there anything you guys want to say, of course, representing your region here, OCE, and maybe making it to Worlds for your region?
A special shout out to everyone in OCE, especially the people watching from the Mobars, Gulf Brisbane, and all the other places.
Yeah, just a mad shout to OCE. I hope you do proud, really.
I think you're doing them very proud. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we'll head back to base for just a moment, and when we return, it is our last match of the International Wildcard Round Robin as Dark Passage takes on Russian Force.
For a kill on the backside, Carbon going low, Demetri though, he's going to fall, Cardry gets that kill, Day1 should be able to get one back, can they follow through? The range of Cogmore a problem, shield put on to Day1, and a double kill there.
Now Day1, there's a bomb in your face.
There is a bomb, it's on your head, Archie's got one as well, and there's an auto attack that's going to get Choo-Choo's a double kill down bottom. Morgana nowhere to be seen in this one, there the bomb's starting to pile up, Carbon's going to dive in as well, the bomb will finish off one, it's actually a double kill for Carbon there. There is actually a good Howling Gale to stop them, but Carbon already on top. That's 2 kills, 1 apiece. Now Darker's going to be pulled down. Boulder strike lands. He's got no Zonyas. He's going down.
Hello again and welcome back to the International Wildcard, coming to you live from Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. We're on to our final game of the round robin, where Dark Passage face Russian Force for the second time today. And so far this series, of course, is 1-0 in favor of the Turkish team. And due to a little cheeky unauthorized pause in our last game, Russian Force are actually going to lose a ban this time around, which should tip things even further in favor of Dark Passage.
Right, so obviously making it a little bit harder in the pick and ban phase, but let's see what's going to happen. Also means you can potentially ban TSM if you wanted to.
You could ban TS.
TS, that's really cool.
Let's talk a little bit though about Russian Force and Day1 in particular, because as hard as he really tried that last game, he just couldn't get going on Vayne.
No, again, he knew the situation. He knew he had to get really fed for them to actually win the game, so he just kept trying. It wasn't like he just kept throwing himself into die. He actually wanted to pick up some kills.
Yeah.
He has shown some good plays. I mean, good mechanics on the Vayne as well, dodging around the skill shots, almost taking down members in like these 1v2s or 2v4, whatever it was actually. For Russian Force, it's been about the dual lane for them, who's actually been performing pretty well. Archie as well on Janna was pretty good in the last game. It's a good ult to always disengage from Rengar. So in that case, I like the dual lane from a Russian Force here. The rest of the members, however, have a very hard time dealing with Dark Passage and Legacy Esports.
Well, before we get things started, let's take a look at the starting lineups. It's Dark Passage this time on the blue side, with Fabulous in the top lane, Crystal M in the jungle, Naru in mid, Holy Phoenix on AD carry, and Touch on support.
And on the red side, Russian Force with AT remains in the top lane, Dumesha in the jungle, Dagger in the mid lane, Day1 as the AD carry, and Archie as the support.
And you guys have been voting across the globe on today's games, and according to LOLesports.com, 85% of you think that Dark Passage are going to come out ahead in this game. And honestly, it's really hard to argue with that number, however large it is.
Yeah, of course they're the favorites. Russian Force here, they don't really have anything to play for in the last game, just again, to try and show yourself. So I don't actually expect to see Russian Force come in and change much in like the picks they do play. I think they really want to come in and show themselves as good players. And yes, they've had some bad games, but they want to show now they can actually compete at this level and try and pull off a very good game.
And just to,
what I think.
Yeah, and why not? That's exactly what they want. You mentioned Darker leaving school, said he wants to try and train up and join a top team as well. So definitely a proving ground for them. Just to clarify the situation on 1 and 2 and tomorrow's best of 5 final, we've already seen the top 2 teams qualify for that one. Legacy, of course, are through. They're 3-1 right now. Dark Passage also already qualified for that at 2-1. So actually what happens is, if Dark Passage win this game, they go 3-1, the same as Legacy, and go through because of the timed tiebreaker that they actually came out ahead on. However, if they lose this game, they still go to the final, but with the second seed then, which means they don't get the side choice going into that best of 5. So, you know, Russian Force have a chance to kind of spoil Dark Passage's day and pick up their first win as well.
Yeah, and another reason also for Dark Passage to take the game serious, because you want to win, you want to secure the option of choosing whatever side you want to be on. So, expecting in that case a serious game.
So, first ban coming out for Dark Passage will be Rengar. Don't forget that Russian Force, as you can see, lose a ban because of that unauthorized pause in their last game. They take away Nidalee though. Fabulous showed earlier on against Legacy why that Nidalee is probably worth a ban.
Yes, definitely had a very good performance. We also saw Dark Passage know, okay, we want to make sure we get a one-on-one lane. They got the one-on-one lane and he used it to just punish Minky Whale in that game. But let's see what else Russian Force want to get rid of. Kassadin being banned. Maokai is left open if Dark Passage wants him. Otherwise, they could go. Let's see, what else would they actually pick here?
What else would you need to pick apart from Maokai when it's open? And that's the problem being on the red side, where you have to get rid really of both Kassadin and Maokai, and then something as strong as Nidalee. And you might argue that Fabulous is going to feel just as confident by taking that Maokai into this game. On the other side, though, for Russian Force, looks like they're opting to go for their bottom lane in this one, taking the Ezreal and Nami lane.
So seeing some different AD carries for Day1. A bit of a long-range poke lane here. You got some sustain from Nami. I want to see his mechanics on this Ezreal, because again, they were good on the Vayne. He tried to make plays. He is the guy which basically everyone from Russian Force is trying to build their comp around, and then hope he gets some kills early and he can actually carry the game.
So Braum, Lee Sin, then over for Dark Passage. Crystal M shown that definitely good with that Lee Sin. And Touch played a pretty mean Braum in that last one. They got off a good few combos to pick up kills, or the auto attacks in from the stuns to get kills for them. On the other side, Lulu gonna be locked in here, along with Jarvan. Of course, we did see Lulu picked up earlier on today, actually, by Russian Force in their first game against Legacy, where they played it in the top lane with 80 remains. Jarvan as well will be returning into action. We saw him in our first game of the day. It was Dark Passage that played him there.
Yeah, so again for Dark Passage here with the Braum, it was really well played by Touch. He set up a lot of kills, especially also early on. Like, remember the level 2 kill he got onto Legacy as well in the lane phase, onto EGM on the Morgana. But picks come in very fast, and surprise, surprise, Russian Force once again setting up to protect your AD carry. However, you don't have a hyper carry now. So in the late game, when you have Lulu, Zillion, and Ezreal, you could really run into a situation where you lack a lot of damage compared to the side of Dark Passage, where they have the Yasuo, who will scale really well into late game. And then you have this super tanky Maokai who's just gonna run in your face. And Ezreal was never really much of a tank killer either. You can, of course, still build play the Rune King. And the thing about Maokai as well is, if you don't use your E, you jump fast enough on Ezreal, Maokai will follow you.
Yeah.
Even though you use it and still get the slow onto you here. So I have to see what Russian Force can do. Once again, a lot of focus on getting Day1 going. If he gets going, they have to come to protect him. Zillion, you have Lulu top lane, but he needs to get the kills early on.
Well, we'll find out here soon, but now that those champions have been locked in, do you want to switch your vote? Tweet hashtag DPWin or hashtag RFWin to @LOL Esports. We'll see if those numbers change. 85%, I believe it was, to Dark Passage coming into this one. Russian Force, sadly for them, not being able to pick up a win so far here today.
No, and been some very one-sided games. And it often end up after like 15, 20 minutes. They keep trying to fight, but they're too far behind and just end up giving more and more kills, which is also why they've given like 45 kills one game to Dark Passage. They gave like 38 in the last game here to Legacy. So while it's big numbers, it's simply because instead of sitting back and waiting for you to get outscaled anyway, they just keep looking for the fights, hope they can outplay, hope they can make a miracle and get some kills.
So, a quick note here. We are actually going to redo pick and bans because the word that I'm hearing is that Russian Force actually did ban a third person. So we couldn't see it because our graphics showed up the no third ban, but apparently they did actually ban someone, which obviously could change how picks and bans work. So we're going to get into it.
True, if they want to.
There's another chance for Darker to actually, reconsider and take his special choice.
Well, there's a high chance we see the same picks, unless they want to ban Maokai instead of Nidalee. Only change I could see, maybe leave Kassadin open. Didn't work for them last time they did.
No.
So not sure what they want to change, if they still want to keep the Nidalee Kassadin banned. But let's wait and see.
Well, the question is, do you want to like just ban out what they just picked in that one? Maokai obviously is an example.
I mean, you knew
that.
they were going to first pick Maokai anyway, so it's not like a surprise.
Well, yeah. If you leave Maokai open, he's obviously just going to go. And if they did ban a third one, which I'm not even sure what it was that they banned in the end. Teemo, obviously, yeah. Such a strong pick right now, up against the tree in that top lane.
Would actually be a counter if you run a setup where it's all about your AD carry. He just like walks in, blinds your AD carry and walks out. GG tactics.
Not sure if we're actually going to see a Teemo at any stage throughout Gamescom. I'd be very surprised if Teemo makes an appearance other than in maybe a TSM ban list.
Could be. Could be. I mean, we did see Teemo once at Worlds last year.
That's
TSM
true.
versus Mineski, I believe.
Yeah.
Reginald played Teemo. So there's still a chance we're going to see him. There's for sure some champions we've never seen at Worlds. 1-0 for Teemo.
Okay, so some developing news on the little story here. Actually, Dark Passage declined to have a remake of the picks and bans. So what actually happens is they said, okay, they banned a third champion, but we don't actually care about that. We're just going to play with this lineup. So we are going to remake the game, but it's going to be with the same bans and same picks.
That makes sense, because again, they will probably just pick exactly the same they did here.
Yeah.
Same goes with Russian Force. No reason really to change it up, and both teams probably just want to get the game on the way, see what's going to happen here. Once again, Russian Force, your AD carry needs some kills early on, otherwise your combo is kind of going to fall apart.
Let's talk a little bit while we've got time here, while these picks and bans before the game actually gets sorted out. About tomorrow, because going to be first up here on stage before we get into our 5th, 6th place game for the LCS later on. What do we think to a best of 5 between Dark Passage and Legacy? I mean, they've gone 1-1 here today.
Yeah, so we have seen in both the games where they played each other, Dark Passage would win the early game.
Yeah.
They did in game 1, and then it went completely wrong in team fights. And then the second game, they just got so far ahead and had this fast push come, and they didn't actually get these wrong team fights, and therefore just kept the lead. So Legacy needs to be careful tomorrow. In the early game, they don't give up these leads here to Dark Passage, because they've shown they can take it. They showed in the game 2 against Legacy, they can also use it to just snowball it. Take tower, 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 finish the game. There's not much Legacy could actually do. What we have seen from Legacy, though, is some very good team fights, as long as they are somewhat even in gold. So it's going to be a lot about them picking some strong laners, or avoid the fact that Dark Passage plays champs like Nidalee, which is very hard to deal with in a one-on-one, and make sure she's not going to get locked in. And if she does get locked in, you have to force the lane swap and not risk being in the same situation they were in the last game.
Well, so far, your tip for winning wildcard here is still in place. My dark horse choice of Russian Force, sadly, is not panning out as Joe Miller would have expected it to, sadly enough. But, guys, the picks have been redone here, so we are going to be getting into the game here shortly. And, of course, they will be staying the same as we saw before, which means a Yasuo versus Zilean in the mid lane. Naru's chance to show himself on a assassin this time around.
Yeah, normally Zilean is actually a very good pick against Yasuo. Pretty much a counter pick because of your ult. And also the fact in laning phase you can just bomb his face. You can't really block it with the wind wall, which is annoying for the Yasuo. So we have to see in these if we do get team fights where they are fairly even in gold, if the ulti from Darker can kind of cancel out all the damage from the Yasuo and therefore try and lock him down and shut him down completely, which therefore could turn it in favor of Russian Force. But still, they rely so much on Day1 to do well, and the early to mid game has to be perfect because they have to get the goal lead. They have a full mid game come in their case with like both Zilean and Ezreal. Go full late game, and you're going to lag a lot of damage, especially against Maokai.
Well, on that note then, let's get into our final game of the day. It is, of course, Dark Passage taking on Russian Force, and still a little bit on the line in this one, even though Dark Passage are through to tomorrow's best of 5 final against Legacy. Depends now on seed. If they win this game, because of the time ruling, they will finish top and get the choice of sides. And if they lose here to Russian Force, not only will it be Russian Force's single win of the day, but that means that DP then would be finishing in second, and Legacy, with a better score over today's round-robin stages, would get that first seed and choice of sides. Currently, Dark Passage look like they could be setting up for something a little bit tricky.
So again, we have seen a lot of level 1s, a lot of invades that are hoping we're going to see an invade.
Oh, this could be really, really bad. There's Braum landing his Q, and he's going to get stunned up here. There's the dive in. Sun comes down. First blood for Crystal M. So that's the good start to the game you were talking about for Day1, right?
Right, yeah.
1 minute in.
Not exactly what I had planned when I was figuring out my plan of how Russian Force would win. He didn't even directly face check. He just kind of ran past them and they collapsed onto him and killed him. So not a good start for Russian Force. Flash is gone for Day1, which means Crystal M can just walk down if he wants to once he gets the double buff and try and force him out of the lane or pick up another kill.
And that's what happens as well when you skill very, very, very early on into the game. If you'd have waited as soon as he spotted him, put a point there in your jump and hop away with a flash as well, if really needed.
Yeah.
But he had already skilled up his Q, so that didn't really go well for him.
And we might see more fights.
Gonna see a face check from this one. Touch gonna spot him. Is it gonna get in there? He's gonna get stunned up once again. The Ignite is burning now from Touch, and Day1 is gonna go down again, surely inside the brush. The Ignite comes down from Archie there. Heal at the last second, not enough to keep him alive. And the support's gonna bash heads a little bit. I don't think Touch is gonna have enough damage to actually finish Archie off here, but they will nonetheless have a bit of a fight about it. And that's actually decent damage there from Touch coming out, but that leaves us 2 for 1, and Day1, well,
twice.
Two deaths in 2 minutes.
Yeah, and you don't really want to fight a Lucian Braum at level 1 because of the double tap from Lucian and the stun. Like, there's a very, very high chance you're going to get stunned very fast. And
you can't miss it.
No, you can't really miss it. And I'm pretty sure Holy Phoenix could have actually finished Day1 without dying here. First of all, he delayed his heal a lot. and he didn't use it before, or he used it while the Ignite was on him, and at the same time, he might actually switch over to Archie before he finished Day1 here. Otherwise, got the kill. Day1 didn't get a kill, went over to Archie, so in that case it goes in favor, of course, of Dark Passage.
So, how does that leave us here?
It's going to leave us at a level 2 gank.
Yeah, it is. Dementia actually coming down towards his bottom lane. What's he going to be able to do? Holy Phoenix going to be waiting out here. He's going to flash away with the dash as well. And Touch was just able to jump to him, and not really too much of a problem there. Jarvan coming down will obviously go straight back into his jungle now to get himself those buffs that he obviously skipped a little bit there for that level 2 gank, but just trying to get this bottom lane back into the swing of things, because early on they started to fall quite the margin behind. But if we actually look at gold now, 11-6 up in CS with that single assist over with Day1. They're actually very close still on gold.
Yeah, I like their idea from Russian Force, just to like level 2 gank, try even at level 1 just to see what happens and to do whatever you can. Archie, my friend, can you survive?
Well, I'm not sure that he can.
Yes,
oh,
he
the
can.
dodge from the
No,
Q, but Crystal just flashes in for it.
Yes,
Here
he can.
comes Jarvan up from the side. Touch is going to go low. Has to flash. Can Day1 get in there and finish him off? Crystal M dashes out to Holy Phoenix, and would you believe it? They've managed to survive, at least for now.
Oh,
Day1 going to be a man. Going to be a man.
Oh.
It's going to take turret hits. They're turning it around.
No,
They back in, and Day1 is going to go down. Archie, you can't get away either. And just like that, 2 kills, 3 kills. Naru's there.
So
disaster
close
for Russian Force.
It was so close. You're like, oh, he survived. They can get a kill, and then Dark Passage completely ruined the fun. I just walked down, picks up 3 kills here. Once again, the mid laner against Darker always seems to be able to roam to the other lane. Now Darker's actually on a zillion.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're just going to see it again, because Day1 here, he wants to be a man, he wants to get the kill. Braum, of course, is very, very manly, and being annoying as he is with the shield, blocks the skill shot, he dies, Yasuo joins in, picks up a kill, and now Archie's left all alone.
And double buff for Yasuo as well.
Double buff as well. Well, it's almost like we've seen this situation before. A lot of early action in the bottom lane, and then 4 members from the other team is instantly in your face and just kills you.
And Naru here, ahead on CS. We were talking about how Darker has a bit of an easier time there because he can keep that distance as soon as Yasuo steps forward, put the bomb, and it can't be blocked by the wind wall. But Darker's actually falling behind here in CS. And it obviously depends how aggressive you play as Yasuo as well. If you just dive on him constantly, gonna force him out of lane, force him to use that mana pool up very, very quickly. And we see that that's working out. Top lane, Fabulous did go low there also. Took 80 remains pretty low. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, they're going to go for Archie once again. Where's the stun? There it is. Crystal M coming around the side. Is the damage there? Day1 taking damage in as well. One more auto attack will do it. Holy Phoenix picks up that one. Is it going to be a duel? Flash away. They decide not to follow.
All the focus onto Archie here. And Day1 can't do anything to help him. I mean, Archie's just left splashing by himself, and he will just die every single time they gank. Now, onto Naru in mid lane. Level 6. Well, it wasn't really a gank. It was more like, hey, I'm here.
Yeah, just showing up, maybe trying to force him out and give Darker a bit of a respite, because currently 13 CS behind, and Naru not too bothered about those bombs that keep coming his way. Meanwhile, top lane Fabulous has just come back into lane with that Catalyst and Protector, and you see, going straight in onto 80 remains, ultimate running. I don't think it's going to turn into anything too serious there, though. Just for the fact that it is Maokai's touch. Going to get bubbled up. Can Day1 finish him off this time? It's Archie that takes the brunt of the damage back from Holy Phoenix. That's double door. Oh, Archie in trouble, and Holy Phoenix going to finish him off. Day1 going to try and come out, but he will himself get stunned up. Has he got the damage to throw back? Someone to heal. Not enough. Double for Holy Phoenix.
Day1 really likes to be aggressive. He supports, dies, and he's like, yeah, no, I'm not done yet. He jumps in between 2 members from Dark Passage, gets stunned, dies as well. Now once again, this is not a gank, guys. It's just checking out, okay, what's going to happen in lane. Okay, I'm just showing I'm here, and then I'm backing away.
Well, nowhere near strong enough to kill him anyway, I think that. And probably would have just ended up giving another kill over to Holy Phoenix, who's having another one of those games. Tristana, of course, it was earlier on where he managed to get a pentakill. He's 5-1-1 after just 7.5 minutes here as Lucian.
And normally, in a protect the AD carry comp, if your AD carry has died 4 times at 7 minutes,
your comp's not working out.
It's gonna be harder. It's, again, it can still be done, but it doesn't exactly make it easier.
Well, it makes it so that you're protecting with less resources an AD carry that's not as powerful.
Yes, and it doesn't give as much gold to the other teams. In that case, it actually pays off. And you just want to give yourself a challenge.
Well, certainly is a challenge at this point. You see the Cutlass, double daggers coming in. A lot of tankiness, 2-touch already, and they're going to go once again towards Day1. Can they lock him up here? Actually, pretty much everything missing Day1 there, so he's just able to turn away and walk off from things. And Naru, in the meantime, he's just looking what he's got to pick up on the top side of the map. Going to go in towards AT remains. Demetra is coming, so Naru decides it's time to run away. We will see the Glitter Lance come in, and actually blocked there in the end by that wind wall. And he can just simply saunter away from any problem, and Crystal M gets himself some stolen farm out of the jungle. Demetra might get the same though by the blue buff here.
Getting the blue buff. Let's see if Crystal M wants to go down to this bottom lane though after he's taking the blue buff away from Russian Force. The lane is already pushed in. There is flashes though on Day1. Let's see what he wants to do. He's pinging it. It's probably a good sign.
Oh. Don't think there's actually a ward in that brush there, so it's not going to be spotted out. And looks like they may just... There is a ward being put
Prediction,
down.
triple kill for Archie.
Doesn't really mean anything, though. They're going to go straight towards Day1. He's going to get locked up behind his turret. It's Touch that's tanking up the tower, and Archie says, nope, I'm not sticking around. Sorry, my friend, I'm going to have to leave you to die once again. However, Darker is headed down. Jarvan's coming just behind him. But Darker needs to be a little bit careful about this one. Yasuo will be following, will be a little further back. Oh, there's the ultimate out of Touch, actually knocks up both of them, but Cataclysm is slammed down on towards Touch. Crystal M dives in, gets the kill onto Demetra anyway. And where did Lucian come from? I didn't even realize that Holy Phoenix is still behind them. Darker's going to try and get away. Exhaust is put onto Holy Phoenix, but the bomb's not going to be enough. Ultimate is used. Holy Phoenix, Crystal M going to set up there. The Q actually missing from Crystal M. I'm not sure that it'll really matter. Actually, Darker using a last second flash is going to get away. No, he's dead. Yeah. Wrong Deficio. The Q landed from Crystal M, who's now 5-0-1.
And this Lee Sin was banned against him earlier today. Was actually left over by Legacy. He did a good job on Lee Sin. Very aggressive plays early on. Doing the same here. Just always running down to this bottom lane. They notice action. They notice someone's gone. We're just going to see once again. Dagger comes in. Remember, he has no ignite. He has to exhaust because he's against the Yasuo. Now. Yeah, so pretty easy to pick up first. There's no ulti from Dagger onto Jarvan, even though he actually goes down. Now it's just a matter of time while they are chasing him. Gets the ulti out of Dagger. Wants to kill him. And this happened about 10 seconds ago, so I'm pretty sure people remember. Dagger almost escaped. And then Crystal M is like, not on my watch.
And actually what I didn't notice that Naru, before this kill here, during that last fight, actually went through the enemy jungle. Archie somehow had backed away to there, and they managed to get a kill onto Archie. So that leaves now, after that kill in the top lane, 3-0-0 Yasuo, 5-0-1 Lee Sin, 5-1-4 Lucian. They're going to try for a dragon here, and there is Touch trying to steal it away, but it is taken by Demetra. So what are they going to do now? Trying to focus Touch. That's a good bubble coming in. It's going to be decent damage coming out, and they'll get the CC in there as well. It's actually Darker that picks up the second kill of the game so far, 15-2 in kills. It's still a very long road back here for Russian Force if they pick up a single win here today.
I mean, they did get the dragons, they got some global gold, which always helps. Darker showing the moves, dancing around the Q from Crystal M. Top lane, however, Holy Phoenix is just pushing it. He already has his blade completed, 5 kills, 11 or 12 minutes into the game. 11 or 12 minutes into the game. He's probably not complaining.
Now, everyone really getting everything far too early. In all honesty, Rod of Ages was done, I think, around the 11-minute markers. We may see Holy Phoenix in a little bit of trouble here. He's stuck inside the Cataclysm. Will actually sidestep there away from the True Shot barrage, but Demetra is able to pick up the kill. But here comes Crystal M, gets one. They decide 80 remains might not be killable at this point, but they might collapse onto that mid lane. That Rod of Ages
Maokai is not going to be scared to Twisted advance right underneath the tower, and they know it. They've decided to leave it and give up this inner turret.
Yeah, so they don't even mind trading like 1-for-1 as long as they can push down the towers. Because it's no longer about the kills now for Dark Passage. It's just all about getting down these towers, getting the base, getting inhibitor down. It's kind of weird to say it. 12 minutes into the game, it's all about now the towers and getting in the base of the enemy team. But they already have enough kills on the carries. They already have the first set of items. Going to get the second one next time they actually do go back. And Archie, you're in trouble.
Archie is possibly going to go down here. Tidal Wave comes out before he falls, and actually he's still alive there in the back. Naru will try and escape, and I think does live through it. Day1 being chased. Crystal M will get one. Is he going to go deep and try for another one? No, they're just going to wait here and finish off that tower, which is what they came for in the first place. Naru managed to stay alive. They took out Jarvan, and that will be, after 13.5 minutes, almost a 10,000 gold lead.
Right, and Trinity Force from a Day Ruin is not exactly gonna be there very soon.
No.
Then again, we can have a protect their Cillian comp instead, because he has a kill. Or protect the fish.
Well, he can protect Cillian, but he's got a tier up until now, and an Amp Tome as well.
Yeah.
Not exactly full of damage at this stage. Compare that to his opposite number, who Static Shiv, Berserker Greaves, and a pickaxe now for Naru at 301. Lee Sin is miles ahead of Jarvan on itemization. And even if we look towards the top lane, yes, the Themes was done. Can he land the bubble here? Damage is going to be turned around and going on towards Day1. That's a lot of damage back coming in from Holy Phoenix. There's the culling. It's not actually hit. Oh, it is. It's hitting Day1 at the back. Here comes Crystal M as well. Archie going to be focused. Holy Phoenix is still alive there at the back as Naru will now join in, trying to get Darker away from everything. His ultimate was thrown in somewhere. I didn't actually see where. And that is just like that. 4 men going down. Holy Phoenix managed to escape.
So we did see recent gaming all of a sudden. Russian Force try one of their gangs once again. They have a lot of names today. Special Force as well. Backfired. The last Q actually from AT Remains was blocked by Touch and his shield, I believe, and therefore he didn't manage to kill Holy Phoenix. He stayed alive. Just gonna see it again. First the gang from Archie. Day1 joins in. Just dancing around, dodges everything. Does a lot of damage. Culling as well. AT Remains comes in, pops the E onto him. Wants to kill him. He's a shield and actually shield from Touch.
Yeah.
Blocked it. Holy Phoenix stays alive, and now the rest of Dark Passage can just clean it up.
I think Darker actually put his ultimate on himself there.
Yeah, it's a Cillian comp.
Oh yeah.
We just talked about it. Come on, Joe.
That's true. Kind of forgot about that one. We're going to see another fight. Crystal M, legendary, 804. True Shot Barrage, not quite as legendary. They just go straight past, and now Darker, he's going to have his ultimate available. No, he's not. He didn't even use it.
Oh, well. On to the base again. Still all about the base here.
Oh, Day1.
Come on, win it.
He's not even trying.
Unlucky.
He just stands there and lets Holy Phoenix finish him off. And that will be 7 kills on the AD carry, 7 on the mid laner, 8 on the jungler. It's going to be even more here. 80 remains going to be the focus. Fabulous taking a lot of damage. Naru gone too deep in this one, and 80 remains ticking away. Heal's not enough. Naru will pick himself up. His 8th kill. And we're 16 minutes into this game. I had to check the clock because there's quite a lot of kills. 23-4 in fact. And Dark Passage have already got Russian Force inside of their own base.
Still though, I have to give respect to Russian Force for the fact they keep trying to fight. I mean, they keep just going, but they know they can just sit back and wait. They want to go for it again. Day1 just jumping in. If they do manage to pick up some kills, you never know what's going to happen. So I respect the fact they keep trying to fight. Also makes the game a bit more exciting, other than just pick like full wave clear comp, sit in your base for 45 minutes, and just wave clear. Nope. They want to fight. They want to get kills, and they want to complete an item.
Oh, Holy Phoenix actually is going to be met by Darker on the top side. That's a good amount of damage back. He's got his ulti though. A bomb's not enough to actually finish him. Holy Phoenix going away. True Shot Barrage missions. There's
one more.
Exhaust comes down. That's surely going to be enough.
Oh, he does go down. The rest of the team have just collapsed in there. And the rest of Dark Passage is saying, what are you doing, Holy Phoenix? We're doing Dragon down here.
Still though, Darko got a kill here. Probably worth more than the Dragon actually itself.
True.
Just to get the kill. Let's see what he's gonna spend his well-earned gold on.
Morella Nomicon.
Morella Nomicon in your face, Holy Phoenix.
Yeah. We'll see how effective it turns out to be for him.
I really wish his name was actually Holy Felix.
Why is that then?
Sounds pretty cool.
Holy Felix. Maybe if you have a chat to him, he'll think about renaming just for you. Not sure that's going to work though. Is Naru going to catch out Darker? Knock up ultimate. You are dead, and you're not using your ultimate again. It's actually on cooldown this time. I'll let him off.
Yeah, it was also knocked up in the air. Died really, really fast here. Let's see. Jarvan is sneaking in from behind.
Oh.
And it's actually not sneaking because
no, he's just actually stood there, but he's managed to get the knock up on both of them. The Unbreakable from Touch is only going to get him so far. There's the ultimate out of Touch. True Shot Barrage blocked by the Wind Wall, and they turn the damage back towards Jarvan. Naru's onto him. Dimension's going down. Naru gets the killing spree, and I think that might be all, unless Day1 tries really, really hard again to get a kill. Oh, there's the kick onto Day1. Rooted up straight into Maokai's path. Got the ultimate out of Darker as well. And he's going to go man mode. Goes diving in on top of him. There is the shutdown onto Lee Sin. Naru off to the side, not pushing in up until now. There he comes. Holy Phoenix is there as well. Darker got no ultimate, and that's a double kill for Holy Phoenix. Knock up and ulti onto 80 remains. Naru only needs one more hit, and he gets it with the knock up as well.
Still, they kill Crystal M. He tried to be he tried to make the big plays. Got some style points for the kick flash. Ended up actually dying for it, but then the rest of the team just joins in and finish off. And now they're into the base. Let's see. Come on, Archie. Kill him.
Well, the turret's going down, whatever happens, and I think that Dementia, well, yeah, he's going to follow. Maokai gets his first kill, actually, of the game here for Fabulous. At 1-0-11, and it's also going to be the first inhibitor taken down. Of course, they all spawn in about 20 seconds since we're only 20 minutes into the game.
That is correct. Making it just a little bit harder once you actually get some kills to push in. But I guess there are 15% who voted for Russian Force to win. Might want to change the vote.
Oh, this could be real bad news for Darker. Going to get slowed down. Tidal Wave comes over and Touch says, no, I'll block that out. What are you going to do? Bubble went to the backside, and look at this. They're starting to close in. Touch might be in trouble. Holy Phoenix going to throw the call in towards 80 remains, and Day1. Not exactly masses of damage, and Day1 chasing through. Not sure why he's going for the support here. Should have probably focused Holy Phoenix, who gets hit by the True Shot Barrage. Can he escape this one? Darker will lose his victim for a second. And he does have his ulti on, and Holy Phoenix should just turn around here and have a go at him. Almost takes him with him, but Darker does get the kill. Actually, no, it was Lulu that got the kill. Here comes the rest of Dark Passage, though. They're going to go, first of all, at the back onto Archie. Then they take down Jarvan. Darker is super low. Day1 getting hit there by Naru, and this is going to be an ace. Double kill coming in for Maokai. First ace at 21 minutes, and that gives Dark Passage now only 20 seconds even to get in there and push these super minions through.
Yeah, they can't really do anything because they have to run to the base, and Russian Force is up in about 20 seconds, so 10 seconds actually. So keeping the defense going for now. While
the chance is still there though. I'll talk about it in a second. Look at Holy Phoenix almost taking Darker with him there. From this point on, it's a pretty simple cleanup. Crystal M actually getting bubbled, and just watch the damage as Naru comes flying in the back, getting himself one there, finished off by Maokai, and a simple 5-4-1 in the end. They do have a chance though here because Lulu now has an Ohm Wrecker.
Which means you always have a chance. Unless your jungler dies, and he died.
Yeah. Gets knocked up there. Naru
now you
dominated.
don't have a chance.
13-1-5 here for Yasuo. Just going to stand behind the wind wall, going straight in on towards Day1, and he's going to go down as well. Good
don't kill him.
Actually, he's got the ulti on. They do kill him in the end. I don't think they wanted to, though. It looked like they'd completely
focus away from him. There's the exhaust coming out. The knock-up not quite landing. Turning straight on towards Darker. He gets finished off. Naru actually going a little bit low there. And Day1's going to try and come in and snipe him one. Meanwhile, Crystal M and Chase Lulu all the way down the middle of the lane. And the Cullen catching on towards Day1. Is it going to be enough? Sapling thrown over as well. Touch going to go in there. It's Holy Phoenix that sniped him off though. And that is another 3 kills. With Naru even trying to kill off those Nexus turrets with 2 men still alive for Russian Force. But either way, middle inhibitor turret goes down. Knock up. And Touch finishes that one. And 1 by 1 they're picked off.
With all these kills here for Dark Passage, it actually means our graphics tomorrow for the final, we're going to have some pretty sick KDAs to show. Really highlight how dominant these teams have been against Russian Force. So it's going to look good in the graphic.
Oh, Darker inside of the base, getting some healing back, but I think the Dark Passage might want to finish the game here and right now, or maybe they'll just go for the fight. Actually, Darker goes down, but he had his ulti running. Day1 also going very, very low, but the super minions pretty much doing the job. Fabulous will go in there as well. Oh no! 1 hit needed onto the Nexus, and they've killed him
super minion as well.
Wow. Well,
it's not over yet.
The dream is still alive for Russian Force.
Look at the Nexus healing.
Little did people know that the Ohm Wrecker is also used for defending last-second Nexuses as well. Doesn't usually work out quite as perfect as he did there for Russian Force. Oh, there's a ward. Teleports up for Fabulous.
Yeah, still the Nexus is healing, and they're already in the base, and it's a Maokai. I'm not really sure he's gonna kill it.
I don't know, man.
Let's see.
He's got a Zhonya's and an extra blast.
Oh, that's TP. Okay, come on.
Okay.
What can you do?
He's going for it. TP to the top. Oh, he's going to run straight for it. Has Day1 got the damage? There's the tidal wave coming through. Twisted advance onto it.
One more hit.
Needs one more hit to be the hero, and he gets it as well. And Dark Passage pick up the win here in 24.5 minutes.
I'm not even sure what to say, because it was just very one-sided from the start. Dark Passage knew they had to win the game to secure the #1 seed, and can now choose if they want blue side or red side, or which order they want them for tomorrow's final against the Legacy Esports.
So I'm being told actually that I was wrong all day. That the time doesn't actually, thanks Fisher, that the times from earlier don't actually count. It's going to be a coin flip to decide who gets to choose red side or blue side, obviously. And if we look back to LCS playoffs, we had a couple of different ideas on which sides you want to be playing, red and blue, which games.
True.
One thing's for sure though, we've seen both teams today, both Legacy and Dark Passage, destroy Russian Force.
Yes.
And they've also had a couple of, well, they played each other twice, obviously double round robin. Both games were actually pretty one-sided.
Yeah, agree. So if we just completely ignore the fact that Russian Force, the games they have played now, and it's only compared to teams, we talked about it before this game, how Dark Passage has been the stronger team in the early game, while Legacy, as long as they don't fall too far behind, at least in game 1, were very, very good in team fights and managed to actually just win every single fight against Dark Passage and take the game.
Yeah.
So tomorrow's final here, as I said before, it's gonna be a lot about the early game and how Legacy can respond to the strong early game from Dark Passage, because they have some very good laners, the mechanics on the players, like Holy Phoenix, fantastic mechanics, Naru in the mid lane as well. So it's going to be hard for Legacy to handle this early game, but if they do, I feel like they can easily take it in team fights.
Just to quickly run down the scoreboard and let them have their props for that one. 3-1, 14 Maokai, not many kills, but he was the hero at the end who TP'd in and finished off the Nexus when it looked bad for Dark Passage. If he didn't do that, they might not have won the game.
I was getting nervous.
11-8 Lee Sin for Crystal M. I mean, he got off to a flying start. Obviously, they picked up the first blood and then the second kill straight away, and they pretty much
like 5 kills.
Yeah, they didn't really stop coming. 14-2-7 Naru actually on Yasuo. 10-5-9 for Holy Phoenix. So although he got off to a brilliant start, he kind of slowed down, died a couple of times, maybe just having a lot of fun.
Slacking a little bit, you could say, to be honest.
I don't think so. And 1-1-22 for the support. So Touch doing fantastic job in there as well. Obviously, this game, not too much on the line for them,
apart from, you know, finishing 3-1 in the day, same as Legacy, means that we get that coin flip, which will be done backstage to decide who gets to choose which side going into tomorrow's final.
Yes, I agree.
Deficio agrees, everybody. We're doing something right, even though I've been lying to you all day about who actually gets to choose those sides. So sorry about that one. That will, of course, be our first best of 5 tomorrow. And we talk about coin flips to decide seeds. That's the kind of game, because we saw 2 one-sided matches here today, that you will almost say is a 50-50, a coin flip, if you like, as to who's actually going to come out on top of that one. One thing we do have to consider is that, of course, the teams have time now this evening to go back, watch the games, pinpoint what went right, what went wrong for them, and also maybe change a few things.
Could definitely see some changes in picks and bans. Again, the Nidalee pick from Fabulous against Legacy was a big issue. Could potentially ban it away. And then they need to find out how to deal with this early game in the bottom lane, where they have been looking shaky. So obviously there's a lot of things to work on, picks and bans, you have to sort it out for a whole best of 5. You can't just sit and say, okay, for game 1 we play this and then we don't care about the rest. It's not how it works. I mean, you need to have some backup plans ready. You need to be ready for the situation where a champion like Kassadin is left open. Because we saw Super Hot Crew against Rocket in the EU LCS quarterfinals, where game 1, Kassadin was left open by Rocket, and all of a sudden Super Hot Crew was like, okay, first pick it, and the rest of the comp just made no sense compared to the Kassadin, and they end up losing the game without the Kassadin doing anything. So you always have to be careful. You don't get baited into like, okay, this one champion, we know he's very, very strong. We want to pick him even though we didn't plan it. A lot of stuff, of course, to prepare.
Well, that best of 5 will be coming up tomorrow, but for now, I'm going to send things over to Shox, who is standing by with 2 of the victors.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm here with Dark Passage's top laner, Fabulous, and their support Touch after winning that match, and you guys locked in your place in the final. First, about the ending of the game here, it was a pretty straightforward game from you guys. Talk me through that backdoor move, very well planned.
Yeah, when we backed, my friends told me to buy home guard and just rush the base. And I sell my items and just do it. It was funny.
You just went for it indeed, and you guys have had a great day so far. Touch, tell me about the games here today, because you and Holy Phoenix have really been doing so well.
Yeah, we have played pretty well bot lane. We like to play aggressive and go for kills, and I feel we did it really great in the 3 last games.
So obviously, hasn't been able to play with the other support because of circumstances. How has it been integrating with this team and playing with them?
Excuse me?
How has it been playing with these guys?
Oh, it's funny, and they're really good players, and I really enjoy playing with them.
Yeah, it absolutely shows. Fabulous, you were here, of course, last year when you guys didn't make it. Now it's looking so good. What is different for you guys this time around?
I think we improved too much from the last year. We are better now, and I think we can make it to Worlds.
I think you can make it, so that will mean that you have to beat Legacy tomorrow in that best of 5.
Yeah.
You guys have been neck and neck all day, 1-1 here today. How will that game go? What will be the central elements in winning that game?
I think we did the wrong bans in like the first game, and we lost. We couldn't make it to kill Kog'Maw, so he just killed us. But I think we won't do that mistake again, so it will be okay.
All right. Touch, how do you think that matchup will go versus Carded and Ejim? Ejim has been showing some fantastic support play here as well.
I didn't get the question.
How will the game go tomorrow versus Ejim and Carded, as they've been showing some good things today as well?
I think it will go good, and if we keep playing like we do right now, we're gonna win, I think.
All right,
If we ban the champions they played in the first game.
If you ban the champions they played in the first game that were giving you a hard time. Final question maybe for you, Fabulous. Anything you want to say to the fans out there? You guys have been so dominant over in the Turkish Championship, and now also here, that must feel great.
We are thankful for all the fans that supporting us, and just thank you.
All right. Is Dark Passage going to Worlds?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? Well, we will see tomorrow. Thank you very much, guys. All right, we're going to go back over to Joe and the Fish Show to see what's in store for tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Shox. And with the round robin complete, here's where the teams ended up. Dark Passage and Legacy Esports both tied with a 3-1 record, and as we mentioned, a coin flip will determine the higher seed. That'll be done backstage a little bit later on. And Russian Force made a valiant effort, competing with 3 substitutes, let's not forget, but they went 0-4 in the round-robin series. Tomorrow, though, the International Wildcard Qualifier will conclude as Dark Passage and Legacy Esports face off in a best-of-5, with a winner earning a spot at the 2014 League of Legends World Championship.
Yes, and after that series, the European LCS Summer Playoffs 5th place match will take place as the Super Group faces Millennium. Both teams will try to guarantee themselves a spot in the spring split and, of course, avoid heading to the promotion tournament.
Yeah, those matches will begin on Thursday at 11 AM Central European Summer Time, which is 2 AM Pacific. And that does it for us here from Day 1 at Gamescom. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow when the action continues.
Get the international wildcard started. Not quite able to finish this one off, but again, they've got themselves 2 Juju's flashed on 40. Wicked touch. He's going to get through as well. It's going to be a double.
Wait, do your Christopher Walken impression. What you gotta do? Let's get a full-range chicken.
There's going to be Demeco once again locked up. Day1's the focus. He was going to get pounced on. Will go down. Carbon on towards him. Archie the final target. That's the ace. The damage dealers going in. Rip for falls ball straight up towards him. Double kill. Triple kill. Goes in towards Darker. Gets the quadra. Gets the pentakill.
Down to less than half HP. There's the ultimate out of touch. Chris Lemon's in the middle of them. Cartridge going to be focused. Carbon is low. Ejim is low. And there is Phoenix cleaning up once again. Carbon going low. Dementia though is going to fall. Cartridge gets that kill. Day1 should be able to get one back. Can they follow through? The range of Cogmore a problem. Shield put onto Day1. Knocked off and a double kill there. Day1 gonna be a man. Gonna be a man. It's gonna take turret hits. They're turning it around.
No,
Day1 back in, and Day1 is gonna go down. Archie, you can't get away either. And just like that, 2 kills, 3 kills. Astara is there.
Bye.